Chapter 1 Angel Power. I would like to use this picture to commemorate the deceased Uncle Bird. Age 737. Universe 7, Planet Vegeta. At dusk in summer, the night sky is like a mysterious black silk, dotted with stars. Luo Tian looked up at the starry sky and pondered silently. Hey, Luo Tian, you are so leisurely, you still have the time to be in a daze here. A childish voice with coldness and arrogance suddenly sounded behind Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't even need to turn around to know who was talking. It was Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, who was talking. Vegeta was only 5 years old this year, short, with black hair standing upside down, wearing combat armor, and his tail swaying gently behind him. You should take a good look at your combat power. Vegeta said, and his little hand pressed the detector on his eye. Beep. The detector showed a signal. 3 seconds later. Vegeta was stunned, with doubts and confusion in his eyes. Combat power 200. Vegeta was stunned and cried out, what a joke! How is this possible? 3 days ago, it was still 1000? A year ago, the highest combat power was 20,000. Why is your combat power getting lower and lower as you practice? Vegeta was right. Luo Tian's highest combat power once reached 20,000, and King Vegeta was scared to death. The main reason was that Luo Tian improved too fast, so fast that King Vegeta didn't react and it reached 20,000. When King Vegeta wanted to attack Luo Tian, he felt that he didn't have much chance of winning. Moreover, Luo Tian didn't seem to have any ambitions, and his parents were both King Vegeta's confidants. Therefore, this matter was left unresolved later. Vegeta. Luo Tian sighed, walked forward, and appeared beside Vegeta. Luo Tian is only 5 years old this year, but his height is about 2 centimeters taller than Vegeta. Humph, you should call him Prince. Vegeta was dissatisfied with Luo Tian's address to him. Shua. Luo Tian stretched out his hand and grabbed the detector on Vegeta's eyes. This my detector. You give my detector back to me. Vegeta's tender face changed color and shouted loudly. But this guy is so fast. How did he do it? Vegeta, you must remember not to rely on the data of this thing. Luo Tian said, and gently pinched it with his hand. Crack. The detector made a crisp sound and broke into several pieces on the spot. Many parts also slipped from Luo Tian's hands. You dare to destroy my detector? Vegeta was furious. I'll see if I can fix it. Luo Tian pondered. Vegeta. Vegeta was a little confused. Fix it? What does it mean? Luo Tian took a deep breath, his expression became solemn, and a ball of bright flames like stars suddenly appeared in his hand. The bright flame looked a little turbid, and quickly covered the broken detector. Suddenly, the broken detector was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vegeta widened his eyes, showing endless shock. What's going on? About 30 seconds later, the detector that was crushed by Luo Tian himself was restored to its original appearance under Vegeta's gaze. Even the parts that fell on the ground before ran back to the detector by themselves. Yo, what was that trick you just used? Vegeta was stunned, and his speech was a little stuttering, and his young face was full of disbelief. Angel power. Luo Tian slowly uttered 4 words. Angel power? What is that? Vegeta was stunned. You are still young, you will know when you grow up. Luo Tian patted Vegeta's shoulder. Tisk. Who are you talking about? You sound like you are older than me. Vegeta bared his teeth. It's not important. Luo Tian turned and left. Vegeta. You destroyed my detector, and you said it's not important. I see, you are here to show off your special ability, right? Give me back the detector. Vegeta shouted. Luo Tian casually threw the detector to Vegeta. Vegeta caught the detector and quickly put it on his eyes. Then, Vegeta pressed the button on the detector. Beep. A signal came from the detector, and Luo Tian's combat power value was immediately displayed on it. Combat power 100? Why is it reduced again? Vegeta was a little confused, and asked quickly, I heard that you practiced according to the method in a strange book, so your combat power was reduced. Luo Tian slowly stopped, took out a book from his arms, and threw it to Vegeta. Pa! Vegeta took the book and quickly glanced at the cover. Is there really a book? A guide to practicing Ultra Instinct. Vegeta muttered in a low voice, revealing a confused look. Yes, I practiced this to have my current abilities. Not bad, right? Luo Tian smiled. Where did you get this book? Vegeta was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Remember that a cat and a blue-skinned person came to our planet last year. Luo Tian smiled. Are you talking about the god of destruction Beerus and his followers? Vegeta's face changed again and again, and his body trembled violently. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. I used a starch sausage made of technology and ruthlessness to exchange this book from the man named Whis. So, you practiced the skills on it, and your combat power increased from 20,000 to the current 100. Vegeta was stunned. Yet. Luo Tian nodded again. Vegeta immediately looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at a fool. Is this guy stupid? You had a combat power of 20,000 when you were 4 years old. Among us Saiyans, you are definitely a super talented warrior. Father also planned to train you to be my personal guard. But you spent a year and reduced your combat power from 20,000 to 100. You are really a talent. Luo Tian and Vegeta have a good relationship. They are of similar age, and Luo Tian was once a talented warrior and the child of other people in the mouth of King Vegeta. Vegeta has also lived in an environment suppressed by Luo Tian since he was a child. The shadow area of his young heart is almost as big as the planet Vegeta. Fortunately, since last year, Luo Tian's combat power has not increased but decreased, and it has plummeted. Vegeta suddenly felt that every day was sunny and he could wake up with a smile when he dreamed. Luo Tian still admired Vegeta. In the plot of Dragon Ball, Vegeta was portrayed very successfully. He gradually grew from a proud warrior to a responsible father and husband. In Dragon Ball Super, the protagonist's son Goku became a dog who only knew how to fight. Humph, you practiced all your fighting power just to learn such boring skills. Vegeta seemed to understand. That's about it. Luo Tian nodded gently, I'll give you the book. I've learned it. As long as I practice it well, I should be able to improve better. Tisk, I don't want this kind of junk. Vegeta shook his head decisively. Having said that, out of curiosity, Vegeta still flipped through the contents of the book. Ultimate freedom, without thinking through the brain, let each part of the body transcend instinct to perceive the danger around, perform conditioned reflex movements, and maximize the speed of movement and reaction ability. Conditions: have a peaceful heart, no distractions, optimistic and positive. When Vegeta saw the introduction of Ultra Freedom written on the scarlet page, he immediately showed a look of disdain. Without thinking with the brain? Let all parts of the body instinctively sense danger. Although Vegeta was only 5 years old, he quickly understood the meaning of this sentence. In other words, if you learn this, you will use it to avoid various dangers, right? You can understand it this way. Luo Tian nodded gently. Humph, Luo Tian, we are Saiyans. We are a fighting nation. Can we win the battle by just dodging? Vegeta's expression became more and more contemptuous. Luo Tian did not respond. Moreover, the training condition mentioned here is to have a peaceful heart? Don't be kidding. Vegeta smiled lightly. Have you ever heard of Super Saiyans? Have a peaceful heart? Super Saiyans are the most powerful warriors in this universe. And they are violent by nature. If you really have a peaceful heart, you will never become a Super Saiyan. What you said makes sense, so don't say anything more. Luo Tian replied. Vegeta. Chapter 2. Do you know healing? Luo Tian traveled through time. As a Dragon Ball fan, Luo Tian accidentally saw Bardas's book, and it seemed as if he had opened the door to a new world. He was deeply attracted by her story. On a night when the moon was above the willow branches, Luo Tian inexplicably traveled through time and became a Saiyan from planet Vegeta in the Dragon Ball world. While Luo Tian was confused and surprised, he was also excited and disappointed. I was excited that I finally traveled to the Dragon Ball world, and I was a Saiyan of the fighting nation. I was disappointed. I really wanted to be an angel. When Luo Tian was appreciating Dragon Ball Super, his favorite was the angels in Dragon Ball Super. Because the angels are true gods, with eternal life and omnipotence. Moreover, there are 3 very beautiful fairy sisters in the angels, namely Bardas from the 6th universe, Makarita from the 11th universe, and Kurz from the 10th universe. Especially Bardas, her Bunitsk Tisk. Although the skin color of the angels is different from that of the Saiyans or the Earthlings. But it doesn't matter. Since he is a god, it should be easy to change the color of his body, right? Luo Tian is the same age as Vegeta. His parents are the most outstanding fighters of King Vegeta and are elite warriors. Not long after Luo Tian was born, his parents were on a mission when their spaceship was hit by a devastating meteorite and died in space. Saiyans are a fighting nation. They have been fighting on alien planets for many years and many of them have died in battle. Therefore, on the huge planet Vegeta, the population is now only a few thousand people. There are many orphans like Luo Tian. Sometimes Luo Tian really wants to complain. Saiyans, who are known as a fighting nation, don't even have the most basic ability to survive in space. This alone is enough to be fatal. If they can't beat you, they can just destroy the planet you live on. How simple is that? Luo Tian's talent and qualifications are pretty good. His combat power reaches 600 when he is born, which is almost the same as Vegeta. When Luo Tian was 4 years old, he raised his combat power to 20,000. However, it was far from enough for Luo Tian. However, King Vegeta was trembling with fear. From that time on, Vegeta lived under the aura of Luo Tian's protagonist. However, fortunately, after that day, for some reason, Luo Tian's combat power continued to decline like a slide. King Vegeta secretly investigated and found that it seemed that the follower named Whis beside Beerus ate a sausage with a strange taste from Luo Tian. In return, he gave Luo Tian a book. During this year, Luo Tian has been studying the training methods in the book. Then, his combat power continued to decline. In just 1 year, Luo Tian's combat power has dropped to 200. King Vegeta felt relieved, but also a little heartbroken. A good genius fighter was just wasted. The follower beside Lord Beerus is really a pit. Also, what kind of sausage did you feed that Whis? How bad is it? Let him be so confused. Even King Vegeta once called Luo Tian to his side and told him earnestly not to study that strange book anymore. But Luo Tian was unmoved and continued to do his own thing, studying the cultivation method in the book seriously. King Vegeta did not persuade him again. In short, for King Vegeta and many Saiyans, Luo Tian was completely useless. However, Luo Tian was happy to do it. Others only thought that Whis was a follower of the god of destruction. But Luo Tian, a Dragon Ball fan, knew clearly that Whis was the real god. She was also the angel that Luo Tian wanted to be. In the power conference in the plot year, the losing universe would be wiped out by the king of all. All the gods and planets in that universe would disappear in an instant. Only the angels were left. Or it can be understood that even the god of destruction was actually the elite selected from the universe at the earliest. Angels are different. Angels are born gods and have extraordinary strength. Moreover, only by becoming an angel can you love Bardos and others better, right? As a human, what qualifications do you have to conduct more in-depth research with them? Then start practicing from Ultra Instinct. At least in the plot of Dragon Ball Super, Sun Wukong's Ultra Instinct is actually heading towards the path of an angel. But this road looks very difficult. However, as long as you can become a real angel, no matter how rough the road is, it is nothing to Luo Tian. After a year of hard research, Luo Tian finally dispersed most of the energy he had cultivated before, and finally condensed a relatively turbid angel power. Although it is turbid angel power, it also has some basic effects of angel power. What can angel power do? Through this year's research, plus the experience of Dragon Ball powder in his previous life, Luo Tian also has a clear understanding of angel power. Angel power is equivalent to a universal energy. Or it is more appropriate to call it the omnipotent magic energy. There is nothing you can't do except what you can't think of. Angel power can be transformed into, including but not limited to destruction, healing, repair, magic, fire, object control, insight, resurrection. You can even use the powerful angel power to turn back time and go back to a few minutes ago. Of course, the angel power that Luo Tian can condense now cannot turn back time because of its insufficient purity. Even so, for Luo Tian, it is also a small step towards the road of angels. In fact, to put it bluntly, the so-called practice of the ultimate freedom is the condensation of angel power. And in the process of this practice, Luo Tian will gradually comprehend the essence of the ultimate freedom. The reason why Luo Tian dispersed the energy he cultivated before was because those cultivated energies were useless and weak compared to the angel power. Don't think that the angel power condensed by Luo Tian now is not pure enough. According to Luo Tian's understanding of angelic power, if the purity of real angels' angelic power is 100, the purity of his current angelic power is only 1. However, if the angelic power with a purity of only 1 is converted into destructive power, it can also easily the destruction of heaven and earth. If we have to assign a combat power to this little bit of angel power, Luo Tian thinks that the combat power of this thing must be at least 1 billion. This is still the angel power with a purity of only 1. The main reason is that Luo Tian has not completely dissipated his own energy. If all his energy is dissipated, Luo Tian thinks that the purity of his angel power will increase, and the combat power will increase exponentially. Luo Tian looked up at the starry sky and shook his head vigorously. I am thinking about it again. In the starry sky, spaceships landed on planet Vegeta from time to time. Seeing more and more Saiyans returning to planet Vegeta, Luo Tian felt mixed emotions. According to the timeline, Frieza will destroy planet Vegeta soon. It's time to leave this planet. Luo Tian doesn't want to be a hero and play the cliché of saving planet Vegeta. Besides, the real mastermind behind the destruction of planet Vegeta was not Frieza, but the god of destruction Beerus. It's not that the god of destruction Beerus has a grudge against the Saiyans, but the existence of planet Vegeta has seriously affected the balance of the universe. Of course, Frieza also has some intention of taking revenge. Vegeta, have you considered going to fight on an alien planet recently? I can take you to a good place. Luo Tian turned around and asked Vegeta before leaving. Luo Tian thought about leaving planet Vegeta with Vegeta's spaceship, and did not intend to provoke Frieza. Luo Tian's principle of action is to grow up slowly, become an angel, and marry Bardas's home. What? Do you want to follow me to fight on an alien planet? Vegeta quickly understood Luo Tian's meaning. When do you plan to leave? Luo Tian asked. Humph, I won't take you with me. You'll only hold me back if you go. Vegeta snorted, holding his head high. Your combat power is only 100. It's embarrassing enough for a prince like me to take you out. Don't you know that I practice healing? Luo Tian smiled mysteriously. Healing? Vegeta was obviously stunned, looking at Luo Tian without blinking. Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta suddenly thought of the situation when Luo Tian just restored the broken detector. Think of it, right? I can even restore a detector, let alone your injury. Luo Tian smiled, if you don't believe me, I'll let you try now. Try. Vegeta was stunned again. Chapter 3 Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. Swish. Luo Tian moved and appeared behind Vegeta in an instant. The speed was so fast that even Vegeta didn't react. Vegeta rubbed his eyes vigorously, shook his head, and looked around for Luo Tian's whereabouts. Behind. Luo Tian's voice sounded behind Vegeta. Vegeta was startled, turned his head mechanically, and stared at Luo Tian behind him with wide eyes. Bang! Luo Tian slapped over with a palm, hitting Vegeta's back neck on the spot. Of course, Luo Tian added a little bit of angel power to this palm, transforming the angel power into high-intensity energy. Luo Tian did not transform the angel power into destruction. If it was transformed into destruction, Vegeta might be beaten into slag by Luo Tian's palm. Even so, Vegeta was slapped forward, and at the same time, blood was sprayed from his mouth. Pa! Vegeta fell to the ground all of a sudden, lying on the ground, feeling that he was not well. Vegeta showed a look of shock, his face changed again and again, and there was endless horror in his eyes. I was injured by Luo Tian's palm? How is this possible? I must have been careless and didn't dodge. Yes, it must be like this. Otherwise, how could he, a man with a combat power of only 100, hurt me? In Vegeta's young mind, his thoughts were still relatively simple. I'll try to use the healing technique now. Luo Tian stepped forward, and a group of turbid angel power quickly covered Vegeta's body. Suddenly, Vegeta's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, Vegeta's injuries were completely recovered. Vegeta immediately jumped up from the ground, feeling the changes in his body with some shock. Luo Tian also sensed Vegeta's breath slightly and found that his combat power did not increase as a result. Because just now, Vegeta was not in a dying state, even if he was treated, his combat power would not double. Is it really cured? Vegeta was surprised. Am I right? Remember to call me when you leave. Remember, the planet I'm taking you to is very unique. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he flew into the sky and left quickly. Vegeta stayed where he was, and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Wait a minute, did I overlook something? You're just going to let it go about hurting me? Luo Tian flew up and soared over the blue planet Vegeta. It didn't take long. Then he returned to the town. The streets of the town were bustling at this time, and more Saiyans were summoned back by Frieza. It can be said that since Luo Tian was born, he has never seen so many Saiyan compatriots. Among these returning troops, Luo Tian found that Sun Wukong's father Bardock also came back on a spaceship. Bardock is Sun Wukong's biological father, and he also returned from outer space because of Frieza's summons. Bardock's appearance is very similar to Sun Wukong. The only difference is that there is a long scar on his face, which is the mark left by his battle. In addition, there is a furry tail behind him swaying in the wind. Bardock, long time no see, you are still alive. A Saiyan named Rutra greeted Bardock, who had just returned, with a smile. Why did Frieza summon us back? Bardock turned his head and asked Rutra, who had just spoken. Who knows? It is said that a superstar has been discovered. It takes a lot of Saiyans to attack it before it can be conquered. Rutra replied with a smile. Bardock fell into deep thought, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. By the way, those people from Frieza's army seem to be asking around about Super Saiyans. Rutra added. Super Saiyan? Bardock was slightly stunned. Is it the legendary Super Saiyan? Yes, that heroic legend. Rutra nodded proudly. Super Saiyan. A widely circulated hero among Saiyans. It is said that he is also the most powerful person in the universe. Of course, the universe mentioned here is not the 12 universes in the Saiyans' cognition, but the entire 7th universe. In my cognition, there are two types of Super Saiyans, one is the ordinary Super Saiyan, and the other is the legendary Super Saiyan. Luo Tian walked up and smiled slowly and methodically like a little adult. Seeing Luo Tian suddenly appear, Bardock and Rutra were both slightly stunned. Who did I think it was? Isn't this our genius boy Luo Tian? Rutra said with a smile, and couldn't help pressing the detector on his eyes. Then he was amazed and shook his head and sighed, you should check your combat power. I really don't know what happened to you. Your combat power is only 100. It's nothing. Luo Tian didn't care at all. Rutra. Bardock. Bardock also took a deep look at Luo Tian, his eyes full of questions. Bardock also heard a little about Luo Tian. After all, Luo Tian was once an outstanding genius warrior, and he had a combat power of 20,000 when he was 4 years old. It's only been a year, and his combat power has become 100. What's going on? Of course, Bardock didn't know about Luo Tian's learning of the strange book because he had been fighting outside for many years. Tisk, you sound like you know a lot about Super Saiyans. Rutra laughed contemptuously, you should take a good look at your combat power value, a good genius is just wasted. How much do you know about Super Saiyans, Luo Tian? Bardock asked curiously. As I said just now, Super Saiyans are divided into ordinary Super Saiyans and legendary Super Saiyans. Luo Tian replied with a smile, the legendary Super Saiyan is a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years, so we Saiyans can forget about it. But you can become an ordinary Super Saiyan through hard training. Bardock showed a thoughtful expression. Ha ha ha. Rutra on the side laughed loudly. Luo Tian, the last sentence you said was that we can become ordinary Super Saiyans through hard training, why didn't you count you? Rutra teased. I'm afraid I can't become a Super Saiyan, Luo Tian sighed. Is it because you are already useless? Rutra sneered again. No, I might skip the Super Saiyan transformation and become the Super Saiyan God. Luo Tian looked up at the sky and said slowly. Rutra. Bardock. You are really good at bragging. I can't keep up with your pace. Also, if you want to become a Super Saiyan, you first need to have a certain amount of S cells, and the way to produce these S cells is very simple, that is, to have a peaceful heart. Luo Tian smiled and simply said to Bardock and Rutra. S cells. Peaceful heart. Rutra was stunned, what kind of mess are you talking about? Bardock, you are very good, your state of mind is relatively peaceful, and S cells have been born in your body, but it is far from enough. Luo Tian ignored Rutra, but looked at Bardock and said, however, as long as you keep your current mentality, I believe that you will become a real Super Saiyan soon. Will I become a real Super Saiyan? Bardock was stunned for a moment. Ha ha ha, Bardock, you're not serious, are you? Rutra laughed even more happily. Luo Tian shook his head and didn't argue with Rutra. The reason why he said this to Bardock was because Luo Tian knew that at the moment when planet Vegeta was destroyed, Bardock might travel to 1,000 years ago. The legend of Super Saiyan actually came from Bardock. Let me complete this story. Luo Tian was just about to leave. Two guards came quickly from a distance and landed beside Luo Tian. Luo Tian, His Royal Highness said that we should gather at the spacecraft launch base at 10 o'clock tonight. No one will be waiting after that time. One of the guards stepped forward and said. Wear the detector next time, so it will be convenient for communication. Another guard pointed to the detector on his eyes. Next time? Got it. Thank you for your help. Luo Tian nodded. Next time. If my estimate is correct, planet Vegeta will suffer a devastating blow soon. There will be no next time. After the two guards finished speaking, they immediately said goodbye. Luo Tian, are you going out? Bardock was slightly stunned. Chapter 4 The Exiled Child of Destiny. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. Didn't Frieza say that? Don't let us leave planet Vegeta for the time being. Rudra said in a muffled voice. That's his business, it has nothing to do with me. Luo Tian shook his head and turned away. This kid is really arrogant. Rudra gritted his teeth. Does he really think he is still the genius boy he used to be? Bardock looked at Luo Tian's departing back, without saying a word, but his expression was a bit solemn. Super Saiyan. Bardock muttered to himself. Then, Bardock walked back to his residence. Jine, I'm back. Bardock greeted his wife Jine, who was cutting meat in the room. Bardock's wife, Jine, the mother of Sun Wukong, is a logistics staff member, mainly responsible for logistics work such as food for fighters. Not all Saiyans are fighters, and a large part of them become auxiliary logistics staff because of their low combat effectiveness. After all, the strength of a race is inseparable from logistics work. Because Jinna's combat power is relatively low, these are the only tasks she can do. Bardock. Jinna showed surprise on her face and went forward to hug Bardock. The couple had not seen each other for a long time, and it was rare for them to reunite today. Perhaps, today's reunion is also tomorrow's separation. As a fighting nation, reality is often so cruel. The streets are quite lively. Bardock sighed, I haven't seen such a grand occasion for a long time. Yes, everyone is back. Jinna nodded. Where is Raditz? Bardock asked. He went out to play, and he has become a fighter. He will soon partner with His Royal Highness Prince Vegeta to go to other planets. Jinna answered. His Royal Highness Prince Vegeta? Partnering with such a difficult guy. Bardock wiped his sweat silently. Yes. Jinna replied. Is Kakarot still in the incubator? Bardock asked again. He's been in there for 3 years. It's time for him to come out. Do you want to go see him? Jinna answered. Coming to the inner room, Bardock saw Kakarot sleeping in the incubator. Kakarot looked very similar to Bardock, and it was obvious that they were his biological children. He's grown up so much. Bardock sighed. Yes, he looks exactly like you, especially that unique hairstyle. Jinna nodded. A short silence. After dark, I'll steal a spherical spaceship and come back to exile this child to another planet. Bardock pondered. Hey? Why do you do this? Jinna was a little confused, and let him risk becoming an exiled child. This is for Kakarot's good. Bardock sighed softly. What happened? Jinna suddenly felt a little uneasy. Frieza is plotting something. I have a premonition of death. Bardock's face became heavier. That night, Bardock stole a spherical spaceship and stuffed Kakarot into it. Under the cover of night, Bardock carried the spaceship and brought Jin to a deserted mountain. In the deserted mountain, the wind was howling, with a hint of chill. There was not even a single person around. By the way, you're actually worried about your own child. This is really not like a Saiyan. Jin said with a smile. Maybe it was infected by your naivety. Bardock smiled. In the spaceship, Kakarot was also crying non-stop, as if he had a premonition that he would soon be separated from his parents. Kakarot, stop it. Bardock said. Bardock, let's run away together. Jin suggested. It's useless. The detector will soon be able to find us. Bardock shook his head and put the spaceship on the ground. The program is set to go to a distant planet called Earth. Jine operated the spaceship for a few times and said to Bardock and Kakarot in the spaceship, although the food on that planet is sufficient, the resources are not of great value. Instead, it is an inconspicuous good planet. If it's just Bardock worrying too much, we'll go over and take over soon. Remember, Don't stare at the full moon for too long. Bardock warned. I'll tell Raditz about this, too. Jain added. You must survive. Bardock waved to Kakarot in the spaceship. Goodbye. Jain was reluctant to leave. Kakarot stared at his parents with big eyes, and a question mark appeared on his tender baby face. Mom and Dad, don't you want me anymore? Swoosh. The spaceship took off and quickly left planet Vegeta under the gaze of Bardock and Jain. The story of Bardock and Jain is briefly described by Uncle Bird in Dragon Ball Negative. Please see the comic below. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Luo Tian appeared at the spaceship launch base on time. At this time, there were a total of 5 people gathered at the spaceship launch base. In addition to Vegeta, there are also Sun Wukong's brother Raditz, Nappa, and 2 other Saiyans. Of these 5 Saiyans, except for Nappa who has grown into a young man, the rest are about the same age as Luo Tian. Hey, Luo Tian, you are late. Raditz stepped forward. Thank you, you're welcome. Luo Tian replied. I'm not praising you. Raditz wiped his sweat. Let's go. Vegeta called out and ordered the people present. Hey, Your Highness Vegeta, can we go out now? Nappa was still a little worried. Didn't Lord Frieza say that we should all stay on planet Vegeta and not go out? Humph, where should this prince go? Does he care? Vegeta snorted, you can go or not. Nappa lowered his head and quickly said that he would go together. A minute later. Swoosh. A small spaceship broke through the planet's atmosphere and flew into the starry sky. The vast starry sky, the vast universe. A flat round spaceship was circling back and forth in the star field near planet Vegeta. On the spaceship sat the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. Frieza smiled and sat in the stroller, with endless teasing in his eyes. Note, many friends think that Frieza does not know Super Saiyan God, and it is impossible for him to say so, but in the 18th Broly movie, Frieza did say so, probably to connect with the plot of Dragon Ball Super. The settings used in this book are based on the latest Dragon Ball Super comics, including Apprentice Angel Myers, Granola, Black Gold Frieza, etc., which will appear in the future timeline. Mr. Frieza, I think this is just a cliched heroic legend. Balibulus shook his head. Balibulus is a frog-like follower, and is also Frieza's nanny, responsible for his food and daily life. Of course I know, but I can't tolerate any uneasiness. Frieza snorted, and smiled at the blue planet Vegeta in the distant area, his eyes narrowed into triangles. Anyway, Saiyans are a group of extremely proud guys, they will never be my loyal slaves. It's time for them to be destroyed, but I, Frieza, have always been kind, so let them be destroyed with the planet. What a pity, Saiyans are excellent fighters after all. Balibulus sighed. Besides, this matter was ordered by Lord Beerus. Frieza suddenly added. Lord Beerus? Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Balibulus' voice became trembling. I don't want a third person to know about this. Frieza narrowed his eyes and glanced at Balibulus. As he was talking, a younger brother walked in from outside, ready to report something. Then he heard Frieza say, I don't want a third person to know. The younger brother didn't know at that time, and he couldn't go forward or retreat. Chapter 5 Leaving Planet Vegeta. What did you hear? Frieza smiled and looked at the younger brother who had just come in. Sir Frieza, I didn't hear anything. In fact, I'm deaf. The younger brother knelt down hurriedly. Oh? Really? Frieza smiled, and 2 beams of light shot out of his eyes. Sizzle. In just a moment, this younger brother of Frieza was electrocuted into ashes by these 2 beams of light, and he couldn't die anymore. Balibulus smiled, and didn't feel scared because of this, as if he was used to this kind of thing. But then again, how about that former Saiyan genius? Frieza asked with some curiosity. A great Lord Frieza, the man just came in to report about Luo Tian. Balibulus wiped his sweat. Frieza. 1 minute later. Another Frieza's younger brother walked in quickly and reported briefly about Luo Tian. Oh? The combat power dropped from 20,000 to 100? It only took 1 year? He is really a genius. Frieza looked at the younger brother with a smile. The younger brother didn't dare to raise his head, and knelt there honestly. I am still a little looking forward to it, and I even naively think that his combat power can be increased from 20,000 to 100,000. Frieza SA shook his head in disappointment. Sir Frieza, although the Saiyans are a fighting race, their basic combat power cannot be raised to such a high level unless they become giant apes. Bilibulu smiled contemptuously. Frieza did not continue the topic, but asked with a smile, how many Saiyans have returned to planet Vegeta now? In about a month, all the Saiyans outside will come back. Only a very small number of Saiyans will need more time to rush back. Bilibulu replied. I can't wait that long, so let's take action in a month. Frieza's smile became more and more sinister. Will this arouse suspicion from the survivors? Bilibulu asked. Haha, hey, just say that they were hit by a huge meteorite by chance. Frieza laughed wildly, laughing so hard that he fell backwards. As he was laughing, Frieza suddenly saw a small spaceship rising from planet Vegeta into the starry sky, streaking a bright flame in the air, and quickly flying towards the distant star field. Frieza's smile froze on his face, and his expression became ugly. Investigate immediately to see who is so bold. Dare to come out of planet Vegeta at this time. Bilibulu hurriedly ordered his younger brothers. The results of the investigation came out soon. Oh? Vegeta? Luotian. Frieza touched his chin thoughtfully, his eyes becoming colder. Sir Frieza, are you going to take them down? Bilibulu bowed and asked respectfully, and then he was a little worried, but if you take action against their prince at this time, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. The Saiyans who have rushed back from other places may stop, and your plan will. Bilibulu didn't say the rest, but the meaning was already very clear. Let them go. Frieza shook his head with a gloomy face. Indeed, if they chose to act at this time, the Saiyan prince would still die, and the Saiyans who got the news would not return to planet Vegeta. A short silence. Bilibulu, have you heard of raising pigs? Frieza suddenly laughed. What do you mean, Lord Frieza? Bilibulu looked confused. When raising pigs, you must first raise them white and fat, and then they will taste better. Frieza smiled as he looked at the small spaceship that was going away. Does Lord Frieza mean to raise Vegeta and the others as pigs? Bilibulu suddenly realized. That's exactly what I meant. Let's keep them. Frieza smiled. Are there too many pigs? Bilibulu asked. Frieza thought about it and felt that there were indeed too many pigs, so he ordered, then keep Vegeta and Luotian, and keep 2 Saiyans at random, so that there will be 4 pigs in total. Ha ha ha, if we add 1 more, we will have the same number as the Jinyu force. Bailey Blue laughed. Just after laughing, Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu force walked in, revealing a black line on his forehead. Bailey Blue, you are going too far, we are not pigs. Jinyu looked dark and glared at Bailey Blue. Ha ha ha, just kidding, just kidding. Bailey Blue scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Is there something wrong? Frieza turned his head and looked at Jinyu. Sir Frieza, this time we attack planet Vegeta, our Jinyu force is willing to be the vanguard. Jinyu bowed. No need to be so troublesome, a planet-destroying bomb, no one can escape. Frieza waved his hand indifferently. Are you going to destroy planet Vegeta? Jinyu said with some regret, the resources on that planet are pretty good. Isn't it a pity to destroy it? SA became gloomy. I suddenly feel that I haven't seen the fireworks of planet destruction for a long time. Jinyu reacted very quickly and laughed. The gloom on Frieza's face gradually turned into a smile. Swoosh! As he was talking, another spherical spaceship flew into the starry sky and passed by Frieza's spaceship. Frieza! Who is it again? Frieza narrowed his eyes. Sir Frieza, it's a Saiyan baby with a combat power of only 2. A subordinate came to report immediately. Do you want to shoot it down? Bilibulu asked. Combat power of only 2? Frieza laughed at that time. Let him go, even if he grows up, he won't have any future. In Luotian's spaceship. After flying for about an hour, Luotian looked back and found that the spaceship of Frieza's army did not catch up. Your Highness Vegeta, which planet are we going to next? Raditz asked. Luotian, what do you think? Vegeta turned his head and asked Luotian. How many spherical spaceships are there on our spaceship? Luotian did not answer this question, but asked casually. How many are there? It seems that there are 4. Raditz rubbed his head and answered, after all, our spaceship is not very big, and there are only 4 such spherical mini spaceships. That's great, except for me and Vegeta, the 4 of you can each have 1, and you can go. Luotian ordered. Raditz's smile gradually froze. Naba looked stunned. The other two Saiyans were also confused. Hey, Luotian, aren't you going to bring them along to play? Vegeta asked Luotian in a low voice. Luotian nodded. What's the point of bringing so many people along? It doesn't make much sense. Besides, the target is too big, and it's easy for Frieza's people to find it. Did you hear me? You four, get out of here. Vegeta made a prompt decision and ordered Raditz, Nappa, and the other four people very impolitely. Nappa. Raditz. The other two Saiyans. They asked us to start a group, but you two went solo? Too much. Raditz muttered, and he didn't dare to disobey and immediately entered the spherical spaceship. Nappa and the other two Saiyans also entered the other two spaceships. Swish, swish, swish. 4 spaceships were launched from the small spaceship, leaving 4 bright flames in the universe. Chapter 6 I'm not interested in Super Saiyans. Hey, Luotian. Vegeta was about to speak. But Luotian gently waved his hand to stop Vegeta from continuing. Then, Luotian pointed to the detector on Vegeta's eyes. Vegeta was not stupid, he immediately understood, took off the detector, and blocked the mouth of the microphone with his fingers. What? You want to tell me something, are you afraid that others will hear it? Vegeta snorted and looked at Luotian strangely. I just don't want to cause some unnecessary trouble. Luotian smiled slightly. Are you doubting that guy Frieza? Are you worried that he is eavesdropping on our conversation? Vegeta quickly reacted. You are so good. Vegeta gave a thumbs up. Tisk, you don't need to praise me. Vegeta snorted and asked casually, tell me, what is the name of that unique planet you mentioned? Namek. Luotian said word by word. The vast starry sky, the boundless universe. Frieza's spaceship. Frieza was still sitting in the stroller, with a faint smile on his face. But there was a hint of coldness in Frieza's smile. Mr. Frieza, according to the latest intelligence, 4 mini-spherical spaceships were separated from Vegeta's spaceship. The younger brother stepped forward to report, Nappa, Raditz and 2 other unimportant Saiyans left on these 4 spherical spaceships. Oh? Separated. Frieza narrowed his eyes. It seems that the little prince of the Saiyans and the former genius warrior Luotian intend to act alone. Balibula pondered. Dodoria, Xiao Xiaolaya. Frieza called out. After the words fell, Dodoria and Xiao Xiaolaya walked in quickly from outside and immediately bowed to Frieza. Dodoria and Xiao Xiaolaya are brothers. They look almost the same. They are broad and fat, with pink skin and ugly tumors on their skin. You two will act separately. One of you will kill the 2 unimportant Saiyans except Nappa and Raditz, and the other will go and bring Vegeta and Luotian to me. Frieza made a prompt decision and said with a smile, although they are just 2 unimportant little monkeys, we should still catch them and raise them like pigs. Yes. Lord Frieza. The 2 Dodoria brothers saluted together. I want to let them know that no matter what conspiracy they play, they are nothing in front of absolute strength. Frieza sneered repeatedly. The 2 Dodoria brothers did not say a word. Go. Frieza waved his hand. Before leaving. Don't underestimate the enemy. Frieza ordered again. The 2 brothers left and walked towards the spacecraft launch bay. Hey, Dodoria, how about I go and catch Vegeta? Xiao Xiaolaya suggested. Xiao Xiaolaya, with your little fighting power, aren't you afraid of capsizing in the gutter? Dodoria snorted, you have to understand that the fighting power of Vegeta's little monkey is at least 15,000. My fighting power is 17,000, 2,000 higher than his. Xiao Xiaolaya patted his chest confidently, and the tumor on his body trembled slightly. Don't forget, there was a former genius warrior Luotian, whose fighting power once reached 20,000. Dodoria frowned. Brother, don't worry, isn't that kid named Luotian already useless? Xiao Xiaolaya said with a smile. Dodoria fell into deep thought, a little hesitant. Dodoria, my good brother, don't worry, nothing will happen. Xiao Xiaolaya smiled, they are just 2 Saiyan brats, can they really turn the world upside down? Then you should be careful, don't be careless. Dodoria finally made up her mind and nodded in agreement. Wait for my good news. Xiao Xiaolaya got into the spherical spaceship. Luotian's spaceship. Namek? Is there anything special about that planet? Vegeta was slightly stunned. You will know when you go there. Luotian smiled said. Humph, so mysterious. Vegeta snorted, and rolled his eyes. Luo Tian was not angry. Because Luo Tian knew clearly that Vegeta was such an unruly character. Luo Tian liked the unruly Vegeta. If he was trained to be a well-behaved little sheep, then he would not be Vegeta. But then again, Luo Tian, your healing technique is definitely tailor-made for this prince. Vegeta's face showed excitement, with endless expectations in his eyes. As long as the two of us cooperate well, this universe will belong to the two of us in the future. When I become the emperor of the universe, I will make you my general. After saying that, Vegeta seemed a little thirsty, walked to the bar of the spaceship, poured a glass of water, and drank it down. Luo Tian ignored Vegeta's words, but sighed softly, looked at Vegeta and asked, "My prince, what is your biggest wish?" "Biggest wish? Why do you ask that?" Vegeta finished drinking the water, wiped the water stains from the corners of his mouth, was slightly startled, and was a little confused. Luo Tian smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice, "Think about it carefully, it is related to our trip to Namek this time." Namek? Wish? Vegeta fell into deep thought. What does Namek have to do with my wish? I really don't understand. What is my biggest wish? I remembered. Of course my biggest wish is to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta said quickly, "You said can you help me fulfill this wish on Namek? This kind of thing does not need to be completed on Namek, I can help you complete it." Luo Tian replied. You? You can make me a Super Saiyan? Don't be ridiculous. Vegeta snorted, "If you can make me a Super Saiyan, why don't you become a Super Saiyan first?" "I'm not interested in Super Saiyans." Luo Tian shook his head. "Then what are you interested in?" Vegeta asked curiously. "Angels." Luo Tian said. "Angels again? Is that the kind of angelic power you mentioned?" Vegeta was surprised, the kind of magical power with healing ability. Luo Tian did not answer. "Strange guy, he's not interested in Super Saiyans." Vegeta muttered in a low voice, and then asked curiously, "Then tell me, how can I become a Super Saiyan?" Chapter 7 Someone is chasing me. If you want to become a Super Saiyan, the first thing you need to do is to have a peaceful heart. Luo Tian sighed, "So from now on, you have to keep your mind peaceful." "Tisk, I don't want to keep a peaceful heart, don't lie to me, that's the basis for you to practice angel power. I don't want to be a healer, I want to be a powerful warrior. A warrior who presses Frieza to the ground and rubs him." Vegeta looked up at the starry sky, with endless expectations in his eyes. Vegeta at this age is most likely to fantasize. So much so that he still lives in illusions when he grows up. Luo Tian suddenly turned his head and glanced quickly at the back. "What?" Vegeta also turned his head and looked back. "Someone is catching up." Luo Tian suddenly said. "Someone is chasing us? Is it Frieza's people?" Vegeta was slightly stunned, and immediately picked up the detector and quickly put it on his eyes. Beep. Suddenly, a combat power value was displayed on the detector. Combat power 17,000. Vegeta's face changed again and again, and his voice became a little trembling. 2,000. Luo Tian said calmly. Vegeta turned his head mechanically, looked at Luo Tian with some fear, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists tightly. "It's Dodoria's younger brother, Xiao Xiaolia. What does Frieza want to do? Maybe he just wants to invite us to have tea and chat." Luo Tian smiled. "Humph, do you think it's possible?" Vegeta immediately took off the detector, plugged the microphone, and rolled his eyes. "Hurry up and find a planet with a moon to land. This prince will turn into a giant ape to destroy him. There is no need for that. Have you forgotten that I can heal you?" Luo Tian smiled indifferently. "As long as you are seriously injured by him, I will give you another treatment, and your combat effectiveness will be greatly improved." Vegeta's eyes lit up at that time, and he smiled foolishly at the starry sky outside. "Yes. I have an excellent treatment. What else should I be afraid of?" "Wait a minute, you don't have a detector, how do you know someone is chasing you?" Vegeta asked strangely. "I told you before, don't rely on the detector." Luo Tian smiled. "You have to learn to sense the other party's breath, so as to know the strength and location of the other party. There is such a magical skill." Vegeta was surprised. "You still have a lot to learn." Luo Tian smiled slightly. "Humph, you sound like you know a lot more than me." Vegeta rolled his eyes. "Stop talking nonsense, find a planet to land on. After all, we Saiyans can't survive in outer space, this is our biggest shortcoming. Luo Tian also sighed helplessly. Although Luo Tian can already condense the power of angels with low purity, but it does not mean that Luo Tian has become an angel and can survive in the universe. That is obviously it is not very realistic. If you want to become a real angel, you still have a long way to go. At least comprehending the true ultimate freedom is the first step. Luo Tian made a rough estimate. If the purity of angel power is cultivated to about 10, it should be possible to open the Super Saiyan God state. When the purity of angel power reaches about 15, it can almost open the Super Saiyan Blue. When the purity of angel power is cultivated to about 20, it can probably open the sign of ultimate freedom. When the purity of angel power is cultivated to 30, it should be possible to open the true ultimate freedom, that is, the silver hair state. Of course, these are just Luo Tian's calculations. Is there any connection between cultivating angel power and Super Saiyan God? Of course there is a connection. In fact, Super Saiyan God is the first step for Saiyans to become gods. This is a small step to transform energy into divine power. In his previous life, Luo Tian often saw some debates among Dragon Ball fans about Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. The main content of the debate is Super Saiyan 4 stronger, or is Super Saiyan God stronger? In fact, to put it bluntly, Super Saiyan 4 is the result of a quantitative change in energy, while Super Saiyan God is a process of qualitative change in energy. To say which one is more powerful. In Luo Tian's opinion, when the basics are not much different, the strength of Super Saiyan 4 is greater than or equal to Super Saiyan Blue. Why is it greater? Because Super Saiyan 4 takes a longer time to transform, even if it is unconscious, it can maintain that state. But Super Saiyan Blue can't do it. Therefore, even if the strength of both sides is equal, Super Saiyan Blue may lose in a protracted battle. Of course, these are just some of Luo Tian's speculations in his previous life, and whether they are accurate is not certain. Now that Luo Tian has traveled to the Dragon Ball world, he can take the opportunity to confirm which of the two sides is more powerful. Luo Tian felt that letting Vegeta go the Super Saiyan 4 route was the best choice. But before that, he had to solve the problem that Saiyans are most vulnerable to. As a fighting nation, Saiyans don't even have the ability to survive in outer space. This is what Luo Tian complained about the most. Xiao Shealaya. What are you chasing after me for? Vegeta had already contacted Xiao Shealaya through the detector. Vegeta, Lord Frieza asked you and Luo Tian to go back to see him immediately. Xiao Shealaya ordered. Humph, he has no control over where this prince goes. Vegeta snorted. Then I'll have to take you back myself. Xiao Shealaya snorted, according to my investigation, there doesn't seem to be any planet with a moon nearby. Your spaceship is not as fast as mine, you and Luo Tian better behave yourself. Even if there is no moon, I can beat you to a pulp. Vegeta snorted, how about we go to the planet in front to fight? Oh? It seems you are quite confident, Vegeta. Xiao Shealaya was happy at the time. Swoosh! Swish! The two spaceships streaked two bright flames in the starry sky and quickly fell towards a yellowish-brown planet in the distance. About a minute later, the spaceship landed on the planet. Crack! The hatch of the spaceship opened. Luo Tian and Vegeta flew out of the spaceship. This time, Vegeta did not carry a detector according to Luo Tian's suggestion. Vegeta also didn't want Frieza to know that Luo Tian could heal. The two sides met soon. Vegeta, you should take a good look at your combat power. Xiao Shealaya chuckled, my combat power is 17,000, and your combat power is only 15,000. I have to say that as the Prince of the Saiyans, your combat power is absolutely amazing. And, your combat power value has exceeded King Vegeta, right? Chapter 8 Are you treating Vegeta? Humph, what's this? Vegeta snorted. Luo Tian? This once genius warrior now has only 100 combat power? You are really a genius. The more you practice, the lower your combat power. Xiao Shealaya sighed with endless contempt. Luo Tian ignored him and disdained to do it himself. It's a good thing to have a little brother who likes fighting around you to fight. You two come together. Xiao Shealaya sneered and waved to Luo Tian and Vegeta. No need, I can deal with a guy like you by myself. Vegeta snorted coldly, and the energy on his body burst out, and bright flames bloomed and quickly spread all over his body. Then, Vegeta turned into a stream of light and rushed quickly towards Xiao Xiaolaya. Swish! The next moment, Vegeta's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Xiao Xiaolaya. In just a moment, Vegeta appeared behind Xiao Xiaolaya. Bang! Vegeta quickly punched and hit Xiao Xiaolaya's waist with one punch. Xiao Xiaolaya fell forward. Vegeta chased after him and kicked Xiao Xiaolaya with a big kick, kicking him to high in the sky. Swoosh! Vegeta soared into the sky, and with a move, he quickly appeared above Xiao Xiaolaya. Bang! Vegeta hit Xiao Xiaolaya in the chest with a hook. Suddenly, Xiao Xiaolaya fell from the sky like a cannonball, hitting the ground heavily, and leaving a human-shaped pit on the ground. Vegeta fell from the sky and stepped on Xiao Xiaolaya's head fiercely. Crack! The detector on Xiao Xiaolaya's eyes was also crushed by Vegeta. Vegeta jumped again, flew to a higher height, and ejected energy bombs from his hands. The energy bombs covered Xiao Xiaolaya below. Boom! The dust was flying at the location where Xiao Xiaolaya was, and rocks flew through the air. Pop! Vegeta landed opposite Xiao Xiaolaya. Huff, huff, huff. Vegeta was panting heavily, feeling exhausted. Just now, Vegeta could be said to have output his energy to the extreme. When the smoke gradually dissipated, Xiao Xiaolaya's safe and sound body was revealed. No, it can't be said to be safe and sound. Xiao Xiaolaya was covered in dust, and the armor on her body was broken by Vegeta. However, Xiao Xiaolaya was not seriously injured. After all, the difference in combat power was 2000, which was quite large. Not bad, Vegeta, the attack just now was very rhythmic. Xiao Xiaolaya smiled contemptuously and patted the dust on her body. What? Vegeta's face changed again and again. How is it? Vegeta. Xiao Xiaolaya walked towards Vegeta. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and fired an energy bomb at Xiao Xiaolaya. Bang! Xiao Xiaolaya slapped him hard, and immediately slapped the energy bomb that Vegeta had fired away. Vegeta's pupils shrank together, and his face became more and more ugly. Is it my turn to attack now? Vegeta. Xiao Xiaolaya laughed loudly, and walked towards the direction where Vegeta was. Not good. Vegeta gritted his teeth, rushed up quickly, and punched Xiao Xiaolaya's head. Pa! Xiao Xiaolaya raised her hand slightly and caught Vegeta's fist with her palm. What? Vegeta. Is this your attack? It seems that there is a difference of 2000 combat power, and this gap is not a little bit. Xiao Xiaolaya laughed loudly. Vegeta's face was extremely ugly. Bang! Xiao Xiaolaya slammed her forehead against Vegeta's head. Ah! Vegeta screamed, blood flowing from his forehead. Bang! Xiao Xiaolaya was not polite, she kicked Vegeta and kicked him into the air. Then, Xiao Xiaolaya quickly soared into the sky and appeared right above Vegeta. Ha ha ha! Xiao Xiaolaya laughed wildly and kicked Vegeta in the waist. Ouch! Vegeta screamed again, and the whole person fell from the sky like a meteor. Boom! Vegeta hit the ground of the planet heavily, the shaking ground shook violently, and left a big pit on the ground. Pa! Xiao Xiaolaya landed on the edge of the pit and stepped hard on the ground. Vegeta was shaken out of the pit by Xiao Xiaolaya and flew up to a height. Pa! Xiao Xiaolaya grabbed Vegeta's tail and lifted him up. Hey, don't die, Vegeta, my little Saiyan prince, Lord Frieza asked me to take him back alive. Xiao Xiaolaya said, without any courtesy, and slapped Vegeta's face twice. Xiao Xiaolaya didn't use harsh hands for these two slaps, fearing that he would be beaten to death by accident. After all, Frieza didn't want Vegeta's life for the time being, but just ordered Xiao Xiaolaya to take Vegeta and Luotian back. Vegeta spurted blood from his mouth, feeling that his life was about to come to an end. However, Vegeta thought of Luotian, a powerful healer, as a backup, and did not give up. Hey! Vegeta opened his mouth and bit Xiao Xiaolaya's hand. Xiao Xiaolaya screamed and smashed Vegeta to the ground. After Vegeta landed, he crawled towards Luotian in a panic. Humph, are you a dog? Xiao Xiaolaya rubbed his hand that was bitten by Vegeta, and said coldly, I didn't expect you to have the strength to escape. But, can you escape from my palm? As she said that, Xiao Xiaolaya looked at Luotian with a smile. Hey, Luotian, the former genius boy, are you going with me? Or do you want me to fix you like Vegeta and then go with me to see Mr. Frieza? Xiao Lia said to Luo Tian with interest. Wait a minute. Luo Tian said, and raised his right hand slightly, and a ball of turbid angel power appeared in his hand. Suddenly, the bright flames like stars quickly covered Vegeta's body. Vegeta's injuries also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. What are you doing? Xiao Lia was slightly stunned, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. It's okay, wait a moment, it will be fine soon. Luo Tian grinned. You're you treating Vegeta? Xiao Lia was not stupid, and she quickly reacted. Chapter 9 It's great to have a treatment like you. Congratulations, the answer is correct. Luo Tian nodded. Saiyans also know healing skills. Xiao Lia was slightly stunned, frowned, so, you don't improve your combat power just to learn healing. Okay, Vegeta. Luo Tian greeted Vegeta. Pa. Vegeta jumped up from the ground, quickly checked his body, an endless surprise suddenly appeared on his face. It's cured now. Xiao Lia frowned tightly. It's okay. Luo Tian said with a smile. Humph, even if you know healing skills, what can you do? Even if Vegeta recovers 2 or 3 times, he is still no match for me. Xiao Lia smiled contemptuously and pointed her hand at Luo Tian's body, but I won't let you attack me again. Before that, I'll beat you so hard that you can't take care of yourself. Boom. As she said that, Xiao Lia ejected an energy bomb from her hand. The energy bomb was towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't even dodge. Hey! Vegeta shouted loudly and slapped him hard, directly slapping the energy bomb ejected by Xiao Lia into the sky. What? Xiao Lia was stunned. She didn't expect Vegeta to be so fierce. Because in Xiao Lia's opinion, the energy intensity of the energy bomb just released could seriously injure both of them. Of course, Vegeta might dodge it. However, what surprised Xiao Lia was that Vegeta didn't dodge, and slapped the energy bomb he released away with a slap. Swoosh! Vegeta turned into a bright stream of light and rushed up quickly, hitting Xiao Lia's chest with his head. Puff! Xiao Lia spit out a large mouthful of blood, and her face turned pale instantly. Vegeta threw an uppercut and hit Xiao Lia's chin on the spot. Xiao Lia rolled in the air and fell to the ground, feeling that she was not feeling well. Puh! Vegeta spit out a mouthful of saliva, with a smug expression on his face. Xiao Lia wiped the blood from her mouth, climbed up from the ground with difficulty, looked at Vegeta in disbelief, and looked at Luo Tian near Vegeta, and was a little confused for a while. How is this possible? Xiao Lia looked shocked and asked strangely, why do I feel that your fighting power seems to have improved? Xiao Lia, don't you know? Vegeta chuckled. Know what? Xiao Lia was stunned. We Saiyans are reborn from the brink of death, and our combat power will be greatly improved. Vegeta laughed. Ya, what did you say? Xiao Lia's face changed again and again. Luo Tian, can you sense my combat power? Vegeta asked. About 18,000. Luo Tian pondered. Only increased by 3,000. Vegeta felt a little unhappy. Not bad, I'm afraid it won't increase anymore. Luo Tian said. Vegeta. What do you mean? What do you mean it won't increase anymore? Vegeta didn't think much about it. 3,000 is 3,000. Now my combat power is 18,000, 1,000 higher than this guy, which is more than enough to deal with him. In fact, it is said to be 1,000 higher combat power, but in actual calculation, Vegeta has an absolute advantage. Because before this, Xiao Lia had fought, consumed energy, and her combat power declined, and she was also injured. But Vegeta recovered completely, not only recovered to the peak, but also improved her combat power. Combat power 18,000? This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Xiao Lia shouted loudly, her eyes full of disbelief. You will know whether it is possible or not soon. Vegeta snorted coldly and quickly rushed to the opposite side of Xiao Lia. Xiao Lia was shocked, and his pupils were filled with endless fear. Go to hell! Vegeta kicked Xiao Lia and kicked him into the air. Boom! Vegeta released his own energy to the extreme, and the huge energy instantly swallowed Xiao Lia. When everything calmed down, Xiao Lia had been bombed into pieces by Vegeta. Huff, fu, fu. Vegeta was panting heavily, and his energy was also consumed greatly. Obviously, if you want to completely eliminate Xiao Lia, the price you need to pay is also very high. It can be said that Vegeta's energy has reached the bottom. Quick, Luo Tian, help me recover my energy. Vegeta ordered Luo Tian. Vegeta, don't rely on my healing skills for everything. Luo Tian sighed, for things like this to restore energy, just eat a chicken leg and something to restore it. Vegeta. Forget it. Vegeta didn't want to ask for help. Now that Xiao Lia is dead, Frieza may be able to locate us through the positioning system on our spaceship. Luo Tian pondered, it seems that we have to find a way to destroy the positioning system on the spaceship. Humph, no need to bother. Vegeta smiled proudly, I suddenly thought of a good way, maybe I can defeat Frieza. Oh? What? Luo Tian asked. You beat me half to death, and then heal me. In this way, my combat effectiveness will continue to improve. Vegeta showed a face of enthusiasm, and his young face was full of endless expectations. Ahem, such a good request, this is the first time I've heard of it. Luo Tian sighed. Humph, with your treatment, I will grow into a Super Saiyan very quickly. Vegeta laughed, stepped forward and patted Luo Tian on the shoulder, don't worry, Luo Tian. When I become a Super Saiyan and become the best in the universe, I will never treat you unfairly. It's okay for me to beat you half to death. Luo Tian shook his head gently. Are there any questions? Vegeta was stunned. I think it's necessary for you to figure out one thing first. Luo Tian replied. What is it? Vegeta asked curiously. Do you know how much Frieza's combat power is? Luo Tian asked. Humph, how much can it be? At most 200,000. Vegeta guessed, and smiled complacently, as long as my combat power exceeds 20,000, I can turn into a giant ape and rub him on the ground. Please recommend. Chapter 10. Do you know how powerful Frieza is? You underestimate Frieza too much. Luo Tian shook his head slowly. Then tell me, how powerful Frieza is? Vegeta asked. Luo Tian slowly stretched out 5 fingers. 500,000. Vegeta's face changed color slightly, but he was not too shocked. Then he lowered his head and analyzed, this guy's combat power is beyond my imagination. It seems that my combat power must be increased to more than 50,000, and then I can become a giant ape to rub him. You can become a giant ape, but Frieza can't transform. Luo Tian added lightly. What did you say? Frieza can transform? How is this possible? Vegeta's expression was stagnant for a moment, revealing a face of disbelief. As far as I know, Frieza can not only transform, but also transform several times. Luo Tian sighed. How many times can he transform? Vegeta couldn't help shivering. At least 3 times. Luo Tian said. Vegeta. Vegeta didn't want to talk anymore, his face was as ugly as it could be. As for the combat power, the first transformation, it seems that the combat power can reach 1 million. Luo Tian added. Combat power 1 million. Vegeta's voice decibel increased several times. Nothing to be surprised about. Luo Tian said. Vegeta. Because more surprises are still to come. Luo Tian replied. Vegeta. The second transformation, the combat power is at least 2 million. Luo Tian continued. Vegeta felt that the whole person was a little unnatural, and his expression was a little frozen. The third transformation, the basic combat power is about 3 million. Luo Tian said. 3 million. Vegeta was so scared that his face turned pale. That is to say, my basic combat power is at least 300,000, and I can only compete with this guy by turning into a giant ape. I haven't finished yet. Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta was silent. This is just Frieza's foundation. If Frieza raises all his energy, his maximum combat power can reach 120 million. Luo Tian said calmly. Vegeta's mouth twitched constantly, his body trembled, and he sat on the ground with a pale face. Vegeta gasped heavily, feeling as if he was about to suffocate. Combat power of 120 million? Is it true? If all this is true, I feel that he can kill me with a fart. Vegeta's mentality collapsed. If this is true, then, what a terrible monster this guy is. There was silence for 20 seconds. Vegeta slowly came back to his senses, rolled his eyes, and glanced at Luo Tian. This is impossible, you are making up nonsense. Stop scaring people there. I'm not lying to you, it was when the god of destruction Beerus was chatting with Whis beside him I heard it. Luo Tian casually gave a reason. God of destruction Beerus? Did he say that? Vegeta looked stunned. These are not the point. Luo Tian shook his head. Vegeta. You said so much, isn't this the point? Isn't Frieza's high combat power the point? The point is, with his combat power value, how many times do you have to be seriously injured to surpass him? Luo Tian sighed, let me calculate if you are lucky and only increase your combat power by 3000 points at a time, how many times in total? Vegeta. Vegeta felt heartbroken again. According to the combat power increase of 3000 points at a time, if you are seriously injured 1000 times, your combat power will reach 3 million. It takes 10,000 serious injuries to reach 300 million. Vegeta's mentality is a little bit overwhelmed. Seriously injured 10,000 times. Who can bear this? In fact, Vegeta doesn't know that after being reborn, after being on the verge of death, the increase in combat power will sometimes double. Of course, sometimes it will only increase a little. But, sometimes it will increase dozens of times. Just like the battle between Sun Wukong and Captain Jinyu on Namek in the plot. At that time, Sun Wukong's basic combat power was about 180,000. After being seriously injured by Vegeta, he was placed in the treatment cabin for treatment. When Sun Wukong's injuries recovered, his basic combat power increased to 3 million. Vegeta's is similar, but it can be slightly less than Sun Wukong's. Vegeta's combat power was 18,000 when he went to Earth. After being reborn from the brink of death, his combat power increased to 24,000. Vegeta was seriously injured in a battle with Sabo and was healed, and his combat power increased to about 35,000. Later, Vegeta encountered the Jinyu force again and was seriously injured again. After recovery, his combat power increased sharply, estimated to be more than 500,000. This is also the Jinyu team member Geese who fought with Vegeta. After seeing this combat power value, he naively thought that the detector was broken. It was because of this time that Vegeta's combat power increased wildly that he dared to fight Frieza, whose combat power reached 530,000. Next, Vegeta was hit hard by Krillin again. After being healed by Dende, his combat power increased to about 2.5 million. Even so, Vegeta is still no match for Frieza in the fourth form. However, in the later period, whether it is Sun Wukong, Vegeta, or even Son Gohan, they can no longer get energy through near death. Because this kind of improvement has a limit. They have already practiced to the limit. And, as far as I know, there is a certain limit to the improvement of combat power obtained in this way. Once a certain limit is reached, it will not be improved anymore. Luo Tian sighed, stepped forward and patted Vegeta on the shoulder, and advised, so, don't take this shortcut. Cultivation is a step-by-step process, not a one-shot process. Vegeta was silent, and his young mind was seriously hurt. Humph, according to the combat power value you said, even if you become a Super Saiyan, you may not be the opponent of Frieza, right? Vegeta's face was pale. Perhaps, Super Saiyan is a kind of transformation. Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta was stunned. For example, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, your strength will increase 50 times. Luo Tian said with a smile, so, how much combat power do you need to be able to pin Frieza to the ground? 3 million. Vegeta answered immediately. Congratulations, the answer is correct. Luo Tian nodded. Vegeta. Tisk, baseless nonsense. Vegeta snorted, is Super Saiyan a transformation? Let's go, don't worry about this issue anymore. Luo Tian walked towards the spaceship. Chapter 11 I'm afraid I can't become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta quickly followed and asked, so Luo Tian, what about you? Me? Luo Tian was stunned. Are you going to be this healer forever? Vegeta asked, don't you want to become a Super Saiyan? No. Luo Tian answered very straightforwardly. Vegeta was speechless. In my current state, I'm afraid I can't become a Super Saiyan anymore. Luo Tian shook his head. Is it because of the fact that I can't become a Super Saiyan God? Vegeta asked. Yes. Luo Tian nodded and added, but I may become a Super Saiyan God. Vegeta. Vegeta didn't want to talk anymore. You're really good at bragging. I can't keep up with your pace. Humph, then let's compare the two of us, who is more powerful, the Super Saiyan or the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta snorted. After all, he was a child, and although his mentality was a little broken just now, he quickly forgot about Frieza's terrible fighting power. Is there any need to compare? Super Saiyan God has 2 more words than Super Saiyan, so of course Super Saiyan God is more powerful. Luo Tian smiled. Is there anyone who compares like you? Vegeta shouted angrily. Luo Tian ignored Vegeta and appeared next to the spaceship. But then again, how can we destroy the positioning system of our spaceship? Vegeta asked. If it doesn't work, go find a scientist and see if he can find the locator inside the spaceship. I'll try first. Luo Tian said, slowly raised his hand and put it on the spaceship. Pop! Luo Tian released the turbid angel power in his hand. In just a moment, the angel power covered the spaceship. What? Can your so-called angel power also destroy the positioning system of the spaceship? Vegeta was stunned. Okay, it's been destroyed. Luo Tian nodded. Is it that simple? Vegeta's eyes widened, and he immediately flew to the spaceship where Xiao Xiaolai was, and manipulated the console for a few times, trying to find the location of his spaceship. Beep, lost contact, please search again. This line of text appeared on the display. Vegeta's face was stunned, a little dazed. Is it solved? Swish. Vegeta quickly returned to Luo Tian's side, looked at Luo Tian and asked, do you usually study science and technology? Let's go. Luo Tian did not answer this question. In fact, Luo Tian just tried to find the spaceship positioning system through the power of angels, but he didn't expect to find it. Since it can be found, it would be too easy to destroy it. Luo Tian used a trace of angel power to destroy the locator. The reason why Luo Tian wanted to destroy the spaceship's locator was not because he was afraid of Frieza. Luo Tian didn't want Frieza to harass Namek during this period. After all, Luo Tian will go to Namek with Vegeta next. If Frieza knows Luo Tian's whereabouts, he will definitely send people to chase him. It's not enough to have so many annoying flies following him. Now, for Luo Tian, he has a biggest shortcoming. That is, he can't survive in outer space. If you meet an opponent like Frieza, if Frieza doesn't have a playful mentality, he will directly destroy the planet you live on. Then, even if Luo Tian can condense the power of angels, he will die in outer space. Although the power of angels can also be transformed into air, how long can it last in outer space? So what Luo Tian wants to do most now is to find a way to solve this shortcoming as soon as possible. Luo Tian has already thought of the solution. That is to make a wish to the dragon through the dragon of Namek, so that he can have the ability to survive in outer space. I believe that with the ability of the dragon of Namek, it should not be difficult to fulfill this wish. Luo Tian and Vegeta boarded the spaceship. Swoosh! The spaceship turned into a bright stream of light, quickly left the Earth yellow planet, flew into the starry sky, and entered the universe. Namek, here I come. Another star field. A certain planet. Dodoria easily killed the other 2 Saiyans except Raditz and Nappa. Nappa and Raditz were trembling with fear. After all, Dodoria's combat power was there, and it had reached a height of 23,000. Humph, this is the consequence of your unauthorized actions. Dodoria's face was cold, and he squinted at Nappa and Raditz. The corners of Nappa and Raditz's mouths twitched constantly, and sweat broke out on their faces. But Lord Frieza is still very kind. As long as you two are obedient, he will not hurt you. Dodoria said with a smile. Nappa and Raditz did not speak. Keep in touch, be available at any time, and obey Lord Frieza's orders. Can you do it? Dodoria asked with a smile. Nappa and Raditz nodded vigorously. That's good. Dodoria stepped forward. Nappa and Raditz's bodies trembled more violently, and it felt like their legs were out of control. In the face of absolute strength, the two knew clearly that even if they ran away, they would be caught and killed. Okay, I'm leaving. You two take care of yourselves. After Dodoria finished speaking, he did not continue to embarrass them and rode away on the spaceship. After entering the spaceship, Dodoria immediately tried to contact his younger brother Xiao Xiaolai. However, there was no signal from Xiao Xiaolai. What's the situation? Dodoria suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be my brother has met with an accident? Dodoria became more and more uneasy. Then, Dodoria immediately pressed a few buttons on the control panel of the spaceship. Pop! In just a moment, the control panel showed the location of Xiao Shaiala's spaceship. Dodoria went to search for Luo Tian's spaceship again. Beep, lost contact, please search again. Dodoria was stunned for a moment, and her face changed color. After a brief hesitation, Dodoria immediately contacted Frieza's spaceship. Frieza's spaceship. Frieza sat in the stroller and looked at the blue planet Vegeta from the window. From this area, planet Vegeta has some of the color of the Earth, shining like a sapphire. Note, in the earliest theatrical version, the color of planet Vegeta was somewhat similar to that of Jupiter. But in the later theatrical version of New Broly, the color of planet Vegeta was changed to blue. The settings of this book are subject to the latest theatrical version or Dragon Ball Super Comics. Sir Frieza, Dodoria has successfully completed the mission and is returning. Bailey Blue stepped forward and said respectfully. Chapter 12. He will become your rival in love and hate. Does he have anything else to say? Frieza asked without turning his head. He said that his brother Dodoria has lost contact, and Vegeta and his spaceship have also completely lost contact. Bailey Blue replied, just now, after our technicians investigated, they did find that Vegeta and his spaceship had lost track. Oh? So they have destroyed the positioning system. Frieza was not surprised. Maybe. Bilibulu nodded. Give orders, report immediately if you find their whereabouts. Frieza ordered Bilibulu. Okay, Mr. Frieza. Bilibulu bowed. So Xiao Shaolai may have been killed by Vegeta and Luo Tian, right? Frieza's face was a little gloomy, his eyes narrowed, and his anger emerged. Frieza was not angry because of the death of a subordinate. But he felt that he underestimated Vegeta and Luo Tian, the two little Saiyans. Dodoria applied to go to the location of Xiao Shaolai's spaceship to see. Bilibulu continued. Let him go. Frieza nodded without objection. An hour later, a flat round spaceship landed on the planet where Luo Tian and his team had landed before. Dodoria quickly found his brother's spaceship. Then, Dodoria looked around and found traces left by the battle between Vegeta and Xiao Shaolai. Among these traces, Dodoria keenly discovered the wreckage left by Xiao Shaolai. Dodoria stepped forward and picked up a piece of his brother's skull, and his face became extremely ugly. Xiao Shaolai! You idiot! I told you to be careful, but you didn't listen. As a result, you were killed by Vegeta, right? Dodoria clenched his fists tightly, shaking with anger. Then, Dodoria left the planet on a spaceship without stopping at all. Vegeta, Luo Tian, come on, I'm waiting, I must destroy you too. Revenge for my brother. Dodoria shouted loudly in the spaceship, venting her anger. Luo Tian and Vegeta's spaceship were still moving fast in the starry sky. Luo Tian also destroyed the monitoring system on Vegeta's detector. This angel power is really handy to use. It is worthy of being a real divine power. You mean, can any wish be fulfilled on Namek? Vegeta showed a look of surprise. Yes, that thing is called Dragon Ball. Luo Tian had nothing to hide, and introduced with a smile, a total of 3 wishes can be fulfilled, 1 wish for each of us, have you thought about your wish? Of course my wish is to become a Super Saiyan, what's so strange about that? Vegeta answered without hesitation, and couldn't help asking Luo Tian, what is your wish? To become a Super Saiyan God. No, I want the ability to survive in outer space, that's all. Luo Tian replied. The ability to survive in outer space? What's so good about this wish? It's so flashy. Vegeta looked at Luo Tian strangely. I don't want to die in space one day. Luo Tian smiled. Whatever you want. Vegeta shook his head, thinking Luo Tian was too stupid, and then muttered in a low voice, I've heard that Namekians have all kinds of magical abilities, but I didn't expect that they can also make Dragon Balls and realize 3 wishes through Dragon Balls. So, when you get to Namek, you should be polite to the people on that planet. If you just do it blindly, you won't get any wishes. Luo Tian nodded and gave Vegeta another order. Humph, you don't need to teach me how to do things, of course I know how to do it. Vegeta stood at the window, looking at the vast starry sky, and couldn't help humming. As he was talking, Vegeta suddenly found a spherical spaceship flashing in the starry sky and flying in another direction. Vegeta looked from a distance, and at the moment the spaceship turned, he saw a child in the spaceship. Is that a Saiyan? Vegeta was stunned, stepped forward to pick up the detector, and pressed the button on the detector. Beep combat power 2. Vegeta quickly detected the opponent's combat power value through the detector. Vegeta. I remember, that little guy is Bardock's son, what's his name? Vegeta thought in a low voice. Kakarot. Luo Tian said. Yes, Kakarot, a low-level warrior, is so pitiful, with a combat power of only 2. Vegeta shook his head, it's really embarrassing for us Saiyans. Sometimes, low-level warriors can surpass genius warriors through hard training. Luo Tian answered. Don't brag, this is absolutely impossible. Vegeta snorted, expressing his disbelief. Vegeta, I calculated with my fingers, and the man named Kakarot may become your rival in love and hatred in this life. Luo Tian sighed. Vegeta. Love and hate? Is Kakarot a girl? Vegeta was stunned, no, I clearly see that he is a boy. Luo Tian wiped his sweat silently. How what? Do you think that guy will be my opponent? Vegeta looked disdainful. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. Tisk, baseless nonsense. Vegeta snorted, which planet is he going to? Was he just exiled from planet Vegeta by my father? Or did Bardock secretly release him? Looking at the trajectory of the spacecraft, it is very likely to go to Earth. Luo Tian said. Vegeta stepped forward to investigate the information of the Earth, and his face showed disappointment. This planet has no value, but the food on the planet is quite sufficient. Paused. Vegeta continued, I know, it should be that Kakarot's father thought his son was too useless and couldn't accept the cruel competition of the Saiyans, so he sent him to that planet. Well, just like my younger brother Tarbal, my father also thought he was useless, so he sent him to a planet with not much resources. Luo Tian said no more, but continued to study his own angel power. Humph, I'll go to sleep first. Vegeta went to sleep in the sleeping cabin. Time passed day by day. 10 days later. Luo Tian stood at the window of the spacecraft and saw a relatively large green planet in the distant area. It was Namek. Please recommend. By the way, where have you seen the Dragon Ball Super comics? Chapter 13. Why did your combat power disappear? Vegeta also came over to take a look, and couldn't help saying, this planet is not small. However, after Vegeta finished speaking, he used the detector to check Luo Tian's combat power value. After seeing this, Vegeta couldn't help but pat the detector, revealing a confused face. What's the situation? Why doesn't the detector show your combat power? Is there a malfunction? Vegeta took the detector off his eyes and looked through it carefully. Because I have no combat power anymore. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Ya, what did you say? Vegeta was stunned for a moment. It means literally. Luo Tian said. Looking at your expression, you seem to be quite excited. Vegeta was speechless, looking at Luo Tian as if he was looking at a fool. It doesn't matter. Luo Tian smiled. After 10 days of practice, Luo Tian finally dispelled all the energy in his body. Now Luo Tian only has divine power left. And the purity of Luo Tian's angel power, after eliminating all the energy, suddenly soared from 1 to 5. It seems that the energy cultivated before still has a certain impact on the purity of angel power. The purity of angel power has reached 5. From now on, let me concentrate on practicing angel power. There is no more extra energy to distract these angel powers. Remember, be polite when you see Namekians, understand? Luo Tian looked at Namek in the distance and reminded Vegeta again. Humph, are you teaching me how to do things? Vegeta snorted, looking unhappy. Let's go, land on Namek. Luo Tian didn't say much, and controlled the spaceship to slowly land on Namek and appeared near a village. The spaceship stopped steadily and the hatch opened. Luo Tian and Vegeta flew out of the spaceship and appeared in the village. At this time, the young men in the village went out to work, leaving only 3 old men in the village to bask in the sun. When Luo Tian's spaceship landed here, the 3 old men from Namek had obviously noticed it a long time ago, and immediately stood up from their seats, their faces becoming heavy. When they saw Luo Tian and Vegeta appear, the faces of the village elders changed color, and they looked at Luo Tian and Vegeta with some vigilance. Who are you? What are you doing on Namek? Luo Tian looked at the 3 Namekians and quickly recognized the identity of one of them. He was Elder Mulai. After the death of the great elder of Namek, this Elder Mulai will become the new great elder. As for the other 2 Namek elders, Luo Tian found that one of them looked a little weak. When he stood up just now, he almost fell to the ground, but fortunately he was supported by his companions. Let me see, the combat power is... Vegeta pressed the button on the detector and quickly detected the combat power values of Elder Mulai and the 3 Namek elders. Hello, we are Saiyans, Luo Tian said. However, before Luo Tian finished speaking, Vegeta interrupted Luo Tian's words. Humph, we are here to fulfill wishes on Namek. Take out your wish-fulfilling Dragon Ball and let me see it. Vegeta said bluntly. Luo Tian. What did I say before? Luo Tian scolded. Humph, no one else needs to care what I do. Vegeta snorted. Shua. Luo Tian moved and appeared behind Vegeta in just a moment. The speed was so fast that Vegeta didn't react. Pa. Luo Tian slapped and hit Vegeta's neck on the spot. Vegeta fell to the ground softly, and his consciousness became more and more blurred. The next moment, Vegeta was in the 3 under the gaze of the Namekian elder. He slowly fainted. I'm really sorry, my companion is too rude. Luo Tian sighed. This elder Mulai was a little confused for a while. This kid is really decisive. He knocked his companion unconscious in an instant. I can sense that your companion has an evil aura. Elder Mulai was silent for a short time, and looked at Vegeta who fainted with some fear. What about me? Luo Tian smiled. Elder Mulai looked at Luo Tian again, with a little confusion in his expression. Why do I feel that this young man has a unique charm? It makes me want to look up to him. Who is he? Elder Mulai quickly saw the tail behind Luo Tian and guessed Luo Tian's identity. Is he also a Saiyan? Are there such charming Saiyans? Do I have a face full of sunshine and warmth? Luo Tian grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. Elder Mulai. 2 old men. This kid is really good at talking. What are you doing here? Mulai looked at Luo Tian and asked. I'm here to travel. Luo Tian replied. Mulai wiped his sweat silently. Your companion said that you are here to find the Dragon Balls. Pa. While talking, the old man from Namek fell to the ground, his whole body twitching. Delta. The old man next to him changed color and exclaimed in a hurry. Delta, what's wrong with you? Elder Mulai was also worried and hurried forward to check. Negative energy syndrome again. The old man sighed. When did Delta get sick? Mulai said in a deep voice. I felt that he was a little bit wrong before, but he insisted not to say it. The old man shook his head. I'm afraid he has. The old man didn't say the rest of the words, but the meaning was already very clear. This old man named Delta is probably going to die soon. Negative energy syndrome. Luo Tian stepped forward and looked at the old man who fainted on the ground strangely. The fainted old man had a touch of black lines wrapped around his body. Especially his face was covered with black clouds. Mulai and the old man beside him looked at Luo Tian, and then turned their eyes to Delta again. It feels like he was invaded by a strange evil energy. Luo Tian pondered. Young man, you are right, because the environment on our planet is relatively bad, resulting in negative energy. That is, the evil energy you said is rampant. Mulai sighed. Now there are many Namekians who have similar symptoms, and even death in severe cases. We call this symptom negative energy syndrome. Thanks for the reward from Yuan. Chapter 14 Negative Energy of Namek. As long as the negative energy in his body is removed, he can be cured. Luo Tian suggested. You said it was light. This negative energy has been integrated into the body. Only a very small number of Namekians survived because of their strong body resistance. Most Namekians died because of the invasion of this negative energy. The old man said with a heavy look. Let me try and see if I can help him remove the negative energy from his body. Luo Tian stepped forward. You? Can you remove the negative energy from his body? The old man was stunned. Don't joke. Even the great elder can't do anything about this negative energy. Young man, this kind of negative energy is definitely not so easy to remove. Mulai's expression became more and more solemn. Now we are planting a kind of plant on Namek. At present, this plant is the best way to eliminate negative energy, but it will take at least 20 years to completely eliminate the negative energy on Namek. These 20 years are a huge test for us Namekians. Luo Tian said no more, and raised his right hand gently. A ball of bright flames like stars immediately appeared in his hand. Pop! The next moment, Luo Tian flipped his hand, and the bright flames in his hand quickly covered Delta's body. The moment the bright flames came into contact with Delta, they quickly eliminated the black lines on his body. 3 seconds later, the black lines on Delta's body were completely wiped out. Snap! Delta suddenly opened his eyes. Muley and the old man beside him widened their eyes and looked confused. Snap! Delta jumped up from the ground. Muley and the old man were startled and almost hugged each other. A hemden tea hurt your waist? Luo Tian said hurriedly. What's going on? Delta looked at his body in surprise. Why do I feel like I've been reborn? Muley. The old man. The two looked at each other, and then looked at Luo Tian in surprise. It's good if it's not a last gasp. Luo Tian smiled. What are you talking about, little guy? Are you cursing me? Delta shouted angrily. I feel like I'm at least 10 years younger now. Only 10 years old. It seems that I haven't practiced enough. Luo Tian shook his head in disappointment. Just now, when Luo Tian injected angel power into Delta's body, he also used angel power to restore his youth. In fact, the method of restoring youth with angel power is very simple. Just use angel power to repair those aging cells. However, what disappointed Luo Tian was that it only made the old man 10 years younger. The lifespan of Namek people is relatively long. Living for 300 to 500 years is not a big problem. 10 years is really nothing for them. Elder Mulai, what is this kid talking about? Delta looked at Luo Tian strangely, turned his head and asked Mulai. Ahem. Mulai wiped his sweat silently. The other old man was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Oh, I remember, I seem to have negative energy syndrome. Delta suddenly came back to his senses and looked at his body in surprise. Strange, I feel like my body has completely recovered now, and the negative energy in my body has completely disappeared. What's going on? Delta, you should thank this young man. He helped you get rid of the negative energy in your body. Mulai sighed. Yashe helped me get rid of it. Delta was stunned for a moment. Mulai and the old man beside him nodded together. After a brief hesitation, Delta immediately stepped forward to salute and said apologetically, Young man, I'm really sorry, thank you for saving me. It's okay, it's just a small thing. Luo Tian smiled slightly, looking indifferent. Then, Luo Tian looked up at the sky again, and his expression became serious. However, there are a lot of negative energy here, no wonder you are affected. Luo Tian sighed, let me see if I can completely remove these negative energy. Oh? Can you remove these negative energy? Mulai was stunned. Delta showed a look of shock. Another old man widened his eyes. I'm just trying. Luo Tian smiled, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The three old men were silent. This little guy is kind, but his words are a bit choking. Luo Tian took a deep breath, his expression was solemn, and a ball of bright flames like stars slowly condensed in his hands. The size of the bright flame is about the same size as the Dragon Ball on Namek. Is this size okay? Luo Tian turned his head and asked Mulai and the other old men. Mulai. Delta and another old man also showed confusion. What do you mean? Is this size okay? How do we know? Change. Luo Tian shouted softly. Suddenly, the light ball, which was as bright as a star, changed and quickly turned into gold. It turned into a golden light ball, and suddenly it burst into golden light. Change again. Luo Tian controlled the golden light ball, and quickly condensed a red 5-pointed star in the center of the golden light ball. Muley widened his eyes. Delta and the other old man were also dumbfounded. Isn't that a Dragon Ball? How come the energy condensed by this kid looks so much like a Dragon Ball? Go! Luo Tian raised his hand and threw the condensed Dragon Ball into the sky. Swish! The Dragon Ball light ball formed by the angel power rushed into the sky at a high speed, and burst into golden light in the air. Then, these angel powers turned into red streams of light, shooting around the planet, as if a red meteor shower had begun. The red meteor shower hit the negative energy, instantly devouring and destroying the negative energy. About an hour later, the power of angels completely eliminated all the negative energy on Namek. And the light ball in the sky that looked like a Dragon Ball gradually became transparent. Pop! The light ball completed its mission and disappeared completely. Okay, there shouldn't be any big problems. Luo Tian looked up at the sky and called to Mulai. Mulai was stunned. Delta and the old man beside him also showed a look of astonishment. I also cured the people with negative energy syndrome, by the way. I think there won't be any problems anymore. Luo Tian smiled. Chapter 15 I'm really not an angel. In fact, for Luo Tian, this is also a way to practice angel power. Angel power needs to be used continuously to be better honed and its purity improved. If it is left unused, the purity will be improved slowly. This time Luo Tian helped the Namekians, and the Namekians benefited a lot. But Luo Tian himself also benefited greatly. Luo Tian felt that he had released almost all the angelic power in his body this time. Perhaps after recondensing, the purity of the angelic power will be improved. Are you an angel? Mulai looked at Luo Tian excitedly. Not yet. Luo Tian shook his head. Luo Tian knew that the angel Mulai was talking about was the kind of angel who saved everything, not the Dragon Ball. The angel of the world. But Luo Tian's answer refers to the angel of the Dragon Ball world. Mulai wiped his sweat. What do you mean by this answer? What do you mean by not yet? The three old men of Mulai quickly checked the negative energy nearby. The three were surprised to find that the negative energy seemed to have disappeared. It's you who are missing. You are our benefactor. Mulai was very excited and even stepped forward to hold Luo Tian's hand affectionately. As for Vegeta, who was fainting on the ground, he was ignored by Mulai and the other two. Don't be polite, it's nothing. Luo Tian smiled, to help you through the difficulties, for me, it's a good deed. Ha 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 yes, Mulai laughed, and then asked, by the way, I don't know your name yet. My name is Luo Tian. Hello Luo Tian, I am the elder of this village, my name is Mulai. Elder Mulai replied, and pointed to Delta and another old man to introduce, this is Delta, this is... It doesn't matter. Luo Tian waved his hand. The other nameless old man wiped his sweat vigorously. Why is it not important when it comes to me? Are you polite? Luo Tian, you came to Namek to find Dragon Balls, right? Mulai asked friendly. Yes, come here to travel. Luo Tian nodded. The matter of the Dragon Ball is easy to talk about. You saved Namek. I decided to take you to see the Great Elder. Mulai made up his mind. Great Elder? Luo Tian asked knowingly. Yes, he is the soul of our Namekians. Mulai replied. However, just as Mulai's voice fell, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Mulai's expression immediately became respectful. Yes, it's the Great Elder. Mulai said hurriedly, yes, Great Elder, so you know everything? What? You want to come here in person? Okay, then I'll wait for you here. Then, Mulai seemed to hear another word from the Great Elder, and his eyes showed endless shock. Has the negative energy of the entire Namek disappeared? Mulai was stunned and shouted, really? Mulai looked in the direction of Luo Tian with some surprise. Just by condensing such a light ball, all the negative energy on Namek was eliminated. This little guy is really amazing. Okay, I got it. Mulai replied respectfully. The call ended. Luo Tian, you eliminated all the negative energy on Namek. Mulai wiped his sweat. All the negative energy disappeared. Delta exclaimed. The other old man didn't say anything, but the shock in his eyes was visible to the naked eye. The three old men naively thought that only the negative energy around the village was eliminated. However, they didn't expect it to be. All the negative energy on Namek disappeared. A Dragon Ball-sized energy light ball easily solved the crisis of Namek for hundreds of years. Because of these negative energy, many Namekians left their homes and left this planet. I didn't expect that today, it was completely solved. If you want to do it thoroughly. It's nothing to just solve the negative energy of a village. Luo Tian smiled indifferently. Mulai and the other two didn't want to talk anymore. Why do we feel like you are showing off? I'm really not an angel, I'm just an ordinary Saiyan. Luo Tian added. Mulai. Delta. Old man. The three were speechless. We didn't say you were an angel. That was just a metaphor. Ahem, Luo Tian, the Great Elder has learned that you saved our Namek, so he decided to come and see you in person. Mulai replied. The Great Elder is coming in person. Delta and another old man asked in unison, with surprise in their voices. But the two thought about it carefully and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. This Luo Tian is the benefactor of our Namek people. With just a little effort, he resolved the crisis of Namek for hundreds of years. But the Great Elder is quite far away from us, and it will take more than an hour to arrive. Mulai added. How can I be so embarrassed? Luo Tian sighed. Didn't I say it's just a piece of cake? Since he is the great elder of your Namek star, I should go and pay him a visit. As he said that, Luo Tian sat down on a chair beside him. Mulai. Delta. Old man. The three of them wiped their sweat silently. You said you were going to pay a visit to our great elder in person. Why did you sit down again? Oh, I sat down by accident. It's so rude. Luo Tian apologized. Mulai and the other two were speechless. Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes lit up, and he turned his head to look at the Dragon Ball placed on a pillar, and pointed in that direction. Hey? What is that? That decoration is so unique, could it be a Dragon Ball? Mulai wiped his sweat again. Delta didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The old man simply kept silent. After a brief hesitation, Mulai hurried forward to hold up the Dragon Ball and handed it to Luo Tian with both hands. Is it for me? Luo Tian asked calmly. This is the Dragon Ball, Mulai replied. Oh my, it's exactly what I guessed. Luo Tian looked at the Dragon Ball in Mulai's hand thoughtfully. It's just that there are more red stars in it than mine. There are 3 red stars in it, and there is only 1 in my light ball. Chapter 16. The detector exploded. Ahem, there are 7 Dragon Balls in total, and the stars in them are 1 to 7. Mulai had to explain. Received. Luo Tian nodded. Mulai. I said so much, and you just said received? Thank you, then I won't be polite. Luo Tian said, taking the Dragon Ball from Mulai. Mulai smiled, relieved. I believe that even if the elder knew that he wanted to collect Dragon Balls, he would not be stingy. After all, it was Luo Tian who saved the entire Namek. This favor is worth repaying. Besides, if the wish you fulfill is a bit too much, you may not be able to fulfill it. After all, if you want to make a wish, you need to use the Namek language. What wish do you want to make, but you need to translate it through us. This Luo Tian, I want to ask, do you have any wishes to fulfill by collecting Dragon Balls? Mulai stepped forward and asked. Elder Mulai, my father once told me that learning a foreign language will be very useful to myself. Luo Tian put the Dragon Ball on the table next to him, changed the subject, and looked at Mulai. Learn a foreign language? Mulai was stunned. I travel around, and my biggest dream is to master multiple alien languages. Luo Tian answered. Mulai suddenly felt something was wrong. I seem to be led into a ditch by this kid. So, Elder Mulai, can you teach me Namek? Luo Tian struck while the iron was hot. Before Mulai could speak, Delta patted his chest and volunteered, of course, no problem, I will teach you Namek. Mulai. Besides, it is the pride and honor of us Namekians that you can learn our Namek language. Delta laughed. Mulai didn't want to talk anymore. Why do I feel that this kid's purpose of learning Namek language is not very simple? Luo Tian, when do you want to learn it? Delta asked. Then let's do it now. Luo Tian replied. Delta. Ahem, what an impatient little fellow. Delta wiped his sweat. Afterwards, Delta was not stingy and gave Luo Tian a brief explanation of some of the characteristics of Namek and the characteristics of pronunciation. Luo Tian listened carefully and studied hard. An hour passed quickly. Luo Tian also mastered some Namek. Although he couldn't talk fluently with the Namekians in Namek, it shouldn't be a big problem to make a wish to the dragon. The elder hadn't come yet. But Vegeta rubbed his head, opened his eyes, and woke up. After Vegeta opened his eyes, he found Luo Tian talking and laughing with 3 Namekians. Vegeta jumped up from the ground at that time and looked at Luo Tian angrily. Just as Vegeta was about to explode, Luo Tian spoke. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Vegeta, the prince of our Saiyans. Luo Tian pointed at Vegeta and introduced him. Merli and the other 2. Is he really your prince? You are so rude to your prince. You knocked him down with a slap. Humph, Luo Tian, stop saying these nice things to me. Don't you know what you did to me just now? Vegeta shouted angrily. Prince, I was just testing your reaction ability just now, so that you can avoid being attacked by others in the future. Luo Tian replied. Humph, full of nonsense. Vegeta was angry. This is for you. Luo Tian said, picked up the Dragon Ball on the table and threw it to Vegeta. Vegeta was slightly stunned and immediately took the Dragon Ball. Then, Vegeta also came back to his senses in an instant, widened his eyes, showed a look of surprise, and asked quickly, This is the Dragon Ball that can make a wish? Luo Tian nodded quickly. Have you made a wish? Vegeta asked hurriedly. I'm waiting for you. Luo Tian smiled, you are a prince, even if you want to make a wish, you should make it first. Besides, it is said that after making a wish, the Dragon Ball will turn into stone. Merly. What are you doing? Your conversation sounds a bit wrong to me. Why do I feel like you are going to cheat your prince? Humph, that's better. Vegeta's anger gradually dissipated. The next moment, Vegeta showed a smug smile, followed by a loud laugh, holding the Dragon Ball in his hand and shouting loudly, let me Vegeta become a Super Saiyan. Then, there was nothing else. A cool breeze blew, and Vegeta's hair fluttered in the wind. Vegeta immediately turned his head and glared at Luo Tian, pointing at the Dragon Ball and asked, what's the matter? Why is there no response? There are 7 Dragon Balls in total, and you can make a wish only after you get all 7. Luo Tian replied, why are you in such a hurry? Vegeta. Vegeta felt bad at the time. Why didn't you say it earlier? You dare to play tricks on me? Vegeta glared at Luo Tian angrily. Someone is coming. Luo Tian's expression also became serious, and he stood up first, turned his head and looked diagonally behind him. What? Vegeta was stunned, and also looked in the direction where Luo Tian was looking. Vegeta, the people coming this time are very powerful. Don't be impulsive. Luo Tian advised. Powerful? Who are you kidding? Are there still powerful guys on Namek? Vegeta snorted coldly, expressing his disdain. Then, Vegeta immediately pressed the detector on his eyes. Beep warning warning combat power. Bang. After giving a few jumping values, the detector exploded on the spot. Vegeta exclaimed, closed one eye, and looked at the distant sky in astonishment. Who is it? Is that guy Dodoria chasing us? Vegeta's face changed again and again. Soon, 2 green-skinned people gradually appeared in the sky. Is it Namek? Vegeta immediately focused his attention on the 2 Namekians who had just appeared in the sky. Luo Tian also looked up into the sky. Of the 2 Namekians who appeared, one looked very old, and the other was a young man. Luo Tian knew them both. They were the Great Elder of Namek and the only combat-type Namekian, Nilu. Chapter 17 Bloom, My Moon. The Great Elder can still fly now. However, 25 years later, because the Great Elder's life will come to an end, he can only sit in his chair and can hardly move. Nilu came here with the Great Elder, and he also learned from the Great Elder that the negative energy of Namek had been destroyed. Nilu also wanted to know what kind of person destroyed all the negative energy of Namek, saved the planet, and even restored all the seriously ill Nameks to normal. The 2 were high in the sky, looking down from above. Are they Saiyans? Nilu was stunned and whispered to the Great Elder. They are both still children. The Great Elder smiled kindly, let's go down. It's impolite to treat guests up there. Yes, Great Elder. Nilu responded quickly. The 2 slowly fell from the sky and appeared in front of Luo Tian and others. Grand Elder. Mori and the other 3 elders bowed quickly. Everyone, get up. The Grand Elder smiled and immediately looked at Luo Tian and asked kindly, you are Luo Tian, right? First of all, thank you for saving Namek and all the Namekians. Nothing, it's just a piece of cake. Luo Tian waved his hand indifferently. Vegeta. Vegeta showed a face full of question marks. What do you mean? During the time I was unconscious, Luo Tian saved this planet and all the Namekians? Did someone invade this planet? Is it Frieza's people? Is that the Dragon Ball? The Grand Elder quickly noticed the Dragon Ball next to Luo Tian and immediately reacted, you and this kid are here for the Dragon Ball, right? Yes, that's right. Luo Tian nodded. Tisk, who are you talking about? Vegeta snorted angrily. You can tell that we can give you the Dragon Ball unconditionally and help you realize your wish. The Elder said to Luo Tian sincerely. Because the Elder could see that there was no evil aura on Luo Tian. It would be strange if there was. Because Luo Tian had the power of an angel. That was the aura of God. And Luo Tian had also honed his state of mind very well over the years. However, when the Elder looked at Vegeta, his brows could not help but lock together. This kid was full of evil, and he didn't seem very friendly. Okay, then I won't be polite. Luo Tian didn't hide it and expressed his deep agreement. The Elder didn't care about this. After all, if you want to make a wish, you must use the Namek language. If the wish you want to realize is outrageous, we won't help you realize it. You are a guest from afar. Luo Tian has saved our Namek again. To express our gratitude, we offer you the best water on Namek. The elder smiled. As he spoke, the elder raised his hand slightly, a bottle appeared in his hand, and handed the bottle to Luo Tian. Luo Tian. Luo Tian took the bottle, opened it and took a sip. It tasted good, sweet and delicious. It tasted a bit like the mineral water in the previous life. Thank you. Luo Tian thanked him and commented, Farmer, Mountain Spring, a little sweet. Grand Elder. What do you mean? The best water on Namek. Vegeta couldn't help it, we don't drink water, is there anything delicious? I'm really sorry, little friend, we Namekians only drink water and don't eat. The Grand Elder replied. Vegeta was speechless. A short silence. Humph, whose fighting power was so strong just now? Is it the person next to you? Vegeta looked at Nara next to the Grand Elder with some vigilance. Nara looked at him calmly and ignored him. How is this possible? How could the fighting power of Namekians be stronger than our Saiyans? Vegeta was very upset. Naru is the only fighting Namekian on our Namek. I have to say, he is indeed very strong. The Grand Elder laughed. Vegeta was silent, and felt heartbroken at the time. The Saiyans, a dignified fighting nation, actually lost to a Namekian in terms of combat power. How shameful! Then, I will ask all the elders to send all the Dragon Balls here. The elder smiled, and then suddenly patted his forehead, shook his head and sighed, what a pity I forgot to bring my Dragon Ball here. Grand Elder, I'll go get it. Near bowed. Then I'll leave it to you. The elder nodded. However, Near was a little worried. After all, Vegeta's aura was more evil. Near felt that it was a little unsafe to leave the elder here. My little friend, can you go with me to get the Dragon Ball? Near looked at Vegeta and asked. Humph, why should I go with you to get the Dragon Ball? Vegeta shouted angrily. Vegeta, my prince, what did I say before? Don't you want to fulfill your wish? Luo Tian scolded unhappily. Vegeta thought about it seriously and finally nodded in agreement. Then, follow me. Near flew into the sky. Vegeta also took off immediately. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two turned into two bright streams of light, quickly left the scene, and flew quickly towards the area where the elder's home was located. Neru had long felt the evil aura on Vegeta's body, deliberately making things difficult for him, and gradually increased the speed of flight. Vegeta gritted his teeth, increased his own energy to the extreme, and quickly caught up. However, the distance between the two sides was getting farther and farther. As Vegeta chased, he made a tragic discovery that the other party had flown away without a trace. Damn it! Vegeta was very unhappy. After a brief hesitation, Vegeta raised his right hand slightly upward, and his expression became unusually solemn. Pa! Suddenly, a glittering sphere condensed in Vegeta's hand. Who? Vegeta gasped heavily. Obviously, Vegeta consumed a lot of his energy to condense this sphere. Namek, do you think you can get rid of me? Today I will let you see what a real Saiyan is. Vegeta sneered and threw the glittering sphere in his hand into the sky. Then, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Bloom, my moon! Vegeta shouted loudly, with endless expectations on his young face. Chapter 18 Vegeta's Giant Ape Transformation. Pa! The glittering sphere in the sky suddenly burst into bright flames, forming a full moon. Vegeta looked up at the artificial full moon in the sky, his body gradually grew bigger, his mouth and nose bulged outward, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. At the same time, black hair appeared on Vegeta's body. Giant Ape Transformation. Vegeta transformed into a black gorilla. Is it that direction just now? Vegeta turned his head and looked at the direction where Nira disappeared before, grinning. Boom! Vegeta rushed up as fast as a rocket, increasing his speed to the extreme, leaving a residual image in the air. Nira was moving fast in front, sensing that Vegeta behind him had been left behind and disappeared, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. This little Brit, you still don't accept me? Now you know the gap between us, right? However, the next moment, Nira suddenly sensed an extremely huge breath rising behind him. What's going on? Neru's smile froze on his face. What a powerful breath! Then, Neru immediately turned his head and looked behind him, and saw a glittering sphere appearing in the distant sky. What is that? Neru was stunned. Before Neru could react, he suddenly saw a dark mountain roaring towards him. Swoosh! The giant ape transformed by Vegeta surpassed Neru at a very fast speed. The huge body brought about a fierce wind pressure, which blew Neru all over the place. Neru was so it was not easy to stabilize his body. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, his face changed again and again. Who are you? Neru asked in astonishment, with cold sweat sliding down his face. Neru could clearly sense that the opponent's aura was strong and his energy was at least 4 times that of his own. Now, Vegeta's combat power has indeed reached at least 160,000. Vegeta had just condensed the artificial full moon, which consumed a lot of energy, and his combat power declined from 18,000 to about 16,000. Therefore, now that he has become a giant ape, Vegeta's combat power is only 160,000. And Neru's current combat power is only 40,000. The gap between them is already obvious. Namek, you are so stupid. Vegeta snorted, with a smug expression on his face. Are you the kid just now? Neru immediately came back to his senses and looked at Vegeta in surprise. Humph, who are you talking about as a kid? Vegeta was very upset, and his furry big hand reached forward. Neru was startled, his face changed again and again, and he dodged in a hurry. However, the gap between the two sides is too big now. Vegeta's combat power has reached a height of 160,000. Neru's combat power is only 40,000. The difference between the two is 4 times. Neru wanted to dodge, but he couldn't dodge at all, just like a mouse encountering a cat, and was grabbed by Vegeta. Neru tried to struggle for a while, but it was useless, and his face turned pale immediately. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, you should call me your highness. Vegeta snorted coldly, opened his mouth wide, and when he spoke, he pointed his mouth at Neru. Neru was scared to death, and felt that he was not enough to fill the gap between this guy's teeth. Vegeta didn't make it too difficult for Neru, and slowly loosened his hand and let him out. Neru was slightly stunned. What does this guy mean? Lead the way. Vegeta snorted and ordered Neru. Neru said nothing and had to grit his teeth and hurry on. Vegeta followed slowly from behind, with endless pride in his expression. A little Namekian is still showing off in front of me? As he flew forward, he was getting farther and farther away from the artificial full moon in the sky. After exceeding a certain range, Vegeta's body instantly returned to normal. Neru looked back at Vegeta, then looked at the artificial full moon in the sky, and found that the artificial full moon had turned into a small light spot. Did it become normal after exceeding the range? Neru quickly gave a judgment. And his breath was obviously reduced, at least 10 times. So, this transformation can increase his strength 10 times, right? What a terrible race! One transformation, 10 times the strength. It is worthy of being a fighting nation. Neru did not seek revenge on Vegeta, of course he would not be so petty as to argue with a little brat. In Mulai's village. Luotian, we once again express our deep gratitude for your great kindness. It is you who saved our Namek and all the Namekians. The elder bowed to Luotian. Elder, you are too polite. Luotian said hurriedly, if you continue to be so polite to me, I will not be polite to you. Elder. I heard that the Dragon Ball can fulfill 3 wishes. Since you are so polite, give me all 3 wishes. Luotian said. Elder. Mulai. Delta and the old man. The 4 were completely speechless. The elder coughed helplessly. Mulai was filled with endless emotion. Sir Elder, you don't know how shameless this kid is. I have been confused by him. Okay, I'll give it all to you. The elder nodded and agreed readily. A brief silence. I wonder what wish Luotian wants to fulfill. The elder asked curiously, and then explained, I don't mean to ask about your privacy. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Well, okay, then I won't say it. Luotian nodded. The elder. You really don't say it. Aren't you going to tell me your wish later? This guy is a good person, but he easily makes people angry when he speaks. Nilo must be getting along well with your prince, right? The elder had no choice but to change the subject and turned his head to look in the direction where Nilo and Vegeta disappeared just now. I'm not sure whether he is happy or not, but our prince just turned into a giant ape. Luo Tian explained with a smile, do you see that light spot in the distance? It is the artificial full moon he condensed. Giant ape? I heard that you Saiyans can turn into giant apes, this way you can increase your energy, right? The elder's face changed slightly. It can be increased 10 times. Luo Tian replied. The elder's eyes widened, revealing a look of shock and astonishment. Combat power increased 10 times. This is too scary. Why did he become like that? Did they have a conflict? The elder suddenly had a bad feeling. Let's pray together now. Luo Tian said. The elder. Chapter 19 God Dragon, do you know Aladdin's lamp? One after another, the elders of several other villages came quickly with dragon balls. After arriving here, the elders of these villages immediately came forward to pay respect to the elder and told him about the negative energy of Namek. The elders all found that the negative energy of Namek seemed to have disappeared. The compatriots who were sick before were also mysteriously cured. When the elder said that Luo Tian was their benefactor, the Namekians present immediately showed a look of surprise. Anyone could see that this benefactor of Namek looked so young, as if he was still a child. However, the Namekians were still very polite and immediately came forward to bow to Luo Tian. Now, 5 elders have come from afar, and 5 dragon balls have been collected. Together with the one of Elder Mulai, there are a total of 6 dragon balls. Now only the one of the elder is left, and 7 dragon balls can be collected. About 5 minutes passed. Swoosh! 2 bright lights flashed across the sky. Nero and Vegeta came back with the dragon balls. After Vegeta came back, he was breathing heavily. He looked at the dragon balls in Nero's hand and suddenly felt, what was I doing with him to get the dragon balls this time? Am I running errands with him? I don't seem to have done anything. Why did Luo Tian send me away? But then, Vegeta saw at a glance that 7 dragon balls had been collected. Vegeta was very excited. Nero also handed the last dragon ball to Luo Tian with both hands. Luo Tian put the 7 dragon balls together. Then, I'm going to make a wish. Luo Tian said politely to the elder. Okay. The elder nodded. Vegeta's eyes turned, and he immediately rushed forward, shouting to the 7 dragon balls, Dragon Ball, let me become a Super Saiyan. Then nothing happened. All the Namekians present looked at Vegeta as if he were a fool. Vegeta. Vegeta was stunned for a long time, and did not find any changes in his body. Luo Tian, you lied to me. Didn't you say that you can make any wish by gathering 7 dragon balls? Vegeta shouted, glaring at Luo Tian. No, you are wrong. Luo Tian replied, it's 3 wishes, not 1. Vegeta. Is it important? Why can't I make a wish when it's important? I want to become a Super Saiyan. Why doesn't my body react at all? Vegeta asked angrily. Ahem, this Prince Vegeta, it's not that you can make a wish directly by gathering 7 dragon balls, you need to summon the dragon. The elder sighed helplessly and explained hurriedly. Summon the dragon? What is that? Vegeta felt sick. The elder said no more and immediately summoned the dragon in Namek. When the elder's voice fell, the sky instantly became extremely dark. The next moment, golden light bloomed on the 7 dragon balls, and the golden light formed a photoelectric column, rushed into the sky, and condensed and deformed in the air. Snap! The photoelectric column transformed into a green dragon. The dragon was chubby and looked a bit cute. The one who gathered the dragon balls, tell me the number, I will do my best to fulfill 3 wishes for you. The voice of the dragon rang in the air. What is this? Vegeta widened his eyes and felt endless shock. Luo Tian, Prince Vegeta, this is our Namek's dragon, also called Porunga, which means the god of dreams. The elder explained with a smile. It was also the first time that Luo Tian saw the dragon Porunga in person, and he was filled with emotion. From Luo Tian's current perspective, he looked at the dragon Porunga as if he was a huge monster, like a huge monster hovering in the sky. All 3 wishes this time are for you. The elder smiled generously. Can I make a wish now? Vegeta was smart this time and no longer made a wish right away. If the wish cannot be fulfilled again, it will be embarrassing enough. I have embarrassed myself on planet Vegeta the first 2 times. This time, I'd better find out clearly. Okay. The voice of the dragon Porunga sounded, tell me your first wish. Vegeta's eyes lit up at that time, flashing with brilliance. Even this dragon said that wishes can be made. There should be no problem. Hey, let me Vegeta become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta hurriedly made a wish to the dragon. The dragon Porunga ignored him. Shenlong, give me an Aladdin lamp. Luo Tian made his first wish in Namek calmly. Shenlong. The elder was surprised. He never expected that Luo Tian would use Namek. Hehe, I taught you. Delta said proudly, well, although it's not very fluent, the meaning is still very clear. Muley. Muley Lee wiped his sweat silently. I feel more and more that this kid learned Namek language just to make a wish. Just now he learned a few pronunciations just to form these few sentences. This kid is so bad. Vegeta turned his head and looked at Luo Tian with a confused look. Hey, Luo Tian, is that bird language you said? Vegeta asked curiously. The elder. The Namekians present glared at him one by one. What is this kid talking about? That is the sacred language of our Namek. You said that the Aladdin magic lamp can summon the genie by rubbing the magic lamp, and realize a wish through the genie, right? Porunga felt that the whole dragon was not good. So I can't realize your wish, and you need the genie to realize it. You summoned me just to get a magic lamp? Yeah, that's what I mean. You are worthy of being a dragon. You know everything. Luo Tian nodded vigorously. Porunga. A brief silence. This is just an ancient myth. It doesn't really exist, so this wish can't be fulfilled. Porunga replied. I knew it was hard to fulfill, then I'll change my wish. Luo Tian said, and made a wish in Namek again. My wish is to make the universe no longer have disputes, and to make the universe peaceful forever. Porunga. Sorry, this wish can't be fulfilled. Porunga's head was covered with cold sweat. No? Can't be fulfilled. Luo Tian was stunned. Yes, the existence of human beings is bound to have disputes, even gods can't avoid it. Porunga wiped his sweat. Chapter 20. Let me become Vegeta a Super Saiyan. This doesn't work, and that doesn't work, then I'll change my wish, then let all the people on this planet have the ability to survive in the universe. What about this wish? Luo Tian asked. Of course, when making the last wish, Luo Tian still used Namek. Sorry, I can only let one person have the ability to survive in the universe at a time. Porunga wiped his sweat again. Why do I suddenly feel so useless? Porunga's mentality is a bit broken. Then let me have the ability to survive in the universe. Luo Tian sighed, looking unhappy. Okay, Porunga nodded with some guilt, and an invisible energy flashed in his scarlet eyes, and quickly covered Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian clearly felt that his body seemed to have opened up the Ren and Du meridians, and he felt indescribably comfortable. It seems that he can survive without breathing in the future. Sometimes, life is so full of miracles. Your first wish has been fulfilled, please tell me your second wish. Shenlong. Porunga sighed. Why do I suddenly have a feeling I seem to owe you something? The Great Elder and Muley looked at each other, and both of them breathed a long sigh of relief. It seems that although this kid likes to prank, he is still kind-hearted and did not make excessive wishes. Vegeta, tell me what you want to say. Luo Tian stepped forward and patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Vegeta was still confused, but when he felt Luo Tian's hand, he immediately shuddered and came back to his senses. What's the situation? What language did you just say? Vegeta asked hurriedly. Namek. Luo Tian smiled. It seems that you need to use Namek to make a wish. Vegeta. Wait a minute. When did you learn Namek? Vegeta was a little surprised. It doesn't matter anymore. If you don't make a wish quickly, the dragon will disappear. Luo Tian urged. Vegeta gritted his teeth and muttered with a dark face, did you hear all these things from Beerus and the person next to him? No. Luo Tian shook his head. No? Then how did you know? Vegeta asked curiously. There is a book in our house. I picked it up and flipped through it that day. It records all these messy things. I didn't expect it to be true. Luo Tian sighed. The book you are talking about is not the myriad races in the universe that my father has been looking for, right? Vegeta suddenly came to his senses. It is said that the book records the characteristics of every race in the universe. This was recorded by our ancient Saiyan god when he traveled in the universe. Luo Tian. Is there really such a book? I just said it casually. Ancient god? What's his name? Luo Tian asked curiously. Humph, of course it's the Super Saiyan god you mentioned. Vegeta answered, and looked up at the sky, thought about it carefully, and replied, he seems to be called something like Ya something. Yamashi. Luo Tian said. Yes, it's Yamashi. Vegeta nodded, then gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes at Luo Tian. Why is that book in your house? I don't know about that. Luo Tian shook his head. It must be your father who took it back. Damn, such a good book is used as a base for the pot. Vegeta was very unhappy. Luo Tian scratched his head thoughtfully. I didn't expect that Yamashi also wrote a book about his travels. As a Dragon Ball fan, Luo Tian certainly knew who Yamashi was. Yamashi was the Super Saiyan God that Beerus met in his dream, and he was also the real Super Saiyan God. Shenron Porunga, the Great Elder. Mori and other Namekians. Everyone present was more speechless than the other. It wasn't the book that was used as a pot base that was speechless. It was the dragon that was still waiting for you to make a wish. Why are you two still chatting? When can't you chat about this? Ahem, I'm still waiting for your second wish. The dragon Porunga couldn't wait any longer. Luo Tian, tell him to let me become the legendary Super Saiyan, this is my wish. Vegeta snorted and ordered Luo Tian. Speak nicely, is this your attitude to ask for help? Luo Tian scolded. Vegeta. Vegeta was so angry that his whole body trembled. However, Vegeta had to ask for help now, so he had to put away his commanding tone, his mouth twitched, and he quickly reorganized his words and said his wish again. Luo Tian told Porunga Vegeta's wish in Namek language. Sorry, this wish can't be fulfilled. Shenron Porunga spoke. Why do you always say some wishes that I can't fulfill? Vegeta. Ya, what did you say? You said you can't make me a legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta felt bad all over. Yes, this wish can't be fulfilled. Shenron Porunga's face was covered with cold sweat, because, you are not a legendary Super Saiyan. I am not a legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes widened, and he immediately came back to his senses. He quickly pointed at Luo Tian and asked Shenron, I am not a legendary Super Saiyan, is he? He is not either. Porunga replied. Vegeta suddenly felt much better. Then tell me, who is the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta gritted his teeth and asked. Is this question your wish? Shenron Porunga asked. Vegeta. Vegeta, don't waste your wishes. Does it matter who the legendary Super Saiyan is? Luo Tian scolded, I know about this. I'll tell you later. Do you know who the legendary Super Saiyan is? Vegeta was stunned. There's nothing I don't know. Luo Tian replied. Vegeta wiped his sweat. Although I can't make you a legendary Super Saiyan, I can tell you how to become a Super Saiyan. Shenron Porunga added. What did you say? Is there any difference between the two? Vegeta was stunned. Isn't it obvious? My prince. Luo Tian sighed, one has the word legend, and the other doesn't. Simply put, one is a legendary Super Saiyan, and the other is an ordinary Super Saiyan. Do you understand now? Vegeta wiped his sweat silently. There is such a saying? I really learned a lot today. A short silence. Then tell me how to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta thought about it carefully and asked. Confirm again, is this your wish? Porunga asked. Chapter 21 Vegeta, the legendary Super Saiyan? Yes, tell me. Vegeta nodded. Please make a wish in Namek. Porunga replied. Vegeta felt heartbroken again. Vegeta, how to become a Super Saiyan, haven't I told you clearly before? Luo Tian sighed, do you have to waste a wish? Humph, I want to hear this dragon say it himself, ghosts know if what you said is true. Vegeta didn't believe it. This is your only wish? Luo Tian said. Humph, don't you have another wish? Vegeta snorted. Vegeta, I need you to understand one thing. Don't be so greedy. Just one wish is enough. Luo Tian patted Vegeta's shoulder and taught him. Vegeta. The Great Elder. The many Namekians present also rolled their eyes. Don't be so greedy. Did you say this? Just now you wanted a lamp genie and wanted to make more wishes. Sure enough, it is human nature to be lenient to oneself and strict to others. Of course, as long as I know how to become a Super Saiyan, I don't need other wishes. Vegeta snorted, and he figured it out. As long as I can become a Super Saiyan and become the first in the universe. Why do I need other wishes? I am still young now. I don't need immortality. When I become the real first in the universe and have a bigger vision, I will think about making other wishes. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Luo Tian nodded and repeated Vegeta's wish in the not-so-fluent Namek language. Shenlong, please explain the Super Saiyans in detail. This is our wish. Super Saiyans, to put it simply, are divided into legendary Super Saiyans and ordinary Super Saiyans. Porunga's voice sounded. The legendary Super Saiyan is a super warrior widely circulated among the Saiyans, born only once every 1000 years, and must possess the legendary Super Saiyan. Only with Saiyan blood can it be completed. Ordinary Saiyans cannot become legendary Super Saiyans without the legendary Super Saiyan blood. Humph, does that mean that neither Luo Tian nor I have the legendary Super Saiyan blood? Vegeta was indignant. Yes. Porunga nodded. Vegeta took a deep look at Luo Tian and felt more balanced. If there was a legendary Super Saiyan around, it would not be heartbreaking enough. But who is the legendary Super Saiyan? Could it be the Kakarot that Luo Tian mentioned? That shouldn't be the case. Isn't his combat power only 2? How could a low-level warrior with a combat power of only 2 be a legendary Super Saiyan? Wait a minute. I seem to remember something. I remember that I accidentally heard someone say that among the people born in the same batch as me, in addition to Luo Tian, there was another very talented warrior. He seemed to be exiled by my father. What was his name? Could that person be the legendary Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan or legendary Super Saiyan, they are all a kind of transformation. Although you can't become a legendary Super Saiyan, you can transform into an ordinary Super Saiyan through your own hard work. The voice of Shenlong Porunga sounded in the sky. Ordinary Super Saiyan transformation can increase one's strength by 50 times. What? 50 times? Neru's face changed again and again. The giant ape transformation of that little brat was already very abnormal. As a result, a Super Saiyan transformation can actually increase strength by 50 times? Vegeta. Vegeta turned his head and glanced at Luo Tian. Luo Tian had said before that Super Saiyan might be a transformation. It turned out to be true. If you want to become an ordinary Super Saiyan, the first prerequisite is to have a peaceful heart. A peaceful heart will prompt the birth of S cells in your body. When your combat power reaches a certain value and the S cells are saturated, you can complete the Super Saiyan transformation through huge emotional fluctuations. Shenlong Porunga explained the Super Saiyan in detail and added, "Your second wish has been fulfilled, please tell me the third wish." Shenlong, we have no more wishes, thank you. Luo Tian smiled slightly. As a human being, don't be too greedy. I wanted to ask you for another 100 wishes. The dragon Porunga. Okay, then goodbye. Porunga nodded, and his body disappeared in an instant. Swoosh. The 7 Dragon Balls also flew up to the sky quickly. Then, after rising to a certain height, the 7 Dragon Balls fell rapidly from the sky. Da-da-da. 7 Dragon Balls fell to Luo Tian's side and had turned into stones. The sky became bright again. Luo Tian heard that after the Dragon Balls of Namek fulfilled their wishes, they would not be scattered all over the world, but would gather together. The Dragon Balls of the earth were originally gathered together, but later the gods of the earth scattered the Dragon Balls all over the world because of human greed. The elder looked at Luo Tian with a look of surprise and approval. Although this little guy's words were a bit irritating, they were really precious. There is one wish left, and he said no. Few people can do this. Porunga said that they should have a peaceful heart. I think this Luo Tian already has a peaceful heart. It's just that their prince seems to have a bit of irritability and needs to be tempered. Do you really not need a third wish? Vegeta was also stunned for a moment, and immediately turned his head to look at Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked indifferent. Luo Tian's biggest wish is to have the ability to survive in outer space. As long as this shortcoming is overcome, it will be much easier to do anything in the future. As for the wish of immortality, Luo Tian feels that the dragon of Namek may not be able to do it. Besides, when you cultivate into a real angel in the future, your lifespan will also be eternal. This is not a big deal. Grand Elder, Elder Mulai, friends, we should also say goodbye. Luo Tian smiled and greeted the Namekians present. Okay, come and play when you have time. Mulai stepped forward and took Luo Tian's hand, saying kindly. Sure, sure. Luo Tian nodded, and asked, how many days will it take for the Dragon Ball to recover next time? Mulai suddenly didn't want to talk. Do you think that there is only one wish left? Ahem, because there is only one wish left, it will take about 80 days for the Dragon Ball to recover. The elder wiped his sweat silently, but still explained. I will come back. Luo Tian waved his hand. The elder. Then, Luo Tian said goodbye to the Namekians and boarded the spaceship with Vegeta. The spaceship took off. Swoosh. The spaceship broke through the planet's atmosphere, leaving a bright flame in the air, and quickly flew into space. Looking at the direction where the spaceship disappeared, the elder fell into deep thought. Chapter 22. Is he a god? Great elder, is there any problem? Niru asked. This little family called Luo Tian man, maybe he will become a great god in the future. The elder smiled. God? He is a god. Niru was stunned, and was stunned for a moment, showing a look of surprise. Mori and other Namekians also looked at the elder curiously. The special energy fluctuations on his body, if I guess correctly, should be the breath of God. The elder sighed. Could he be the Super Saiyan god? Mulai asked in surprise. Maybe he will go further. The elder smiled slightly. A short silence. After all, he easily saved the entire Namek. Except for the real gods, ordinary humans may find it difficult to do it, right? The elder sighed, even the dragon Porunga can't make the negative energy of our Namek disappear. All the Namekians present fell into deep thought. Pa. Delta immediately knelt down, bowed to the starry sky, and said proudly, I once taught a god and learned the Namek language. The great elder. Mori. Many Namekians wiped their sweat silently. Space. In Luo Tian's spaceship. Vegeta remained silent all the way. Until the spaceship flew in the starry sky for about 10 minutes. Vegeta suddenly came back to his senses, turned his head and looked at Luo Tian and asked, Now can you tell me who the legendary Super Saiyan is? Don't say it, it hurts. Luo Tian sighed, Tell me, no matter what, the two of us are the most talented warriors of our generation, right? In the end, we are not the chosen ones. Vegeta. Your words hurt me even more. We are the most talented warriors of this generation. But neither of us is the legendary Super Saiyan. And the legendary Super Saiyan is someone else. It's really annoying. Forget it. Vegeta didn't want to ask any more, and snorted, maybe he's dead. Luo Tian. You're still cruel. But then again, this trip to Namek feels very unreal to me. Vegeta frowned, touched his chin and thought in a low voice. What do you mean? Luo Tian was stunned. I feel like it's a trap. Vegeta snorted. Trap? Luo Tian was a little puzzled. Is everything the dragon said true? Vegeta was skeptical. It's fake, it's all fake. Luo Tian sighed. Humph, I knew it was fake. Did the Namekians and Vegeta deliberately team up to put on a show for me? Vegeta snorted. Luo Tian was stunned at the time, staring at Vegeta without blinking, looking at his childish face. Luo Tian didn't know what to say for a while. You are so talented. The Namekians and I deliberately put on a show for you? How free am I? You have nothing to say, are you surprised? Vegeta snorted, seeing Luo Tian's surprised expression, he felt that his guess was absolutely correct. Luo Tian. Luo Tian was almost choked. Why is that dragon exactly the same as what you said? Vegeta snorted coldly, squinting at Luo Tian, tell me, what is the reason? Okay, you are right, you are so talented. Luo Tian sighed, stepped forward and patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Humph, I was right, wasn't I? Vegeta kept humming, his tail was up to the sky, I said that the dragon said it was so similar to you. And a peaceful heart. It's nonsense. Luo Tian didn't want to pay attention to Vegeta, turned around and left. Before leaving, Luo Tian couldn't help but say, you are the hopeless Adu. Who is Adu? Is he famous? Vegeta was stunned. Yeah, very famous. Luo Tian nodded. Then tell me, this guy named Adu, what is his combat power? Vegeta immediately became interested. Luo Tian. I remember I played a game before, his force was 21, intelligence was 16, politics was 15, charm was 20, and command was 18. I can't remember the rest. Luo Tian pondered. Vegeta? What's all this nonsense? What are you talking about? Vegeta looked confused. Luo Tian ignored Vegeta and turned to walk towards his room. Vegeta quickly caught up with him. Hey, don't go. Vegeta said hurriedly. Anything else? My prince. Luo Tian sighed. Humph, you said you would take me to a very unique planet, but this is it. Vegeta was a little unhappy. Luo Tian felt Vegeta's unruly character and wondered, should he change a younger brother? Who should he change? Luo Tian thought about it carefully, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Broly. Yes. Should I go find Broly? I think if I change Broly to my side, he seems to be easier to take care of than this Vegeta. Some, right? And Broly can still practice with me. Vegeta is too weak now. Also, a rebellious guy like Vegeta must experience the cruel blows of Kakarot and love and hate each other before he can grow up quickly. By the way, what are your plans next? Luo Tian suddenly asked. Humph, it's too boring to be with you. I originally wanted to count on your healing skills to help me improve my combat effectiveness as soon as possible, but I have figured it out. I want to practice through my own efforts. Vegeta snorted, this prince is the most talented warrior, I don't need help from others. Then, take you to find Raditz and Nappa. Luo Tian suggested. That's good, it's much better than your boring pacifism. Vegeta nodded, I thought I could fight well on Namek. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have flattened that planet long ago. Okay, then take you to find Raditz and the others, that's fine, right? Luo Tian didn't object. The detector has been destroyed. How are you going to find them? Vegeta asked. Only the positioning system of our spaceship was destroyed, but the communication system is still intact, so we can contact them. Luo Tian said. You are right. Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward to contact Raditz through the spaceship's communicator. Raditz' voice quickly came through the speaker. Hey! Your Highness Vegeta? We are on the planet Kolet. The resources of this planet are very good. We just captured it and can sell it for a good price. Raditz responded quickly. Chapter 23 Meet Nappa and Raditz again. Planet Kolet? I've heard of that planet. You wait there and I'll come to find you right away. Vegeta replied. Raditz was stunned at the time. You come to find us? You didn't let us act alone before. Why do you want to come to find us now? Why? Are you not welcome? Vegeta asked. Welcome, of course. It would be our honor if His Highness Vegeta could team up with us. Raditz responded. That's good. Vegeta's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a proud face. It's still Raditz, this little brother, who is more obedient, at least he will please me. Look at Luo Tian, this guy, he doesn't respect this prince at all. By the way, His Highness Vegeta, there is something. Raditz's tone suddenly became heavy. What? Vegeta asked. The two unlucky guys who teamed up with us were killed by that guy Dodoria. Now only Nappa and I are left. Raditz gritted his teeth and said, Dodoria said that because we acted on our own, he killed those two guys. Humph, that's enough, I killed his brother. Vegeta smiled. Xiao Shealaya. Raditz was stunned, I heard that his combat power has reached 17,000. Humph, my combat power is now 18,000. Vegeta looked proud. Ah! His Highness Vegeta's combat power has increased to 18,000. Raditz cheered in surprise. Of course, my prince is a genius. Vegeta smiled more and more brilliantly, you wait there, I'll be there soon. Swoosh! The spaceship changed direction in the starry sky and flew rapidly towards the star field where Nappa and Raditz were. Frieza's spaceship. Vegeta and Raditz talked on the phone, and because the communication line was controlled by Frieza, Frieza's brothers also received the news from both sides immediately. Sir Frieza, I received the news from Vegeta. A brother reported forward. Where is he? I want to kill him and avenge my brother. Dodoria clenched her fists tightly, gritted her teeth, and stared coldly at the reporting brother. Frieza narrowed his eyes and looked at Dodoria. Dodoria immediately became cowardly and shut up. What did Vegeta say? Frieza asked with interest. He said he was going to find Nappa and Raditz. The younger brother replied. Oh. Frieza was a little confused about what Vegeta meant. It is said that Vegeta and Luo Tian have already damaged the spaceship's communication system, and they should not contact Nappa and Raditz again. Perhaps, the spaceship's positioning system is faulty by itself. Bailey Bulow guessed. Since he can kill Xiao Shealaya, it means that his combat power has surpassed Xiao Shealaya. Frieza pondered, if that's the case. As he said, Frieza turned his head and looked at Dodoria. Dodoria bowed immediately, but had a bad feeling in his heart. Dodoria, Vegeta is still useful to me. I don't want you to take revenge yet. Do you understand? Frieza ordered Dodoria with a cold face. Yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria saluted again. You go down first. Frieza waved at Dodoria. Dodoria left Frieza's room with a depressed and hateful look on his face. Lord Frieza, do you want to keep Vegeta? Bilibol asked. I really want to know how he improved his combat power in such a short time. Something must have happened during this period. Frieza sat in the baby carriage, the tail swung back and forth, revealing a smile on his face. He can kill Xiao Xiaolia, his combat power has reached at least 18,000. His previous combat power was only 15,000, right? Bailey Blue analyzed. The combat power has increased by 3,000 at once, which is interesting. Frieza snorted. Sir Frieza, I heard that Saiyans become stronger when they meet stronger opponents, and they often constantly improve themselves in battle. Bailey Blue smiled, this time against Xiao Xiaolia, Vegeta may have just had the opportunity to improve. What you said makes sense. Frieza nodded slightly, his face was also a little cold, it seems that he has become arrogant after a slight increase in combat power. We must find a way to teach him a better lesson. It seems too easy for him to destroy him like this. Sir Frieza, don't you want to raise pigs? I have a very good idea. Bailey Blue smiled mysteriously. Oh? Tell me, Bailey Blue. Frieza smiled. Have you ever played online games, Lord Frieza? Bilibulo said with a smile. Frieza. Well, please forgive me for being so presumptuous. Bilibulo quickly explained apologetically, in the game, generally, some characters who level up quickly need to challenge monsters of similar level to him, so that they can gain a lot of experience points, upgrade through experience points, and improve their various abilities. If you encounter a monster that is much higher or lower than your level, one is easy to be killed instantly, and the other will not get experience points. What do you want to say? Frieza's face darkened. Lord Frieza, listen to me, Bilibulo replied, if Vegeta is placed in such an environment to grow up, I guarantee that there will be no big change in his combat effectiveness in 10 or 20 years. Oh? Interesting, you are worthy of being Bilibulo, you are killing people. Frieza narrowed his eyes and looked at Bilibulo. Bilibol saluted Frieza. But I like it. Frieza smiled slightly. Thank you for your compliment, Lord Frieza. Bilibulo saluted again. Just do as you said. You are responsible for this matter. Frieza ordered. Yes, Lord Frieza. Bilibulo readily agreed. 20 days later. Luo Tian's spaceship landed on the planet Kakarot. Nappa and Raditz came to greet him immediately. The two were almost scared to death by Dodoria before. After Vegeta came, the two seemed to have a solid backing and felt more at ease. Your Highness Vegeta, you are finally here. Raditz looked at Vegeta in a flattering way. Your Highness Vegeta, we have specially prepared a sumptuous meal for you. Nappa quickly added. Let's go eat something first. I'm a little hungry. Vegeta nodded with satisfaction. Luo Tian followed Vegeta and walked away. The four people soon appeared in a huge castle. This is the palace where the king of the Kurites lives. It can be used now. Nappa smiled. Chapter 24 The Destruction of Planet Vegeta. Several people came to the palace together. Luo Tian carefully sensed it and found that all the people on the planet were killed by Nappa and Raditz. Saiyans do this kind of thing a lot. Generally, everyone on the planet is eliminated and the planet is sold. Luo Tian is used to it and does not feel unfair for the people on this planet. Luo Tian is practicing the power of angels, and he also has a peaceful heart, not kindness. The so-called peaceful heart means that no matter how big the matter is, you must always be calm in your heart. Not to mention the world of Dragon Ball, even in Luo Tian's previous world, there is also the situation of the strong preying on the weak. Luo Tian was a little hungry. The food in the spaceship was too bad. He hadn't eaten delicious meat for a long time. Then he had a good meal with Nappa and Vegeta. Planet Vegeta. Oh. Ho ho. Frieza laughed strangely, holding a red planet-destroying bomb in his hand. Before and after Frieza, there were his brothers, including Jinya Force, Sabo, Dodoria, etc. Swish! A bright flame rushed up from the bottom of the planet and punched and kicked Frieza's brothers. It was Sun Wukong's father Bardock who appeared at the scene. Frieza! Bardock shouted, condensed a huge energy bomb in his hand, and bombarded Frieza above. Frieza didn't even look at Bardock directly. He pressed his right hand down, and the huge planet-destroying bomb covered the direction of Bardock. Bang! The energy bomb released by Bardock was shattered by the planet-destroying bomb. At the same time, the planet-destroying bomb continued to fall downward. Bardock was horrified and hurriedly used his hands and knees to block the attack of the planet-destroying bomb. However, when Bardock's hands came into contact with the planet-destroying bomb, a sense of danger of death instantly spread all over his body. SHH. In just a blink of an eye, Bardock was blown into slag by the planet-destroying bomb, leaving nothing behind. The planet-destroying bomb continued to fall downwards. Not long after, the planet-destroying bomb hit the ground of planet Vegeta. Boom! The entire planet Vegeta burst into bright colors in the universe, exploding like fireworks. With the destruction of planet Vegeta, Frieza laughed wildly. Mr. Frieza, today is a day worth celebrating. Let's dance for you to celebrate. Jinyu suggested. Frieza. The distant planet Kolet. What? Planet Vegeta is destroyed. Raditz was stunned when he received the news. Lord Bilibulu, is this true? I regret to inform you that a huge meteorite suddenly flew from the starry sky and hit planet Vegeta. The entire planet Vegeta was shattered by the meteorite, causing the core to explode. Well, this is what happened. Bilibulu sighed. Didn't anyone find the meteorite in advance? Raditz exclaimed. I don't know about that. Bilibulu shook his head and sighed, please accept my condolences. After that, Bilibulu ended the call. Raditz's eyes widened, his face changed again and again, and he told Vegeta the news of the destruction of planet Vegeta. There is no way to be King Vegeta now, Vegeta said indifferently while gnawing on a chicken leg. Raditz. Nappa. It seems that there are only 4 of us left among the Saiyans. Raditz didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He touched his chin and looked up at the sky outside the window. Nappa remained silent. Vegeta continued to eat chicken legs, and he seemed calm on the surface. Luo Tian had long known that planet Vegeta was about to be destroyed, so there was nothing to be surprised about. I remember that my mother said that I have a younger brother who seemed to be sent to a certain planet by my father and mother. Raditz scratched his head, was silent for a short time, and turned to look at Vegeta. Your Highness Vegeta, you also have a younger brother, right? Humph, that's a waste, why mention him? Vegeta snorted, and looked up at Raditz again. Is it Kakarot? Yes, Kakarot. Raditz nodded. Luo Tian said that your younger brother Kakarot will be my lifelong rival. Vegeta suddenly laughed, and couldn't help laughing when he said this. Raditz. Ha ha ha, this joke is so funny. Nappa, who had been silent all this time, suddenly laughed. Isn't that a joke? Raditz was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. My brother is just a low-level warrior, how could he become a strong rival of His Highness Vegeta? I'm full. Luo Tian patted his stomach and sighed a little. The mission of becoming an angel is a long and arduous journey. Luo Tian knew that even if the angels didn't eat, they wouldn't starve to death. The reason they eat is just to enjoy the delicious food. Angels can go without food or sleep. Now Luo Tian still feels hungry, which means he can only be regarded as a human being, and is still far from becoming a god. I still have to continue to hone my skills. After nearly a month of training, the purity of Luo Tian's angel power has increased again. Now, the purity of Luo Tian's angel power has reached a height of 8. According to Luo Tian's own calculations, if the purity of angel power is cultivated to 10, it is possible to start the transformation of Super Saiyan God. Of course, these are all Luo Tian's calculations. Whether they are accurate or not needs to be verified through practice. Vegeta, are you not going to act with me? Luo Tian stood up and asked Vegeta. Humph, there is no excitement in following you. What I need is to fight on various planets, not to learn bird language with you. Vegeta felt angry just thinking about it. Following this guy Luo Tian, I only felt a sense of accomplishment in destroying Xiao Shayalaya. Then it took 10 days to reach Namek, but none of my wishes came true. Luo Tian, this shameless guy, teamed up with the Namekians to deceive me. I know, you want me to practice healing. Vegeta, don't practice such boring tricks. I am the prince of the Saiyans, and that dragon actually said that I am not the legendary Super Saiyan. Humph, who else is qualified to become the legendary Super Saiyan except this prince? It's obvious that the dragon is made up. And he made 3 wishes come true. I don't believe you can survive in space now. Vegeta rolled his eyes and didn't want to bother with Luo Tian. Chapter 25 Wampa Planet. In that case, let's say goodbye. Luo Tian didn't force it. Go ahead, Saiyans have their own way of fighting, and don't need your assistance. Vegeta snorted. Do your best, I hope that when we meet in a few years, your combat power will be improved, not the current 18,000. Luo Tian stepped forward and patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Humph, when we meet next time, my combat power will have exceeded 100,000. Vegeta smiled confidently. Yet. Luo Tian nodded slightly. Your attitude makes me very unhappy. Vegeta snorted. Take care, Vegeta. Luo Tian said and flew into the sky immediately. Hey, Luo Tian, do you want to act together? Although your combat power is relatively low, you can do logistics or something. Raditz waved at Luo Tian. How about we go together? Nappa also said. Luo Tian ignored them and quickly entered the spaceship. Swoosh! The spaceship took off, broke through the planet's atmosphere in an instant, and left the planet. Goodbye. Raditz waved goodbye. Oh no! Vegeta's pupils shrank and his face became ugly. What's wrong? Your Highness Vegeta. Nappa was stunned and asked strangely. Luo Tian he drove away the small spaceship. Vegeta gnashed his teeth in hatred, his whole body was shaking violently. Ah! What should we do? Raditz was dumbfounded. Luo Tian, that bastard. Vegeta was furious, that's my spaceship. There are 2 more spherical spaceships on this planet. Nappa explained, are we going to chase him? Vegeta. What the hell? That's a mothership. How can we catch up? Forget it, clean up this planet and go to another planet. Vegeta thought about it carefully and ordered Raditz and Nappa. Luo Tian controlled the spaceship and flew into the starry sky. The spaceship left a bright flame in the universe. Luo Tian has already made up his mind and plans to go to the planet Vampa. Since Luo Tian is going to become a real angel in the future, he will naturally have a god of destruction as his younger brother. Originally, Luo Tian wanted to train Vegeta to be his own god of destruction. But seeing Vegeta's unruly character, Luo Tian suddenly changed his mind. It would be better to train a more obedient younger brother than to train Vegeta. Luo Tian thought about it seriously and felt that Broly was indeed a very good choice. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, and his strength is absolutely strong. Maybe Broly's combat power is now over 1,000,000. Luo Tian was even a little excited, and the blood of the Saiyan seemed to be boiling. It takes at least 6 days from here to the planet Vampa. Luo Tian took advantage of these 6 days to days passed by, and he once again tirelessly condensed the angelic power and purified it. 6 days passed quickly. Through the window of the spacecraft, Luo Tian saw a yellowish-brown planet in the distance, the planet Vampa. This is a planet with an extremely harsh environment. There is no grass on the planet, and there is not even liquid water. In addition, the planet is covered with sand and wind for many years, and the wind is raging, as if wild animals are crying. Broly lives in such an environment. Broly is about the same age as Luo Tian, also 5 years old. When Broly was 3 years old, he was exiled to this planet by King Vegeta. Broly's father, after landing on this planet together, the spacecraft malfunctioned and could no longer go back. If nothing unexpected happens, the father and son will be trapped here for 40 years. During these 6 days, Luo Tian's condensation of angel power has improved again. But unfortunately, the purity of Luo Tian's angel power is still 8, and has not been increased to 9. Luo Tian is eager to increase the purity of angel power to 10, so that he can see if he can verify his conjecture and become a Super Saiyan god. Luo Tian's eyes are full of expectations. Luo Tian suspended the spacecraft above the planet Wampa. Pop! Luo Tian pressed the button to open the hatch and flew out of the spacecraft. Swoosh! Luo Tian fell rapidly downward. On the ground of the planet Wampa. In a natural open-air cave full of insect eggs. 2 years. 2 years. I have been trapped here for 2 years. Porunga sighed to the sky, looking at the yellow sand all over the sky, his expression was full of despair. Broly was eating insect eggs on the side, not only did he not feel sick, but he looked very enjoyable. Porunga looked back at Broly, especially when he saw the insect eggs he ate, he felt sick and wanted to vomit every time. Is this what people eat? The environment of this planet is really too bad. There is nothing to eat and drink except insect eggs. There is not even the most basic freshwater resources. When will this day end? Damn King Vegeta! Broly, I'll go out and look for it again. This time I'll go a little further away, maybe I'll find something better. Porunga did not give up and decided to explore further. This planet has been explored by Porunga in a large area, but there are still a few areas that have not been thoroughly investigated. Maybe there is an oasis at the end of the desert. Broly nodded obediently. Porunga took off into the air, facing the yellow sand, and flew quickly towards the distance. It disappeared without a trace. Not long after Porunga left, Luotian fell from the sky and appeared opposite Broly. Broly raised his head and looked at Luotian curiously. Broly. Luotian greeted with a smile. Broly nodded with a confused look on his face. Attack me with all your strength, let me test your level. Luotian waved at Broly. After a brief hesitation, Broly immediately nodded in agreement. Then, Broly's energy burst out and rushed towards Luotian quickly. Luotian slightly sensed Broly's energy intensity. This kid is indeed not simple. He is worthy of being the legendary Super Saiyan. Just a simple burst of energy, the combat power has reached a height of 100,000. Looking at Broly rushing up, Luotian raised his left hand, and the angel power in his hand flashed. Pa! Broly's fist hit Luotian's hand heavily. Luotian also caught Broly's fist with his own hand. Chapter 26 Broly cried. Bang! Then, Luotian slapped his right hand forward, and a star-like bright flame burst out from his hand. With a muffled sound, Luotian's hand slapped Broly's body. Boom! Broly's body flew backwards like a meteor, and suddenly smashed on a mountain behind him, and was deeply embedded in the rocks. Broly let out a wail, and the energy in his body surged again. He cheered up and rushed towards Luotian's position again. Bang bang bang! Broly launched a fierce attack on Luotian. Luotian just used the ultimate instinct to avoid Broly's punches and kicks. Broly fought for a long time, but he didn't even touch Luotian's clothes. Ah! Broly seemed to be enraged, his whole body trembled constantly, and the energy in his body surged like a tide. The next moment, Broly's pupils turned white, and his eyes completely lost their color. When he looked again, Broly's body expanded, and his energy was increased to the extreme. Luotian could sense that Broly's basic combat power had reached at least 1 million. This is the real legendary Super Saiyan. And Broly has not transformed yet. He is only 5 years old. At the age of 5, his combat power is as high as 1 million. It's too strong. If Vegeta is brought here, he will probably be killed immediately. After Broly's body expanded, his combat power quickly increased to 10 million. Broly did not transform, but just released the power of the giant ape. The combat power increased 10 times instantly. However, Broly immediately lost his mind because of this. How could he not lose his mind? Broly just beat Luotian for a long time, but didn't touch anything. Ah! Broly was completely enraged, and with the crazy surge of energy in his body, he rushed towards the direction where Luotian was. He. Broly launched a fierce attack on Luotian. Luotian did not confront Broly head-on, and even closed his eyes, using his own free will to avoid all Broly's attacks. 3 minutes later. Huff huff. Broly gasped heavily, feeling waves of despair, and his young face was even more aggrieved. Wow! The next moment, Broly burst into tears. Luotian! Ahem, why are you crying? Luotian wiped his sweat. And you are in a rampage state now, okay? The rampage state also involves crying. Broly cried even more aggrieved. You are shameless. I fought for a long time but couldn't hit him. It was so frustrating. It was like a fight between two children. One of the children fought for a long time but couldn't hit the other. How could he not cry? To put it bluntly, Broly was just a 5-year-old child. Luotian was a time traveler, and his maturity was totally inconsistent with his current age. Okay, I cannot hide this time. Luotian sighed helplessly. Broly's eyes lit up at that time, and even the white in his pupils regained some color. Boom! Broly's energy increased again, and the aura on his body surged wildly, even blowing away the surrounding yellow sand. Luotian sensed Broly's energy intensity, and now his combat power has increased to about 20 million. Luo Tian could see that this was probably Broly's physical limit so far. In his current state, his highest combat power increased to 20 million. Don't forget, he is only 5 years old now. If he is given enough room to grow, his future achievements will be immeasurable. Broly's eyes were burning with endless fighting spirit, and he rushed towards Luo Tian. Pa! Broly's fist hit Luo Tian's hand hard. Luo Tian's hand was filled with angelic power, and he easily caught Broly's fist. Broly's eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. Not bad, the strength is not bad. Luo Tian commented, and stretched out his hand to grab Broly's wrist. Bang! Luo Tian grabbed Broly's wrist and slammed him heavily on the ground of the planet. Puff! Broly spit out a mouthful of blood, and felt as if his whole body was falling apart. Swish! Luo Tian waved his hand in the air, and a ball of angel power covered Broly's body. Suddenly, Broly's eyes, which had lost their color, blinked slightly, and then immediately returned to normal. Get up! Luo Tian extended his hand to Broly in a friendly manner. Broly blinked his eyes and held Luo Tian's hand together. Luo Tian pulled Broly up from the ground. At the same time, Luo Tian released the angel power in his hand again and covered him with the angel power. In just a moment, Broly's injuries were completely healed. Hey! Broly's young face was full of shock after he felt his body change. Broly, do you want to explore this universe with me? Luo Tian smiled kindly. Broly seemed to understand and nodded vigorously. Then follow me. Luo Tian smiled. With that, Luo Tian said no more and quickly flew into the sky. Broly scratched his head and followed him without hesitation. After flying to a certain height, Broly saw the spaceship floating in the sky at a glance. Let's go! Luo Tian called out and entered the spaceship. Broly hesitated for a moment, and immediately followed Luo Tian and stepped into the spaceship. After entering the spaceship, Broly curiously looked at the structure inside the spaceship, and his expression became more and more confused. Let's go! Luo Tian pressed the start button of the spaceship. Swoosh! The spaceship flashed brightly in the universe, quickly left the planet Vampa, and traveled in the vast sea of stars. Dad! Broly scratched his head, suddenly thought of something, and said in a not very fluent language. I'm not your dad, my name is Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled. Broly. No, it's my dad. Broly pointed to the planet Vampa that had already gone far away. I'm really not your dad. We are about the same age. How could I be your dad? Luo Tian shook his head. Broly was so anxious that he didn't know how to express it. My dad is still on that planet. Broly knew everything, but he just couldn't express it. Please recommend, please vote. Chapter 27 Earth, here I come. Drink some water first. Luo Tian changed the subject and handed over a bottle of water. Luo Tian naturally knew that Broly's father Paragus was still on the planet Vampa. But Luo Tian would never take Paragus with him. Broly's father is similar to most Saiyans, full of evil in his heart, and tries to control Broly. If Paragus's spaceship had not malfunctioned on the planet Vampa, he would have found a way to control his son Broly and trained him to be a tool for him to seize the throne. It is not Luo Tian's style to keep such a person by his side. Broly is different from his father. He is a relatively simple Saiyan, and his personality is even a bit similar to Sun Wukong. Luo Tian just wants to take Broly away. Broly took the kettle handed over by Luo Tian, looked through it carefully, and didn't know how to open it. He looked up at Luo Tian with a confused look on his face. You do this, then this, and then this. Luo Tian took out another kettle, pressed the button on the kettle, and revealed a straw. Luo Tian drank a sip of water from the straw. Broly imitated Luo Tian, opened the lid of the kettle, put his mouth on the straw and took a sip. Then, Broly's eyes lit up, his expression full of excitement and surprise. What is this? Why is it so delicious? Gulp gulp. Broly quickly drank a large bottle of water. Broly wiped the water from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and even smacked his lips. Broly felt so happy. Good man. Broly looked at Luo Tian with gratitude. Luo Tian, I gave you a bottle of water, and you actually said I was a good man? Would you like to eat ham? Luo Tian took out another piece of ham and handed it to Broly. Broly's eyes flashed with confusion again, and he even put his nose close to it like a dog to smell it. After smelling the aroma of ham, Broly's eyes showed surprise, confusion, and a touch of greed. Then, Broly grabbed the ham and opened his mouth wide to bite it. After taking a bite of ham, Broly felt the endless deliciousness. Broly suddenly felt that the food he had eaten before was worse than shit. Now this is delicious. Broly felt that happiness came too suddenly. There are such delicious things in the world. While eating, Broly's tears fell. I wanted to eat and was greedy. Broly cried with greed. No, don't worry, there will be better food waiting for you in the future. Don't worry about it. Broly nodded vigorously and quickly ate the ham in his hand. Then he looked up and stared at Luo Tian eagerly, licking his tongue. Luo Tian. Broly, you are a human, not a dog. Luo Tian said with a smile. Dog. Broly has no idea about dogs. You will understand later. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Dad. Broly suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look in the direction of the planet Vampa again. I'm not your dad, just call me Luo Tian from now on. Luo Tian said. Broly scratched his head vigorously, not knowing how to answer this question. Planet Vampa. When Porunga came back from exploring outside, he saw a mess near his home. Broly, is he going berserk again? Porunga frowned. This bastard. This son of a bitch. He made such a mess here. Then, Porunga looked around and looked for Broly. Where is Broly, this little bastard, now? Porunga whispered and shouted Broly's name. However, Broly didn't move at all. But Porunga was not worried, because Broly had gone berserk before, and there was a certain chance of him getting lost. It doesn't matter if he gets lost, he will come back after he recovers. The longest time, Broly took 7 days to come back. However, what Porunga didn't know was that this time, Broly never came back. 2 years. 2 years. I, Porunga, have been trapped on this shitty planet for 2 years. Porunga sighed to the sky. The vast starry sky, the boundless universe. Luo Tian's spaceship drew a bright arc in the sea of stars and flew at a high speed. Next, Luo Tian planned to go to the Earth. After all, there are many good things on the Earth. For example, senzu beans and so on. Although Luo Tian has the ability to heal himself, if the angel power is used up, he will not be able to heal himself unless the angel power is slowly restored. Before, when he was on Namek, Luo Tian eliminated all negative energy with the powerful angel power. At that time, Luo Tian's angel power was almost exhausted, and it took several hours to replenish it. If there is a senzu bean, it will be much more convenient to replenish it. In addition, Luo Tian also plans to collect some delicacies on the Earth and put them into the universal capsule. The most important thing is that Luo Tian wants to transform this spaceship into a capsule so that he can carry it with him. Although Luo Tian can survive in the universe now, his own flying speed is still far behind that of the spaceship. Before the speed exceeds that of the spaceship is the best means of travel. In addition, Broly cannot survive in outer space now. If it is really impossible, the Dragon Balls on Earth can help Broly complete the ability to survive in outer space. Of course, the premise is that Broly is obedient enough. If he is as unruly as Vegeta, Luo Tian doesn't mind sending him back to the planet Vampa. The spacecraft is moving towards the Earth at a very fast speed. About 10 days have passed. Luo Tian saw the familiar and strange blue planet in the universe, the Earth. Looking down from space, the Earth seems like a blue gem, emitting a charming blue light. And in the vast starry sky, the Earth seems so small and fragile, as if it is an abandoned orphan, silently facing the vast universe alone. However, it is this lonely planet that carries the hopes and dreams of countless lives. Broly also saw this beautiful planet, and couldn't help rubbing his eyes, widening his eyes, and his eyes were full of shock. It seems that for Broly, it is the first time to see such a beautiful planet. This is Broly still spoke not very fluently, pointing to the blue planet in surprise, and turned to look at Luo Tian. That is the Earth. Luo Tian replied. Dad. Broly patted his forehead, and suddenly remembered that his father was still on the planet Vampa. Chapter 28 Lapis and Lazuli. That's not your dad, that's the Earth, don't call everyone dad. Luo Tian said. Broly. Broly simply stopped talking. I really didn't mean that. I just don't know how to express it. Swoosh. The spacecraft broke through the planet's atmosphere and fell quickly towards the Earth's land. Eastern Capital. Western City District. People in the city district are busy with their work as usual. On the bustling streets, people come and go in an endless stream. Two beauties were sitting at the entrance of a cafe, drinking coffee and chatting. Today's weather is really nice, the sky is clear and there is not a single cloud. Are you going to be a poet? The two beauties were chatting, when suddenly, a large black shadow appeared in the sky, dyeing the area grey. The two beauties were stunned and immediately looked up at the sky. Above the sky, a flat round spaceship was suspended in the air. The diameter of the spaceship was about 30 meters, and it looked like a huge monster in the air. Although this spaceship is called a small spaceship, it is still quite large in this city. The two beauties were shocked and looked up at the spaceship in the sky, unable to say anything. Yes, is it a spaceship? One of the beauties blinked her beautiful eyes quickly, her face pale. Is it an alien? The other beauty stuttered when she spoke, and the coffee in the cup spilled out, not knowing that her pants were already wet. Other residents nearby also looked at the spaceship in surprise. Crack! The hatch of the spaceship opened, and Luo Tian flew out of the spaceship, hovering in the sky, like a true god descending. However, because Luo Tian is only 5 years old this year, he looks relatively short, and the tail behind him sways in the wind, which looks a bit funny at this moment. Then, Broly followed Luo Tian, scratched his head and flew out, also looking down at the humans and strange buildings below. Broly looked more and more confused. Where is this place? It looks so weird. This is the first time I have seen a human without a tail. The people in the city were dumbfounded and looked solemn after seeing this. A 6-year-old boy who didn't know anything beside him shouted excitedly, "Wow, so cool! Is it an alien?" His sister also looked at Luo Tian in the sky with surprise. The child's mother was shocked. "Hey, aliens, take me away quickly, I've had enough, I don't want to do homework anymore." The child yelled at Luo Tian. "Humph, you sound like you have a lot of homework." The elder sister snorted, "Which time did you write it? Take me and my sister away." The child shouted. The child's mother quickly covered her son and daughter's mouths, her face pale with fear, and hugged them tightly, as if she was afraid that they would be taken away by aliens. Luo Tian wiped his sweat silently. Are the children in the Dragon Ball world so arrogant? These two children don't seem to be very old. At most, they are in the first grade of elementary school. Are there a lot of homework? Wait a minute. Why do these two children look familiar? It feels like they are people I know. Children, what are your names? Luo Tian turned his head and looked at the child, asking curiously. He spoke. The two children hadn't spoken yet, and the two beauties drinking coffee nearby were shaking violently with fear. My name is Lapis, and my sister's name is Lazuli. The child said his and his sister's names. Lapis? Lazuli? Luo Tian was slightly stunned. No wonder he felt that the two little guys looked familiar. It turned out that they were the future number 17 and number 18. From their looks, they were not much different from the future number 17 and number 18. Do you have a lot of homework? Luo Tian asked. Humph, not much originally, but after I finished my homework, I still have to write it for my brother. Lazuli was unhappy. We aliens don't have homework. I'm about the same age as you. I'm only 5 years old this year and I can travel to alien space. Isn't it interesting? Luo Tian said with a smile. Lapis and Lazuli showed envy at that time. Only 5 years old can travel to alien space? Aliens are really free. Look at us, we only know how to do homework every day. Please take us away, we will travel with you. Lapis asked hurriedly. Yes, take me and my brother with you. Lazuli also looked at Luo Tian with some expectation. That alien adult's children are joking, don't take it seriously. The child's mother was almost crying. Can you fly? Luo Tian asked. Lapis and Lazuli shook their heads together. Learn to fly first. Luo Tian smiled. Lapis and Lazuli stopped talking at that time. Does anyone know where Zidu is? Luo Tian asked condescendingly. In that direction. The beautiful woman drinking coffee pointed to a certain direction carefully. Beauty, your pants are wet. Luo Tian pointed at the beautiful woman's pants. Ah, the beautiful woman looked down and screamed. Good luck to everyone. Luo Tian waved and returned to the spaceship. Broly scratched his head and followed Luo Tian back to the spaceship. Swoosh! The spaceship took off and disappeared in an instant. Everyone present also widened their eyes and looked up at the sky. It took a long time for them to come back to their senses. Bang bang bang! Then, Lapis and Lazuli were greeted with a beating. The mother of the child beat the two little guys. You don't go to school in the first grade of elementary school? Writing homework, the sister also helped the brother to write? The two siblings cried loudly. Wow, the aliens are to its not kind. Lapis cried sadly. Humph, when I can fly in the future, I won't forgive him. Lazuli also pouted angrily and kept wiping tears. Zidu, the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. The spaceship slowly landed in the yard of the Universal Capsule Group headquarters. Such a large spaceship appeared in the yard, and soon alarmed Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs. Dr. Briefs immediately rode over on his bicycle, adjusted his glasses, and looked at Luotian and Broly who came out of the spaceship. Oh, hair you aliens! Dr. Briefs looked at Luotian and Broly in surprise. Hello, Doctor, I heard that you are the most famous scientist on this planet, right? Luotian took the initiative to greet him. Broly followed Luotian, like a follower, full of curiosity about everything. Please recommend, please vote, please reward. I will add more chapters after the recommendation. Chapter 29 The First Meeting with Bulma. Ha ha ha, am I so highly regarded in the universe? Thank you. Dr. Briefs couldn't help laughing happily after hearing Luotian's praise. Then, Dr. Briefs looked at the spaceship behind Luotian curiously. Ahem, what do you want to talk to me about? Two friends from outer space. Dr. Briefs pushed his glasses again and asked friendly. I heard that there is something called a capsule on Earth. Was it invented by the doctor? Luotian asked politely. Yes, I invented it. It's called the Universal Capsule. Dr. Briefs nodded and told the truth. He took out a universal capsule and explained, in fact, to put it bluntly, it is a process of turning things into particles, compressing them, and stuffing them into the capsule. When needed, they are decompressed and restored. Can you help me make this spaceship into a capsule? Luotian pointed to the spaceship behind him. Of course, no problem. Dr. Briefs was excited. I just wanted to say I want to study this spaceship carefully. You can study it casually, just don't damage it. Luotian agreed readily. It won't be damaged, don't worry. Dr. Briefs laughed and hurried forward to touch the spaceship lovingly. What an amazing technology in this universe, there are such geniuses. What material is it made of? There seems to be no similar material on Earth. Luotian did not speak. As for what material it was, Luotian did not know. Broly did not know anything at all, he was curious about everything. So curious that Broly saw a black cat and was looking at the black cat. The black cat bent over and stared at the strange face with a vigilant look. Broly, don't stare at the black cat, this guy is very powerful. Luotian called out to Broly. Broly? A long time ago, I saw with my own eyes that a black cat once took a pistol and shot off the ear of a mouse with one shot. Luotian sighed. Broly showed a confused look and did not understand at all. Is there such a powerful black cat? Dr. Briefs asked in surprise. Yes, it was on the news at that time. Luotian nodded. Really? Is that what happened on your planet? Dr. Briefs asked as he looked at the spaceship. Yeah. Luotian nodded again and asked, how long will it take to transform this spaceship into a capsule? I'll go in and see the structure inside first. Dr. Briefs crawled into the spaceship. Come on, come on. Luotian cheered Dr. Briefs from behind. Bravs. Broly looked at it in confusion and couldn't understand anything. Then, Broly ran to the side to study the grass, and suddenly felt that this thing looked so strange. Dr. Briefs entered the spaceship and began to explore the unknown structure inside the spaceship. What advanced technology! After studying for half an hour, Briefs came out of the spaceship. According to the structure of this spaceship, it will take at least 1 month to transform the spaceship into a universal capsule. Briefs pondered. Okay, then I'll trouble the doctor. Luotian nodded gently. No trouble, no trouble. It's my honor to be able to study the advanced technology of aliens. Briefs pushed his glasses and said excitedly, and then added, during this period of time, if you don't mind, you can live in our house. No mind. Luotian nodded. But then again, are you aliens so tall? Briefs found that the other party had no ill intentions, and asked curiously. Luotian was about to speak when he heard a voice from a distance. Dad, I'm back. After the voice fell, Bulma ran over from a distance with joy. Luotian glanced at Bulma in the distance. Bulma is only 5 years old this year, 1 year younger than Luotian. Strictly speaking, Bulma is 10 months younger than Luo Tian. So now they are the same age. Bulma, who is only 5 years old, has a cute pink face, blue hair tied into a high ponytail, wearing a pink dress, running and jumping like a little rabbit. Bulma, are you out of school? Briefs looked at Bulma, who ran over with a doting look and rubbed her head. Dad, do you know? I heard that a large spaceship appeared in the suburbs of Dongdu today, and 2 aliens flew out of the spaceship. Bulma danced excitedly and explained vividly, I said that the universe is so big, there must be aliens. Bravs. Then, Briefs turned his head and glanced at Luo Tian. Dad, who is he? Is he your illegitimate son? Bulma pointed at Luo Tian and asked Briefs. Brevs wiped his sweat silently. Luo Tian also covered his forehead and was speechless for a moment. How did the little girl talk? Dad, what is that huge thing behind you? Is it the new technology you just developed? Bulma blinked her bright eyes and soon noticed the spaceship behind her father. As she said that, Bulma quickly ran over and touched the surface of the spaceship with her pink little hands. What a strange material, Dad, what material is this? Why have I never seen this material before? Bulma asked curiously, is it the alloy that Dad has newly developed? This is my daughter Bulma. Briefs hurriedly introduced to Luo Tian. Children are ignorant, I hope you don't mind. It's okay, it's okay. Luo Tian smiled indifferently, it looks like she is about the same age as me. Ah? You only 5 years old this year. Briefs adjusted his glasses on his nose in surprise and looked at Luo Tian without blinking. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. Ahem, it's amazing. You're traveling at the age of 5. Briefs smiled bitterly, his eyes full of endless admiration. Dad, what are you talking about? Bulma looked at Luo Tian curiously, then looked at his father Briefs. Bulma, if my guess is correct, he is the alien you just mentioned, Briefs said with a smile. Bulma was stunned at the time, her eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. Chapter 30. Do you want to become a god? Da-da-da. Bulma quickly ran forward, looked up and down at Luo Tian, tilted her little head and looked at him, and became more and more curious. Bulma, don't be rude. Briefs said hurriedly. Hey? Is this a tail? Bulma said, regardless of whether Luo Tian agreed or not, she stepped forward and grabbed his tail. Luo Tian. Are you polite? What a fun tail. Bulma rubbed it in her hand, it's furry, very similar to my little teddy bear toy. Briefs stopped talking, looking apologetic. Fortunately, Briefs found that Luo Tian was not angry, and his heart was relieved. Bulma, you play with this alien friend first, I'll find something to transport the spaceship to the institute. Briefs greeted, you two are the same age, you should be able to play together. Yet. Bulma nodded innocently. Briefs rode away on his bicycle. Broly was staring at a dogtail grass not far away. Poor child, it was the first time he saw a plant since he was a child, and he was very curious about this furry thing. Even, Broly flicked the dogtail grass with his tail. Then, Broly's tail was tickled by the dogtail grass, and he couldn't help laughing. Hearing Broly's laughter, Bulma looked over there. Who is that guy? Bulma asked curiously, is he Broly? Yes, his name is Broly. Luo Tian nodded, my name is Luo Tian. You are really an alien. Bulma still couldn't believe it, and looked at Luo Tian carefully again, you look no different from us, except that you have an extra tail. Luo Tian didn't answer. I heard you can fly? Is it true? Bulma blinked quickly and asked again. A little bit. Luo Tian said, and slowly floated up. Bulma. Bulma was immediately surprised. Luo Tian slowly fell down. Hey, do you aliens also have men and women? Bulma asked again. Yes. Luo Tian nodded, but the women on our planet are probably extinct. Ah? What do you mean? Bulma asked in surprise. When we left the planet, our planet was destroyed by a bad guy. Luo Tian sighed a little. Destroyed by bad guys? So pitiful, so you will be homeless in the future. Bulma sighed and then comforted, it's okay, you can treat this place as your home in the future. Okay. Luo Tian nodded. Hehe, tomorrow I have a kindergarten graduation ceremony, can you go with me? Bulma laughed. Luo Tian. You are going around in circles, let me attend your kindergarten graduation ceremony? Would you like to show off in front of your classmates? Okay, sure. Luo Tian readily agreed. That night, Bulma's family prepared a sumptuous dinner to entertain Luotian and Broly. Luotian and Broly enjoyed the food. The Bulma family was shocked. What an amazing appetite, they ate more than 40 people alone. Bulma's mother Brigitte widened her eyes and said in surprise. A starving ghost reincarnated. Bulma muttered in a low voice. Haha, you can eat whatever you want, no need to be polite. Briefs laughed and told the chef next to him, prepare some more food. Yes, the chef was also stunned. Luotian really didn't eat such delicious food. Most of the food on planet Vegeta is ham. Luotian's starch sausage is more popular than ham on planet Vegeta. You know, the ham on planet Vegeta is made of pure meat. It has to be said that the food on Earth is still delicious. A news report was also being broadcast on the TV next to it. The main content of the news was the scene where Luotian and Broly appeared in the suburbs of Dongdu. At that time, mobile phones were not yet popular in the Dragon Ball world on Earth, so there was no camera to capture valuable pictures of Luotian and Broly's appearance. According to the audience's recollections, 2 aliens flew down from the spaceship that appeared over the western suburbs of Dongdu. They were about 1 meter tall, said the announcer. Later, experts confirmed that the spaceship was the first new technology developed by the Universal Capsule Group, and the aliens that came out of the spaceship were actually characters formed by holographic projection. Bulma. Are all the news now fake? Bulma said speechlessly, like a little adult. An expert came to our house in the afternoon. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, I told the expert so. Briefs replied. Bulma was a little unhappy at the time. You have already dispelled the rumors about aliens. How can I take Luotian to our kindergarten to show off tomorrow? It's really a headache. Fortunately, Luotian can fly. Maybe in this way, they will know that Luotian is an alien. By the way, will Bulma graduate from kindergarten tomorrow? Brigitte asked Bulma gently. Well, I finally don't have to worry about kindergarten homework anymore. Bulma breathed a long sigh of relief. Luotian, don't you aliens have to go to school? Brigitte asked Luotian again. We never go to school. Luotian nodded. In addition to kindergarten and elementary school, are there middle schools? Bulma also asked. No, otherwise how could I travel when I was 5 years old? Luotian said with a smile. Mom, I also want to travel. I will graduate from kindergarten soon. Bulma pouted and asked. Where does Bulma want to travel? Brigitte asked with a doting look. Of course, I'll go on an alien trip. When my dad finishes modifying the spaceship, I'll let Luotian take me on an alien trip. Bulma suggested. It's okay, but some planets are not suitable for you to survive. You might die as soon as you get there. Luotian told the truth. Bulma. What Luotian said was right. There are so many planets in the universe, and the gravity of each planet is very different from that of the Earth. If it's twice the gravity of the Earth, Bulma's weak body will die if she stands on it. There are many planets that Luotian will go to in the future, and of course he can't take Bulma with him. When I become a god in the future, I will take you out to play. At that time, no matter which planet you go to, I can guarantee that you will be safe and sound. Luotian added. Become a god. Bulma was stunned. Please give me a reward. Chapter 31 I want to be the greatest god in the universe. You want to be a god? Briefs adjusted his glasses and looked at Luotian in surprise. God. Brigitte also showed a look of curiosity. Only Broly was eating with great relish, his mouth full of oil, and he turned a deaf ear to Luotian's words. Yes, I want to be the greatest god in the universe. Luotian explained with a smile. Oh, your ideal is really far-reaching. Briefs laughed. After dinner, Bulma's parents went to do their own things. Luotian and Bulma stayed in the yard. Broly lay down on the lawn, patted his bulging belly, looked up at the starry sky, and showed a face of comfort. Broly suddenly felt that this kind of life was really good. It would be great if he could eat so happily every day. Hey, Luotian, where are we going to play next? Bulma pulled Luotian's hand excitedly. I'll take you to the sky for a spin. Luotian suggested. Okay, okay. Bulma was very excited. Come, I'll bring the umbrella. Luotian put his arm around Bulma's waist and took her to the sky. Wow, so fun. Bulma cheered loudly. Hey. Is it fun? Luotian smiled. Fly faster. Bulma suggested. Okay, let's fly faster. Luotian held Bulma and increased the speed of the flight. Great, it's almost catching up with the speed of the plane made by my father. Bulma became more and more excited. While flying, Bulma suddenly saw a tall tower in front of her. The tower was soaring into the clouds, which was particularly eye-catching in the night sky. Hey? Such a tall tower! Bulma blinked her eyes, showing a face full of curiosity. Let's go up and take a look. Luo Tian said, holding Bulma and continued to fly upwards. After flying to a certain height, Luo Tian and Bulma saw the top of the tower. The top of the tower was a flat round house, which looked a bit quaint. Is that a house? Is there anyone living in it? Bulma was a little scared and held Luo Tian's arm tightly. Let's go in and take a look. Luo Tian suggested. Be careful, the person who can live in such a place might be a monster. Bulma's face turned pale. It's okay, if it's a monster, I'll slap him to death. Luo Tian smiled slightly and took Bulma into the tower. The next moment, Bulma saw a grey-white-haired cat man in the tower. The cat man was leaning on a cane. Cat man. The cat man also looked at Luo Tian and Bulma in surprise. It's a monster, he's a cat monster. Bulma's face changed color with fear, and she hurriedly said to Luo Tian, slap this monster to death. Monster! Show your true form quickly. Otherwise, I'll slap you to death. Luo Tian shouted at the cat man. The cat man wiped his sweat silently. Ahem, I'm not a cat monster. The cat man spoke human words. He spoke it's a monster. Bulma was even more scared and quickly hid behind Luo Tian. The cat man felt unwell at that time. He coughed again, smiled bitterly, and explained, to be precise, I am the cat fairy, also known as the fairy Jialan. Cat fairy. Bulma was stunned. Yes, there is nothing I don't know. This little girl is Bulma, the second lady of the Universal Capsule Group, right? The fairy Jialan smiled. Hey? You know all this? Bulma looked at the fairy Jialan in surprise, and then pointed at Luo Tian and asked the fairy Jialan, then do you know him? This is a friend from outer space, right? The fairy Jialan smiled with a face full of confidence. Ah? You really know everything, are you really a fairy? Bulma admired him very much. Then do you know which planet I am from? Luo Tian asked. The fairy Jialan. The fairy Jialan's smile froze on his face. Yes, do you know which planet he is from? Bulma also asked. Ahem, this to be honest, I only know what happened on our Earth, and what I know about what happened on alien planets is quite limited. Jialan Immortal showed an embarrassed look. So that's the case, I understand. Bulma nodded thoughtfully. Since you are an all-knowing immortal, I really have something to ask you. Luo Tian said seriously. My friend from alien planet, please speak. Jialan Immortal responded politely. I have been looking for a magical thing. Once eaten, this thing can quickly restore physical strength and heal injuries. Do you know where it is? Luo Tian asked. Jialan Immortal. Aren't you talking about senzu beans? You came to the right place to find me. I just happen to have this magical thing here. I'll get it for you. Jialan Immortal said, and went downstairs to move a jar of senzu beans up. Jialan Immortal put the jar of senzu beans in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian took a quick look and found that there were at least several thousand senzu beans in this jar. With so many senzu beans, I wonder why they disappeared in the later period. Did the fat man Yajiro eat them as snacks? My friend from the alien planet, this is what you are looking for, right? Jialan Xianren smiled and said, this is senzu beans. After eating one, you can be guaranteed not to be hungry for 10 days, and you can even restore your physical strength and instantly heal all serious injuries. Ah? Are these beans so magical? Bulma stepped forward and grabbed a handful of beans, looked at them carefully, and whispered, it looks no different from ordinary beans. Can I have one to try? Sure. Jialan Xianren did not object. Forget it, I won't eat. Ideating one will keep you from being hungry for 10 days. It means you won't want to eat delicious food for 10 days, right? Bulma immediately shook her head and put the senzu beans back. Jialan Xianren. What kind of brain circuit? Luo Tian walked forward slowly, releasing the invisible angel power in his hand and covering the fairy beans. Garland Immortal was slightly stunned. What does this kid mean? Then Luo Tian smiled and looked at Garland Immortal and asked, Garland Immortal, how many beans are there in total? This I haven't counted. Garland Immortal wiped his sweat, about several thousand. Aren't you an immortal? Don't you know how many there are if you take a look? Bulma asked curiously. Garland Immortal didn't want to talk at that time. I am an immortal, not false, the question is why should I calculate how many beans are in this jar? Jialan, can you give me all these beans? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Jialan. Jialan wiped his sweat silently. You are really asking for too much. You actually want all of them? Chapter 32 I feel he is more like a god than me. Well, if you take 10 or 20, I don't mind if you want all of them. Well, Jialan refused politely. I could have just robbed them, but I am a reasonable person. Luo Tian sighed, how about this, if I can guess how many beans are in this jar, you give me all of them, how about it? Jialan. A short silence. Jialan nodded gently to show his agreement. I want to see if you can guess it. Luo Tian, can you really guess it? Bulma asked in a low voice. No problem. Luo Tian smiled, there are 6,158 in total. Really? Then let's count them. Jialan Xian's heart sank, and he also looked carefully at the beans in the jar. Then count them. Luo Tian said, snapping his fingers. Snap. Accompanied by a light sound, the beans in the jar flew out of thin air. Swish, swish, swish. Then, these beans quickly gathered together in 2s and 3s, and were divided into 6 piles, suspended in the air. Looking carefully, each of the 6 piles of beans was divided into 10 small parts. There are a total of 6 piles of senzu beans in front of us now. Each pile has 10 small parts, and each part has 100 senzu beans. You can count them. Luo Tian smiled, as for the remaining 158 senzu beans, I have divided them out for you separately. Garland Immortal widened his eyes, his expression filled with endless shock. How did he do it? Why do I suddenly feel he is more like a god than me? This kind of thing, even the old guy in the sky can't do it, right? No need to count a win. Garland Immortal wiped his sweat. Okay, then I won't be polite. Luo Tian had nothing to be polite about, and snapped his fingers again. Swish, swish, swish. All of a sudden, all the senzu beans flew back to the jar neatly. Thank you. Luo Tian thanked. You're welcome. Garland Immortal smiled bitterly. Let's go. Luo Tian called to Bulma. By the way, let's see if there are any other treasures. He is an immortal after all. Bulma suggested in a low voice. Garland Immortal didn't want to talk anymore. You all took all my senzu beans. Are you asking me for something else now? I think there should be no more. Luo Tian shook his head. Forget it, after all, I am also the eldest daughter of a rich family. I don't lack anything. Bulma pouted and said with a smile. Garland Immortal. You don't lack anything, and you still ask me if I have any other treasures? Let's go. Luo Tian stepped forward and hugged Bulma, and flew away from Karin Tower. At the same time, Luo Tian released a trace of angel power, covering the senzu beans on the jar. Immediately, the senzu beans jar followed Luo Tian. Ah! The jar can fly. Bulma was surprised. The jar. Luo Tian was stunned. Luo Tian, the beans are yours, and the jar is mine. Bulma became interested, this is the first time I've seen a flying jar. Luo Tian. Okay, give it to you. Luo Tian did not object. If you knew that the jar could not fly, I wonder what kind of mentality you would have. By the way, can you help me make an instrument for storing beans? For example, a storage space or something like that. Luo Tian said to Bulma. Leave this kind of thing to me. Bulma patted her chest and agreed readily. Luo Tian knew very well that although Bulma was only 5 years old this year, she was definitely a genius. A genius in science. In the special episode of Galaxy Patrol, 5-year-old Bulma created a powerful energy gun. Pull the trigger, the energy gun hit the sea water, and the waves rose to a height of dozens of meters, scaring the Galaxy Patrolman Jack's face green. This is also the reason why Luo Tian gave the storage space to Bulma to make. Luo Tian believed that Bulma could definitely complete this glorious and arduous task. What kind of storage space should we make? Bulma lowered her head and pondered. Ring, it's more convenient to wear on the hand. Luo Tian suggested. You are really smart, okay, I'll do as you said. Bulma nodded, it will take about a day to make it, it's not difficult, just need to slightly modify the universal capsule to complete it. So simple? Then I'll trouble you. Luo Tian thanked. No trouble, no trouble, but I have to borrow your tail for 2 days. Bulma smiled and stepped forward to hold Luo Tian's tail. Luo Tian, what's so fun about a tail? Luo Tian was speechless. It's so fun to have a furry one. Bulma stroked Luo Tian's tail with a smile. It's fun because you don't have one. Luo Tian said. Yes, it's because I don't have one. Bulma nodded seriously. There will be more fun tales in the future. Luo Tian replied. Bulma. Where is it? Bulma asked. You'll know when you grow up. Luo Tian said with a smile. Humph, you sound like you're older than me, aren't you, and I the same age? Bulma pouted. Luo Tian said no more and flew quickly in the night sky. Not long after, Luo Tian took Bulma back to the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. It was already around 9 o'clock in the evening. A waning moon hung in the night sky, the breeze blew, and the air was filled with a fresh smell, giving people a poetic feeling of the moon on the willow branches. Broly was lying on the lawn, looking up at the waning moon in the sky, wondering what he was thinking. Seeing Luo Tian and Bulma coming back, Broly quickly stood up. Broly, what are you looking at? Luo Tian asked curiously. Dad. Broly pointed to the moon in the sky, and suddenly thought of his father on the planet Vampa. My dad is still on that planet. Should we take him over too? Luo Tian, your companion can speak. I always thought he was a mute. Bulma looked at Broly in surprise, and whispered to Luo Tian. He can speak, but he doesn't express himself clearly enough. Luo Tian nodded. What did he call you just now? Bulma didn't hear it clearly just now. Dad. Broly pointed to the moon again, still not knowing how to express it in words. Ah? He calls you daddy. Bulma heard it clearly this time, and her young face was filled with endless shock. Are you married and have children? You aliens can get married at the age of 5? You are so lucky. Luo Tian. Ask for monthly tickets. Chapter 33 Boyfriend? I'm not married. Luo Tian shook his head. Then is he your illegitimate child? Bulma was more and more surprised, looking at Luo Tian as if he was a monster. Luo Tian pinched Bulma's face unhappily. Don't pinch my face, it's easy to drool. Bulma snorted. Luo Tian slowly let go of Bulma's face. Bulma's little face was so tender that it felt like water was coming out of it when she pinched it, and it felt so good. I'm just kidding you. Although I'm only 5 years old, I know that you can't get married and have children at your age. Bulma smiled mischievously, showing a row of white teeth, and asked curiously, but why does he call me? He calls everyone he sees dad, who knows? Luo Tian shook his head. Bulma. Bulma stepped forward and tilted her head to look at Broly. Dad. Broly pointed to the moon in the sky again. Call me Mom. Bulma wiped her sweat. Broly scratched his head in confusion and muttered softly, Mom? Bulma pulled Luo Tian and said. Luo Tian. It's just kindergarten graduation, that's all. Luo Tian sighed. You said you would accompany me to kindergarten. Bulma pouted, afraid that Luo Tian would break the promise. Okay, let's go. Luo Tian nodded and did not object. Before leaving, Luo Tian specifically told Broly not to run around or cause damage at will. Broly nodded, not quite understanding. Luo Tian was relatively relieved about Broly. As long as no one provoked him, he would not go berserk. Broly, who was not in a berserk state, was still very easygoing, as if he was not much different from the honest boy next door. And Broly still had a lot of curious things to study. Even the ants moving on the ground, Broly could watch for several hours. Bulma usually went to kindergarten by herself. Bravets and Bridget cultivated Bulma's independent character since she was a child. Besides, Bulma's home was very close to the kindergarten, only about 200 meters in total. Bulma happily carried her little book on her back. Bao, holding Luo Tian's hand, ran towards the kindergarten. Bulma. As soon as they arrived at the school gate, they heard someone calling Bulma's name. Luo Tian looked back and saw a little girl with blue hair. Emily. Bulma greeted the little girl cordially and introduced her to Luo Tian. She is my good friend Emily. Bulma, who is she? Emily ran forward, curiously looked at Luo Tian, and immediately noticed the tail behind Luo Tian. This tail is so fun. As she said, Emily was about to grab Luo Tian's tail. Luo Tian. Are little girls nowadays so casual? Catch my tail at every turn. Snap. Bulma reacted faster, stepped forward and stopped Emily's little hand, and said angrily, "Emily, don't move. That's my special tail. Hey, so stingy, can't you even play with it?" Emily snorted, looking unhappy. No. Bulma already regarded Luo Tian's tail as her own private property. Luo Tian was speechless. "This is my tail, okay? Just play with it for a while," Emily requested. "Not even for a while." Bulma shook her head decisively. "Stingy guy, I won't play with you anymore." Emily stamped her feet and turned away. "I won't play with you either." Bulma snorted. Luo Tian wiped his sweat silently on the side. "What plastic sisters? Are you falling out now?" "Luo Tian, I'm telling you, you're not allowed to play with Emily," Bulma said to Luo Tian seriously. "Okay, if you don't want to play, then don't play." Luo Tian nodded indifferently. "There's really nothing fun for me and you two little girls. If I hadn't lived here for a while, do you think I would come to the kindergarten to watch your graduation ceremony? But I heard from Dr. Briefs that the kindergarten teacher is pretty. It's worth coming to see." In order to prevent the tail from causing trouble, Luo Tian simply rolled it around his waist. Then, Luo Tian followed Bulma into the classroom. The moment he entered the classroom, Luo Tian saw Bulma's teacher at a glance. She was indeed a beauty. Although she was not as beautiful as the future Bulma, her appearance was at least 90 points, and her figure was impeccable. Especially the teacher's two long legs, which were very attractive. After seeing Luo Tian, the teacher was slightly stunned, blinking her beautiful big eyes and looking at Bulma. "Teacher, he is my boyfriend, and he came to attend my graduation ceremony," Bulma introduced. "Luo Tian. Is there anyone who introduces people like you? Little brats still know about boyfriends?" The teacher was obviously stunned, and then smiled bitterly, nodded with a helpless smile, and didn't say much. The teacher felt a little uncomfortable. The children in the kindergarten already have boyfriends. "I'm still single." Bulma pulled Luo Tian to sit down at her seat. "Bulma, is he really your boyfriend?" Emily, her desk mate, asked curiously. "Didn't you say you wouldn't play with me?" Bulma snorted. "I was wrong. Please forgive me, Bulma." Emily took Bulma's hand and apologized. "Okay, I forgive you." Bulma nodded readily. "Can you lend me your boyfriend for 2 days? My cousin, who is 1 year younger than me, has a boyfriend." "I don't accept it." Emily pouted and asked. "I can lend it to you, but you are not allowed to play with my boyfriend's tail." Bulma thought about it seriously and answered. Luo Tian was speechless. These two fake sisters reconciled so quickly? Chapter 34 Teacher, he said he was an alien. "Okay, deal." Emily happily stepped forward and held Luo Tian's hand. "Luo Tian. Hey, Emily, I'll lend it to you tomorrow. Today he is my boyfriend." Bulma pulled Emily's hand away. "Okay, keep your word." Emily did not object. Luo Tian wiped his sweat silently on the side. "I was really defeated by these little brats. I am a god who wants to become an angel, but now I am being snatched away by 2 little girls in the kindergarten as a pet? You are too much, aren't you? Bulma, when did you start a boyfriend behind my back? How come I didn't know?" Emily blinked her eyes and asked curiously. She looked at Luo Tian again and added, "But he is more handsome than my cousin's boyfriend." "What do you mean by a boyfriend behind your back?" Bulma snorted, disagreeing with this statement. "You said you would marry me when you grow up." Emily was a little unhappy. "You are also a girl, and I am also a girl. It is impossible for the two of us to get married." Bulma shook her head. "Sometimes love can ignore gender," Emily argued. Luo Tian wiped his sweat again. "I was really defeated by these kindergarten students now. Is this what a kindergarten kid said?" Luo Tian decided to fight back a little. "You guys have taken me off track." "Luo Tian, which kindergarten did you go to?" Emily asked curiously. "Me? I haven't been to kindergarten." Luo Tian shook his head. Emily was slightly stunned, and shook her head in disbelief. "This is impossible, how could you not have been to kindergarten? Who doesn't go to kindergarten now?" "Hehe, Luo Tian is from outer space. There are no elementary and middle schools, let alone kindergartens." Bulma laughed and explained. "From outer space? Are you an alien?" Emily was even more surprised. "You really know me?" Luo Tian nodded. "Yes, I am from an alien planet, at least hundreds of billions of light years away from our Earth. Ah! Hundreds of billions of light years. Emily opened her mouth in shock, and an egg could fit in her mouth. A short silence. Bulma, tell me how long hundreds of billions of light years is. Emily turned her head and asked Bulma. Luo Tian. Stupid, light year is a unit of length, not time. Bulma snorted, hundreds of billions of light years means the distance that light takes billions of years to travel. The speed of light is currently the fastest speed we know, reaching 300,000 kilometers per second. Ah! Although I don't understand, it feels like it's very far away. Emily scratched her head, it should be farther than from our home to the southern hemisphere. Humph, so uneducated. Bulma didn't want to pay attention to Emily anymore, and asked Luo Tian again, Luo Tian, your planet is so far away from our Earth, so your technological level is really high. Yet. Luo Tian nodded. But why did you come to our planet? Emily asked again. I'm here to travel. What's the saying? Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. That's the truth. Luo Tian replied, so I feel sad for you Earthlings. Why do you go to school all day? And you have endless homework to do. Who said it wasn't? But fortunately, Bulma and I will graduate from kindergarten soon, and we won't have to do homework anymore. Emily breathed a sigh of relief and shook her head. Don't be too happy too soon. I heard that kindergarten is for you people on Earth to play, and elementary school is the beginning of real studies. Especially in middle school, there are a lot of homework, and there are many subjects, such as physics, chemistry, biology, geography, science, etc. The homework can't be finished before 12 o'clock in the evening. Luo Tian sighed, this is still middle school. When you go to high school tisk I'd better not say it, for fear that you will be shocked. Emily. Bulma. The two little girls looked at each other and immediately looked at Luo Tian. Who told you that? Emily and Bulma asked at the same time. I'm an alien, of course I know everything. If you don't believe me, you can go ask around. Luo Tian lowered his voice and whispered to the two people. After he finished speaking, Luo Tian paused for a moment. By the way, if you want to ask around, ask middle school students or something. Don't ask your parents, because your parents won't tell you the truth. Luo Tian added. Emily and Bulma looked at each other, their young faces full of grievances and fear of future life. Is what he said true, Bulma? Emily wanted to cry. It seems to be true. Bulma thought about it and nodded seriously. I see that my sister often has endless homework, and she goes out to play before the holiday. We are still the best. Look, I'm only 5 years old, and I'm traveling. Luo Tian sighed. Wow. Emily couldn't hold it back any longer, and burst into tears, immediately attracting the attention of all the classmates. The teacher also looked at Emily curiously. Emily, what's wrong with you? The teacher asked with concern. Wow, woo woo woo, he said, we have more homework in elementary school and middle school. Emily cried even more sadly. Teacher. The teacher didn't know how to persuade her for a while. Because what he said was so right. Many classmates heard Emily's words, and many of them were infected and cried loudly. The whole class was crying. Bulma didn't cry. You are so good, a good graduation ceremony, you made all the classmates in our class cry. Bulma glared at Luo Tian. I'm telling the truth. Luo Tian sighed slightly. Wow wow wow, Bulma suddenly cried too. Why are you crying? Luo Tian asked. No tears have fallen. How can I not cry? My classmates are crying, and they think I made them cry. Then the teacher will scold me again. Bulma pouted and hummed softly. You are about to graduate, do you still need to be afraid of your teacher? Luo Tian asked. You are right. Bulma thought about it carefully. The teacher coaxed the other one for a long time, and coaxed the other one, but the other one cried. For a while, they were a little flustered. Teacher, teacher, he said he is an alien. Emily sobbed a few times and raised her hand to complain. Suddenly, all the children stopped crying and focused their attention on Luo Tian. I don't ask for anything, just give it to me. Chapter 35 Dragon Balls of Bulma's House. Yes, I am a warrior from outer space, and at the same time, I am also the greatest god in the universe in the future. Luo Tian said, and slowly floated up. Wow! Bulma's kindergarten friends cheered and danced excitedly. Bulma, today I will give you a very special graduation ceremony. Luo Tian stretched out his hand to Bulma. Special graduation ceremony. Bulma was stunned, hesitated for a moment, and still stretched out her hand. Luo Tian took Bulma's hand, picked her up, and flew out of the window. The teacher was startled and pale. Snap! Luo Tian snapped his fingers. At the same time, Luo Tian gently raised his hand, and a bright flame burst out of his hand. The flame flashed brightly like a diamond, which was very beautiful at this moment. Go! Luo Tian waved his hand again. The bright flames quickly condensed and deformed, and in an instant, they condensed into several big words: Bulma happy graduation. Bulma was surprised and happy, her bright eyes kept flashing, and her eyes were bright. Can you snap your fingers? Luo Tian asked. No, but I can try. Bulma was stunned, and imitated Luo Tian and snapped her fingers lightly. Although it was not very loud, the 7 big words suddenly bloomed, forming a dazzling firework, blooming in the entire kindergarten. Wow! All the classmates and teachers in the kindergarten were stunned, naively thinking that this was the latest new technology developed by Bulma's family. Let's go! Luo Tian waved to everyone, took Bulma to the sky, and soon disappeared without a trace. Hey, Bulma, you promised to lend me your boyfriend for a few days. Don't forget it. Emily shouted loudly below. Luo Tian almost fell to the ground. Girls nowadays are really amazing. Wait a minute, what fun can I have with you when you are so young? In just a moment, Luo Tian took Bulma back to the courtyard of the Universal Capsule Group headquarters. Broly was staring at the ants moving, and he was so happy. Luo Tian ignored Broly for the time being, but raised his hand and condensed a glittering golden sphere with 2 stars in the center of the sphere. Bulma was still intoxicated by the very special graduation ceremony just now. No, I don't think I have attended the graduation ceremony yet. You set off a very special firework, and we left the kindergarten. Bulma, have you seen this thing? Luo Tian asked. What? Bulma was stunned for a moment, looking at the golden sphere condensed by Luo Tian, revealing a confused face, scratching her head and said, I seem to have seen it somewhere but I can't remember it. Think about it carefully. Luo Tian suggested. Thinking, Bulma pondered, suddenly looked up at Luo Tian, and asked with a pair of bright eyes, Hey, Luo Tian, are you a magician? If you want to understand it this way it's okay. Luo Tian nodded seriously. Bulma. What do you mean it's okay? Yes is, no is no. Ah, I remember, there seems to be a similar ball in our warehouse, you come with me. Bulma said, holding Luo Tian's hand, and ran towards the warehouse. Broly looked up and looked over here, immediately gave up observing the ants, and quickly caught up. Luo Tian? Bulma? The two looked at Broly together. Eat it. Broly asked excitedly. What time is it? It's only 9 o'clock in the morning, and there are still 3 hours before dinner. Bulma rolled her eyes and said to Broly unhappily. Broly showed a confused look, and there was disappointment in his eyes. How long is 3 hours? I want to eat. Hungry Broly patted his stomach. There is a robot over there, let it prepare whatever you want to eat. Bulma pointed to a robot in the distance and called out to the robot, Xiao AI, come here and prepare some food for Broly. You can make whatever he wants to eat. The robot Xiao AI is a floating robot similar to a ball. When it heard Bulma's order, the position of its eyes flashed, and it immediately flew from a distance and replied, got it. Go, ask Xiao AI for food. Bulma said to Broly. Broly scratched his head and looked at the robot Xiao AI strangely. For a moment, Broly was attracted by this strange thing. Luo Tian and Bulma continued to run towards the warehouse. Broly stared at the robot Xiao AI without blinking. What are you looking at? Xiao AI suddenly spoke. Ya, what are you looking at? Broly imitated Xiao AI's voice. What are you looking at? Xiao AI replied. What are you looking at? Broly continued to learn. Sizzle. 2 electric lights suddenly shot out from Xiao AI's eyes. The electric light hit Broly's body, and Broly's whole body trembled constantly. Ha 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 ha. Xiao AI laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Broly laughed. Xiao AI. So comfortable. Broly felt that it was so good just now. Xiao AI was silent, the light in her eyes kept flashing, and she seemed to be a little behind the rhythm. According to the program settings, shouldn't you say I surrender or something like that at this time? Why are you still so happy? What are you looking at? Broly said again. Sizzle. A flash of lightning shot out of Xiao Ai's eyes again, hitting Broly's body. Broly's whole body trembled constantly, and then he laughed excitedly. What are you looking at? Broly said again after laughing. Sizzle. What are you looking at? Broly enjoyed it and shivered constantly from the electric shock. Under Bulma's leadership, Luo Tian and her came to the warehouse. The warehouse was full of debris, and messy things were piled together. The air was filled with the smell of dust. Bulma rummaged around in the warehouse for a few times and soon found a 2-star Dragon Ball. Is it this? Bulma jumped to Luo Tian's side with the Dragon Ball. Yes, that's it. Luo Tian nodded. What is this? Bulma tilted her head and looked at the 2-star Dragon Ball curiously. This is called a Dragon Ball. According to legend, there are 7 in total. As long as you get all 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon a dragon and make a wish through the dragon to realize any wish. Luo Tian answered truthfully, just say come out, dragon, and the dragon will appear. Really? It's amazing. Bulma suddenly became interested, and asked with a headache, but how to find the other 6 Dragon Balls? Luo Tian looked calm and didn't speak. Chapter 36 Broly, I'll give you a task. Let me see this Dragon Ball. Bulma stretched out her hand. Luo Tian handed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Bulma took the Dragon Ball and looked at it carefully, and then found a strange instrument in the warehouse and studied the Dragon Ball for a while. I have a way. There is a special light wave on this Dragon Ball. We can find the other 6 Dragon Balls through the instrument that looks for light waves. Bulma's young face was full of excitement. Oh? You can do it. Luo Tian was slightly stunned. Of course, I'm a genius. Bulma smiled, it can be done in one day. This thing is not difficult. Let's go back to the laboratory first. Well. Luo Tian nodded. Bulma is indeed a genius. She can make Dragon Ball radar at the age of 5. It's really amazing. Luo Tian is also deeply touched by Bulma's genius mind. Everyone has his own position in life. Just like Bulma, she is born to do research and scientific research. Son Gohan in the plot was led astray by his mother. He is obviously an excellent warrior, but he has to be a scientist. In terms of technological level, Son Gohan is far behind Bulma. But in terms of combat level, naturally there is no comparison. After Luo Tian and Bulma came out of the warehouse, they found that Broly was lying on the ground with smoke all over his body and laughing. The robot Xiao Ai is no longer flashing. What happened? Bulma ran up quickly and checked Xiao Ai's power. Ah! Only 2% of the power is left? How is this possible? Xiao Ai's standby time is at least 10 years. How could it run out of electricity so quickly? Look at you. Broly grinned and uttered these 4 words. The remaining electricity of Xiao Ai flashed a flash of lightning. However, this flash of lightning lost its effect in midair before it hit Broly. Did it electrocute you? Bulma was completely speechless. Although this voltage won't kill people, it hurts. No, it doesn't hurt. Broly shook his head. Aren't you hungry? I asked you to ask Xiao Ai for something to eat, so why did it electrocute you? Luo Tian asked curiously. It's 80 then. Broly was still not good at expressing himself. You'd better stop talking. I have a recording here. Bulma stepped forward and pressed a button on Xiao Ai. Immediately, Xiao Ai played the conversation with Broly just now. Hearing the conversation between the two, Luo Tian wiped his sweat silently, and even considered whether to train Broly to be a god of destruction. If I make a silly guy as a god of destruction, will I be laughed at? Hey, Luo Tian. Bulma also immediately pulled Luo Tian aside and asked in a low voice, is your companion a fool? He is very pitiful. He has lived on a planet without water since he was a child. He is not well fed and clothed. Luo Tian sighed, so he looks silly. Why don't you eat meat? Bulma asked curiously. Luo Tian. Bulma is indeed a genius in science and technology. It took less than a day, under the simple guidance of her father, to make the Dragon Ball radar. Luo Tian looked at the Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma and found that it was almost the same as the Dragon Ball radar 11 years later. It was also a round, palm-sized round instrument with a button on the top of the instrument. As long as you press the instrument, press the button above, and the circular screen will show the exact location of the Dragon Ball. Look, Luo Tian, the point in the center is the location of our Dragon Ball. As long as we find the location of the other 6 points, we can get 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma pointed to the 6 points on the screen excitedly. Broly, come here. Luo Tian waved to Broly, who was lying on the lawn staring at the white clouds. Broly got up from the ground and ran forward quickly. Luo Tian told Broly how to use the Dragon Ball radar. Broly scratched his head and nodded as if he understood. Now I give you a glorious task. Take this Dragon Ball radar and go find the first Dragon Ball. Luo Tian ordered, remember, don't break this radar, let alone kill people. Broly said he understood. Put this on. Luo Tian put a surveillance camera on Broly's head. The surveillance camera is responsible for capturing the scene of Broly going out to find the Dragon Ball. Broly looked down at the surveillance camera curiously and smiled foolishly. Go ahead. Luo Tian handed the radar to Broly and pointed to a Dragon Ball that was farther away. Broly scratched his head again, then took off into the sky and flew away quickly. The reason why Luo Tian asked Broly to find the Dragon Ball was that he hoped that this kid would not be so stupid. If he couldn't even find the Dragon Ball, I might as well send him back to the planet Wampa and exchange Vegeta for him. I don't want to train a fool to become a god of destruction. Luo Tian, can he do it? Don't lose his home. Bulma didn't think much of Broly, always feeling that he was full of stupidity. Let's see. Luo Tian pondered. Even if Broly couldn't find his home, Luo Tian could find him by sensing his breath, so it wasn't a big deal. Luo Tian, what wish do you want to fulfill? Bulma asked Luo Tian with her bright eyes flashing. Give Broly the ability to survive in space, so that he can train with me in the universe. Luo Tian said the truth. Ah? What kind of wish is this? Bulma shook her head, and her ponytail swung back and forth. Let's see if he can find the Dragon Ball first. Luo Tian added. Luo Tian believed that Broly should not be stupid, he just didn't have much experience. As long as he traveled more in the world, he should be able to adapt to this world soon. Above the sky, Broly took the Dragon Ball radar and flew quickly, flying in the direction of the first Dragon Ball pointed by Luo Tian. While flying, Broly looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand from time to time. After 20 minutes, Broly looked down and found a light spot in the center of the Dragon Ball radar. Broly scratched his head and looked down, his eyes caught the miniature island below. The island is small and exquisite, with beautiful outlines, and a unique miniature house stands on it. Broly looked at the Dragon Ball that Luo Tian pointed to him on the radar, then looked at the Dragon Ball in the central area, and finally turned his gaze to the island below. After a brief hesitation, Broly made a decision. He landed from the sky and landed accurately on the island. Chapter 37. Why don't you have martial ethics? Broly pressed the button on the Dragon Ball radar, and according to the instructions on the radar, he immediately looked at the house. Broly walked towards the house. Crack! Broly stepped forward and opened the door. Suddenly, beautiful drum music came from the room. Broly turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound, and saw an old man with a turtle shell on his back, watching a show with his face pressed against the TV. Broly curiously moved over and saw 3 beauties in bikinis dancing on TV. Broly had watched TV at Bulma's house, so he was not surprised by TV. What Broly couldn't understand was what was so good about these 3 beauties. Broly ignored them and looked for the Dragon Ball with the Dragon Ball radar. Suddenly, Broly glanced and found that the Dragon Ball was hanging on the old man's neck. Broly felt that happiness came too suddenly, so he stepped forward and pulled the Dragon Ball off the old man's neck. The old man immediately came back to his senses and turned his head to look at Broly in surprise. What are you doing? The old man looked at Broly, then at the Dragon Ball on his neck. Mine. Broly said to the old man holding the Dragon Ball. Who are you? The old man asked in a strange way, how did you get here? Fly here. Broly pointed to the ceiling. Old man. Dance in the sky. The old man looked at Broly and asked. Who? Broly didn't understand. Crane Master, that bastard, sent a kid to harass me? Why don't you send some beauties to harass me? Kame Master clenched his fists angrily and said with gritted teeth. Broly scratched his head, not understanding at all. A short silence. Mine. Broly pointed at the Dragon Ball. That ball is mine today. I found it in the sea last year. You want it? Master Kame snorted, I won't give it to you. As he said that, Master Kame stepped forward and snatched the Dragon Ball. Mine. Broly was a little angry and glared at Master Kame. If you don't want it, then don't give it to me. Master Kame made a face at Broly. Swish. Broly quickly stepped forward and pressed Master Kame's head. Master Kame. What a fast speed. When did this guy Master Crane accept such a powerful disciple? Bang. Broly pressed Master Kame's head, penetrated the wall of the room, rushed to the island, and smashed it to the ground. Suddenly, Master Kame's head came into close contact with the beach. Then, Broly pressed Master Kame's head and rubbed it hard on the beach. Master Kame screamed in pain. A minute later, Broly snatched the Dragon Ball from Master Kame's hand and stepped on Master Kame's body. Mine. Broly grabbed the Dragon Ball and said to Master Kame. Master Kame wanted to cry but had no tears. I thought that I, a martial arts master, was beaten by a child today? It's so embarrassing. Who is this kid? Mine. Broly said stubbornly. Master Kame didn't say anything. You said it was. Broly added. Master Kame. Master Kame felt bad at that time. Boy, I see you are young, I just don't want to argue with you, if you make me angry, I will be rude to you. Master Kame was furious. Snap. Broly grabbed Master Kame's tortoise shell and slammed his body back and forth. Another minute passed. Mine. You said yes. Broly picked up the Dragon Ball in his hand and said to Master Kame stubbornly. Yes, yours, take it away. Master Kame burst into tears. Why don't you have martial ethics? Broly was satisfied and put the Dragon Ball in his arms and put it away beautifully. Then Broly slowly flew into the sky. Hey, are you really the disciple of that guy Crane Master? Master Kame asked loudly. No, I don't know him. Broly replied, pressed the button on the Dragon Ball radar, and his body glowed. Swoosh. Broly turned into a bright flame, leaving a stream of light in the sky, and quickly disappeared. Master Kame widened his eyes, showing a look of shock. Then, Master Kame endured the pain, got up from the ground, and took off his tortoise shell. However, when Master Kame saw the edge of the tortoise shell, his eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. The edge of the tortoise shell was already a little loose. Master Kame gently poked it with his finger, and the edge of the tortoise shell broke on the spot. Master Kame was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. This guy didn't do anything ruthless just now. If he did. Turtle Hermit shuddered, his face instantly pale. Who is he? It seems that he is not Crane Hermit's disciple. As long as he is not Crane Hermit's disciple, it's fine. While still feeling lingering fear, Turtle Hermit was also slightly relieved. 40 minutes later, Broly returned to the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group with 2 Dragon Balls, and appeared beside Luo Tian, taking out the 2 Dragon Balls from his arms. Look, found it. Broly grinned. Oh? Why 2? Luo Tian was a little surprised. Coincidence. Broly replied, from the old man robbed. Forget it, I'll just watch the surveillance. Luo Tian took off the surveillance camera on Broly's neck, found a computer and plugged it in to operate it. Broly followed behind, stretching his neck to watch curiously. Suddenly, the appearance of Master Kame appeared on the computer screen. It's him. If you don't give it to me, I'll beat you. Broly explained. Then, Luo Tian saw Broly grabbing Master Kame and beating him up, and then swaggeringly snatched the Dragon Ball from his hand. Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked carefully and found that this kid didn't use any ruthless hands. With Broly's combat power value, if he used a little ruthless hands, he could easily beat Master Kame into a fart. But judging from the situation, Master Kame's injuries were not very serious, and it seemed that they were just some superficial injuries. Not bad, not bad. Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction, stepped forward and patted Broly on the shoulder, praising his performance. Don't look at this kid who looks silly. But in fact, he is really not stupid at all. Luo Tian only asked Broly to find a Dragon Ball, but this kid brought back another Dragon Ball along the way. Then next, I will give you another task. Luo Tian smiled. Task? Like it. You can beat people. Broly replied. Luo Tian. Don't always think about beating people. Luo Tian wiped his sweat. Beat people. Cool. Broly said. Luo Tian was speechless. This kid really has the style of a god of destruction. 3 chapters were updated today, can you give a reward or monthly ticket? Chapter 38. See the future number 17 and number 18 again. Do you see the location of this Dragon Ball? Luo Tian casually pointed to a Dragon Ball in another direction and put the map gradually zooming in, it gave the exact location. Broly scratched his head and nodded again. Use your brain to remember the location of this Dragon Ball. This time you don't bring the Dragon Ball radar. Can you find this Dragon Ball? Luo Tian asked. Broly took the Dragon Ball radar and looked at it carefully, memorizing the map and direction in it. About 10 seconds. I remember it. Broly replied. Go ahead, come back early so you can catch up with lunch. Luo Tian smiled and hung the camera around his neck. Luo Tian also wanted to see what happened to him. If there is no problem, help Broly realize the ability to survive in space. Open the door to further cultivate his own god of destruction. Eat. Broly's eyes lit up, and he immediately took off and flew towards the Dragon Ball in a distant position. Broly had just left when Bulma came out of the room and saw 3 Dragon Balls on the table. 2 of the Dragon Balls were found by Broly, and the other one was the 2-star Dragon Ball in Bulma's warehouse. Luo Tian, did Broly come back just now? Bulma asked in surprise. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. You found 2 Dragon Balls so quickly. Bulma flashed her big eyes, picked up the 2 Dragon Balls, looked at them carefully, and commented seriously, well, it's true. Luo Tian. What do you want to talk to me about? Luo Tian asked. As agreed, I will lend you to Emily tomorrow. Bulma replied. Luo Tian wiped his sweat speechlessly. Let me make it clear first, you are not allowed to let her play with it, Bulma pouts and warns. Let's talk about it later. Luo Tian neither refuses nor agrees. What do you think of me? I am the greatest god in the future. You actually lent me to your girlfriend to play with? I'm going to look for Dragon Ball. Luo Tian took the Dragon Ball radar and flew into the air, not wanting to talk to Bulma anymore. Girls nowadays are really amazing. At such a young age, you are borrowing your boyfriend from one place to another? I wonder what you will think when you grow up? Hey, take me with you. Bulma shouted loudly below. Luo Tian ignored her, increased his speed, and soon flew out of sight. Following the guidance on the Dragon Ball radar, Luo Tian quickly appeared above a Dragon Ball. Luo Tian looked down and suddenly felt as if he had been to this city. Isn't this the suburb of Dongdu where the spacecraft landed when he first came to Earth? It turns out that the Dragon Ball is in this location. Luo Tian found that the location where the Dragon Ball was stored was a unique small house with a yard of about 10 square meters. In the yard, a little boy was playing with sandbags. The little boy looked about 5 or 6 years old, with short black hair, a delicate face, and a somewhat ferocious look in his eyes. Luo Tian had seen him yesterday, his name was Lapis. If nothing unexpected happens, in the future, Lapis will be transformed into an artificial human by Dr. Gro. Number 7. Luo Tian looked towards the room again and saw Lazuli sitting at the table by the window biting her lower lip and writing furiously. Yes, she is doing homework. Poor future number 18, does she have so much homework when she is only in the 1st grade of elementary school? Not only does she have to complete her own homework, but she also has to help her brother with his homework. Is the Dragon Ball world so competitive? The parents of the 2 little guys are not at home, they should be busy with other things. Luo Tian guessed that the father of Lazuli and Lapis should be a member of the Red Ribbon Corps, and his position should be not small, at least a deputy general or something like that. After all, Lazuli's family seems to be relatively wealthy. Also, otherwise Dr. Gro would not have randomly found a pair of siblings to do research. As for the Dragon Ball, according to the display of the Dragon Ball radar, it is in Lazuli's home. Luo Tian slowly fell from the air and appeared next to Lapis. Alien? Is it you? Lapis recognized Luo Tian at a glance. Practicing boxing here? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Of course, I want to be the strongest man. Lapis's young face was full of arrogance and confidence. Have you finished your homework? Luo Tian scolded. Lapis felt heartbroken at that time. You care about me? Lapis glared at Luo Tian angrily. Homework is a breathing pain, living in everyone's mind. What we learned in the 1st grade of elementary school is just 1 + 1 = 2. Luo Tian sighed. When you go to middle school and high school, you will know that there are more difficult questions that will give you a headache. It will hurt if you can't do the questions, and it will hurt even if you look at them. Lapis. You are talking nonsense. Lapis was anxious. How is your boxing practice? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Humph, I'm awesome. Lapis said, stepped forward and punched the sandbag, and said with some pride, how is it? Alien. My punch is very powerful, right? Even though I'm only 6 years old, even adults can't stand my punch. Oh. Luo Tian walked forward calmly and tapped the sandbag lightly with his fingers. Hwa la la. The sandbag broke on the spot, and the sand was scattered all over the ground. Lapis was stunned, and stood there, his eyes wide open, showing a look of disbelief. We aliens are really miserable. We never practiced with sandbags since we were young. We hit hard stones. Luo Tian stepped forward and patted Lapis on the shoulder. Lapis was dumbfounded and couldn't say anything. While talking, Lazuli walked out of the room. Lazuli, who was only 6 years old, had a cold face like the future number 18. The blonde hair on Lazuli's head was tied into a ponytail, and the braids swayed back and forth when she walked. Alien. Lazuli also quickly recognized Luo Tian's identity. My name is Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled. You are so bad. Do you know? After you left, my mother beat me and my brother severely. Lazuli pouted and said to Luo Tian angrily, but if you are willing to take me and my brother to play on your spaceship, I can choose to forgive you. Do you have this ball at home? Luo Tian said, gently raised his hand, and a dragon ball-like light ball condensed in his hand. The brother and sister looked at each other. That thing seems to be in my mother's jewelry box. Lazuli blinked and whispered. I have seen it too. Lapis nodded. Give me this thing, I can find time to take you to the alien planet to play. Luo Tian smiled. I'll go find it. Lapis immediately ran into the room, rummaged through the boxes for a while, and finally found the dragon ball, and was about to hand it to Luo Tian. Chapter 39 Old Gohan. Wait a minute, brother, you can't give it to him like this. Let him take us to the spaceship first. Lazuli immediately grabbed Lapis. Lapis leaned close to Lazuli's ear and whispered to her. Although the voice was small, Luo Tian heard it clearly. Lapis said, Sister, the alien just broke the sandbag with a light touch. He said that they usually use stones as sandbags for practice. Let's not provoke him. Hearing Lapis' words, Lazuli quickly glanced at the sand on the ground, but she was not afraid at all, and lowered her voice and said, We have a gun at home, you hurry home and get the gun, if he dares to bully us, shoot him. Okay. Lapis quickly ran back home, took out a pistol, and showed it to Luo Tian. Do you know what this is? Luo Tian. A short silence. I don't know. Luo Tian shook his head. This is a gun. I know you are powerful, but no matter how powerful you are not as powerful as a bullet. With the gun in his hand, Lapis's confidence soared. Is this thing powerful? Luo Tian gently hooked his finger. Snap. The pistol in Lapis's hand flew out of his hand and flew straight into Luo Tian's hand. Can you do magic? Lapis was shocked. Lazuli was even more frightened and her face changed color. The brother and sister trembled as they looked at the gun in Luo Tian's hand. How do you play this thing? Luo Tian pointed the gun at his temple. Is this how you shoot? Dantiu will die if you do that. Lazuli was scared and said hurriedly. Bang! The gun went off. Luo Tian raised his hand lightly and caught the bullet with 2 fingers at once. Then, Luo Tian handed the bullets in his hand to Lapis and Lazuli, and said with a smile, You can play with them, the bullets are still warm. Lapis was dumbfounded. Lazuli was stunned. The two looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at a monster. Are aliens so powerful? Lapis stuttered. Don't play with guns casually, kids, it's easy to hurt people. I'll confiscate this gun. Luo Tian said, and the angel power in his hand flashed, and the bright light instantly turned purple-red. The purple-red flame immediately acted on the pistol. Pop! Suddenly, the pistol instantly turned into nothingness and was destroyed completely. Can you give me that ball? Luo Tian stretched out his hand. Lapis tightly grasped the dragon ball in his hand and glanced at his sister. Give it to him. Lazuli made a prompt decision and ordered Lapis. Give it. Lapis immediately threw the dragon ball to Luo Tian. Luo Tian caught the dragon ball and flew slowly into the sky. I'll take you out to play when I have time. Luo Tian waved to the brother and sister, and added before leaving, but, Lapis, don't forget to do your homework. Lapis. If you don't complete your homework well, or don't do your homework, you are not qualified to get on my spaceship. Luo Tian smiled. Then I won't go. Lapis snorted. Luo Tian wiped his sweat silently. The future number 17 is really unique. The spaceship can't arouse your interest in doing homework. It's agreed, take me on the spaceship to play. Lazuli put her hands to her mouth and shouted loudly. Luo Tian said no more and left the scene quickly. Then, Luo Tian glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and flew towards a mountainous area. It was only about 10 minutes. Luo Tian appeared above Baizai Mountain. On a hilltop of Baizai Mountain, an old man wearing a martial arts uniform, a green hat and a grey beard was practicing martial arts at the door of his house. It is worth mentioning that there is a 4-star Dragon Ball inlaid on the top of this green hat. Luo Tian looked down from a high place and easily recognized the other party's identity. This old man was Sun Wukong's adoptive father, old Gohan. If nothing unexpected happens, he will take in Kakarot who drifted to Earth from planet Vegeta and name him Sun Wukong. From then on, the legendary story of Sun Wukong's life will also begin. One night after Sun Wukong was taken in by old Gohan, he secretly looked at the full moon while peeing, turned into a giant ape, and stepped on old Gohan to death. Later, Sun Wukong had a son. In order to commemorate his grandfather old Gohan, he specially named his son after his grandfather. Luo Tian has always felt a little speechless about Sun Wukong's brain circuit. You named your son after your grandfather in memory of his name. You are so talented. Luo Tian looked down and did not find Sun Wukong's whereabouts, which was a little surprising. Ordinarily, Sun Wukong should have come to Earth a long time ago. After all, Luo Tian and Vegeta stayed on Namek for a while, and then went to find Nappa and Raditz, which delayed them for a long time. Although Sun Wukong's spaceship is relatively slow, it should have been several days since he arrived on Earth. Luo Tian slowly released the sense and looked around for Sun Wukong's whereabouts. After 10 seconds, Luo Tian really sensed Sun Wukong's breath. Although Sun Wukong's combat power is only 2, Luo Tian is practicing the power of angels, so it is still easy to sense his existence. The straight line distance between Sun Wukong and old Gohan is about 3 kilometers away, on another hill, so it is no wonder that old Gohan did not find him. Today's Sun Wukong, no, to be more precise, Kakarot, is eating wild animals alive in the mountains. The wildness of the Saiyans is also fully demonstrated by him. Moreover, Sun Wukong cries while eating. He cries loudly after eating a bite of raw meat. The reason for crying is that his parents don't want him anymore and sent him to this strange planet. It can be said that the current Sun Wukong still retains some memories of planet Vegeta. Luo Tian slowly fell from the sky and appeared next to old Gohan. Seeing Luo Tian falling from the sky, old Gohan, who was practicing, was stunned at the time, showing a look of astonishment. You flew here. Old Gohan rubbed his eyes and looked at Luo Tian in surprise. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. You don't look very old. Old Gohan looked at Luo Tian and pondered. 5 years old. Luo Tian stretched out 5 fingers and said with a smile, I heard that you are very strong. I came to you today to spar with you. Haha, it is true that heroes have always been young since ancient times. Then I will accompany you to spar with you. Old Gohan said, his expression became serious, and he did not take Luo Tian lightly because he was a child. Attack me with all your strength. Luo Tian waved to old Gohan. Chapter 40 The First Meeting with Kakarot. Then I won't be polite. Old Gohan said no more, rushed up quickly, and punched Luo Tian. Pa! Luo Tian stretched out a finger and directly caught the fist of old Gohan with his finger. Old Gohan's fist was on Luo Tian's finger. At that time, he felt as if he was hitting a void, and the power on the fist seemed to be removed instantly. Old Gohan was stunned, showing a look of astonishment, and his grey beard was shaking up and down. Thank you. Luo Tian said. Old Gohan. Is it appropriate for you to say that? A brief stagnation. Old Gohan immediately jumped back and pulled a distance from Luo Tian, his face slightly moved. You are so powerful at the age of 5? Who is your master? My master. Luo Tian was slightly startled, and took out a book calmly and threw it to old Gohan. Old Gohan caught the flying book, looked at the big words on the cover, and couldn't help muttering, Ultra Freedom Training Guide. My master is this book. How does the saying go? There is a golden house in the book, and there is a big wave sister in the book. Luo Tian answered. Old Gohan. Ahem. Old Gohan coughed to cover up his embarrassed look. Is that what the saying goes? Are you my master's new disciple? Old Gohan asked casually. After all, the person who can say such a thing might be the new disciple of Master Wu Tian. Only Master Wu Tian can have such a hobby. Luo Tian. Am I very similar to that old pervert Master Kame? Ultra Instinct Training Guide. Old Gohan said no more, opened the cover, took a quick look inside, and immediately fell into deep thought, saying with some emotion, what a profound martial arts skill the body can avoid unknown dangers on its own, without the need for brain judgment. Want to learn? Luo Tian smiled. After he finished speaking, Luo Tian gently hooked his finger. Shua. In just a moment, the book in old Gohan's hand flew away and returned to Luo Tian's hand. Telekinesis. Old Gohan was shocked again. How is it? Luo Tian asked with a smile, do you want to learn? I want to learn. Old Gohan nodded seriously. Just now I just let you have fun. Luo Tian said with a smile. Old Gohan. If you really want to learn, I'll put this book on this mountain, you can find it yourself. Luo Tian said, throwing the book in his hand. Shua. The book drew an arc in the air and fell into the distant mountainous area, and soon disappeared without a trace. If you are destined, you will pick up this book. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he slowly flew into the sky. Old Gohan. Goodbye. Luo Tian quickly disappeared without a trace. Looking at the direction where Luo Tian disappeared, old Gohan also fell into deep thought. Then, old Gohan felt as if something was missing. It was as if his head had become lighter. Old Gohan reached out and touched his hat, and suddenly found that the ball on the hat that would flash light was gone. Old Gohan was really speechless. When did he take my ball away? I didn't even know it. This little guy is really amazing. If he wanted my life, I would have been beaten to death by him now. Old Gohan was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. But then, old Gohan suddenly thought of something. Yes, that book. That book looks interesting. I'll go and look for it. If I can find it, I'll practice hard. Maybe my martial arts level will be raised to another level. Old Gohan carried a bamboo basket on his back and quickly jumped in the direction where the book fell. The Ultra Instinct Training Guide that Luo Tian threw out was real, but it was copied. It was Luo Tian who copied Whis' book again through the power of angels. Luo Tian planned to leave this copy of the book on Earth, waiting for someone to find it. And Luo Tian believed that, besides himself, the only person who could truly practice Ultraman was Goku. But according to the plot, Goku would have to be at least 40 years old to practice Ultraman. Leaving this book here might allow Goku to enter the ranks of Ultraman faster. Old Gohan kept jumping in the mountains and soon appeared on another hilltop. Old Gohan stretched his neck and looked around for the book. The next moment, old Gohan suddenly sniffed and smelled a bloody smell. What a strong smell of blood! What happened here? Old Gohan turned his head and saw bloodstains and a mess in the jungle not far away, with traces of fighting. What made old Gohan speechless was that there were many traces of broken paper on the ground. Even on a stone, there were 2 words on the cover of the book, freedom. Old Gohan wanted to cry but had no tears. Did the book get torn to pieces by the wild beast? What a pity! Just as old Gohan was sighing, a figure suddenly rushed out and rushed towards old Gohan. Pa! Old Gohan raised his hand slightly and easily blocked the opponent's attack. He looked closely and saw the opponent's face clearly. What appeared in front of old Gohan was a child who looked younger than the man just now. It was estimated that the child was only 3 years old, and the clothes on his body were very similar to those worn by the man just now. Old Gohan was startled, fearing that the child was as powerful as the man just now, which would be bad. Old Gohan jumped back and pulled a distance away from Kakarot. But Kakarot rushed up again and launched a fierce attack on old Gohan. Although Kakarot's combat power was only 2 when he was sent out, his combat power was slightly improved after he came to Earth and was in a dangerous environment. Of course, compared with old Gohan, it was a far cry. After several rounds of competition, old Gohan also figured out the opponent's strength. Little guy, you are not my opponent. Old Gohan laughed and slapped Kakarot to the ground. Kakarot gritted his teeth in pain and turned his head to glare at old Gohan. Little guy, why are you here? What is your relationship with that person just now? Old Gohan showed a kind face and asked Kakarot. Kakarot did not speak. You look angry, is it because I hit you just now? Old Gohan said with a smile, how about this, I won't fight back, you can fight back. Chapter 41 Summoning the Dragon of Earth. Kakarot seemed to understand, his eyes lit up at that time, and he rushed up quickly, scratching old Gohan's face. In just a moment, old Gohan's face turned into a big clown face. Old Gohan! Kakarot laughed happily after seeing his masterpiece. Are you calm now? Old Gohan smiled. Kakarot nodded. Have you seen a book? Old Gohan asked, and picked up the torn cover of the book. This is it. Kakarot pointed to his mouth, patted his stomach, and then grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Did you eat it? Old Gohan wiped his sweat. Kakarot nodded vigorously. Is it delicious? Old Gohan wanted to cry but had no tears. Kakarot immediately shook his head like a rattle. After Kakarot shook his head, he patted his stomach again. Gurgle. Kakarot's stomach growled with hunger. I understand. Kakarot nodded. Then come back with me, I'll get you something to eat. Old Gohan suggested, put down the bamboo basket behind him, and said to Kakarot, come up here, I'll carry you back. Kakarot jumped lightly and landed directly in the bamboo basket. By the way, what's your name? Old Gohan asked. Kakarot can only say 1 or 2 words now. Kaka? What's the name? Old Gohan shook his head, forget it, I'll take you back to eat first. After returning home, old Gohan made a sumptuous meal for Kakarot. Kakarot was very happy eating. You're such a big eater, you've eaten up all the food in our house for a month. Old Gohan wiped his sweat, but then again, although I don't know where you came from, you're just as skilled as your companions at such a young age. If I wasn't quite strong enough, I'd have been in trouble. And the way you eat, it seems like you haven't received any education. If you don't have a place to stay, stay here. I can teach you a lot of things. Hee Kakarot grinned, picked up a piece of leftover bone, and smashed it on old Gohan's head. Old Gohan! Why is this kid so weird? It hurts so much. Old Gohan rubbed his head. Kakarot rushed up again and scratched old Gohan's face. Old Gohan's face turned into a big clown face again. Be gentle, the scratch hasn't healed yet, old Gohan said with a smile. After tickling old Gohan, Kakarot jumped a few times, rushed into the jungle quickly, and soon disappeared without a trace. At this time, the sky on Bayazai Mountain was dark, and the jungle was extremely dark, with 1 or 2 wolf howls from time to time. Old Gohan glanced in the direction where Kakarot disappeared, and suddenly felt that he seemed to be motionless. What's wrong with this kid? Old Gohan was stunned, and couldn't help but worry a little, and quickly chased after him. When he got closer, old Gohan was speechless at the time. I saw Kakarot lying in the jungle and snoring, drooling all over the floor. And at a position about 3 meters away from Kakarot, a big-tailed wolf opened its bloody mouth and stared at Kakarot. Just as the big-tailed wolf was about to pounce, it tragically discovered old Gohan, who appeared nearby. Old Gohan glanced at the big-tailed wolf. The big-tailed wolf seemed to know old Gohan. He growled in fear and took several steps back. Ha ha ha, it's you. Are your injuries healed? Old Gohan smiled and waved at the big-tailed wolf. The big-tailed wolf seemed to think of the last time he was abused by this old man. He was so scared that he clamped his tail and fled immediately. You kid, why did you fall asleep in this place? You were almost eaten. Old Gohan sighed and went forward to pick up Kakarot. Kakarot stretched his waist and fell into old Gohan's arms, sleeping more soundly. Go home and have a good sleep. Old Gohan smiled and took Kakarot home. This was the most peaceful sleep Kakarot had had since he arrived on Earth. When Luotian went back, he found another Dragon Ball. In this way, Luotian had a total of 6 Dragon Balls in his hand. We have collected 6 Dragon Balls so quickly. Bulma looked at the 6 Dragon Balls on the table with some excitement. When Broly comes back, can we collect 7 Dragon Balls? Yes. Luotian nodded. An hour later, Broly came from a distance and landed in the yard, holding a Dragon Ball and handed it to Luotian. Not bad. Luotian praised. Hee. Broly scratched his head and smiled. Now the 7 Dragon Balls are collected, and the wish can be realized. Luotian smiled. Broly nodded stupidly, showing a face full of expectation. Bulma also stared at the 7 Dragon Balls on the table, and muttered curiously, I really want to see what the dragon looks like. Luotian put the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and shouted to the 7 Dragon Balls. Come out, Shenlong. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on the 7 Dragon Balls, and the golden light became bigger and bigger, forming a golden light column in an instant. Swish, The golden light column shot up into the sky, flashing like a golden lightning in the air, dyeing the sky golden. Broly widened his eyes and showed a look of shock. Bulma also stared at the cute big eyes, watching such an amazing phenomenon. Snap! The next moment, the sky suddenly turned black. The black night sky made the nearby gold appear brighter. At the same time, the golden light column turned into a huge blue dragon in an instant, winding in the night sky with sacred majesty. Is this the dragon? Wow, it's so big, Bulma exclaimed. Broly scratched his head, showing a look of shock, and even a little eager to give the dragon a punch. Luo Tian grabbed Broly. What do you want to do? The person who collected the Dragon Balls, tell me your wish, I will do my best to fulfill any wish for you. The voice of the dragon sounded, and looked at Broly with some vigilance. Why do I feel that this kid wants to beat me? Moreover, his energy has far exceeded mine. It is worthy of being the legendary Super Saiyan. Such a young age has such powerful energy. Shenlong, my wish is very simple. Let Broly have the ability to survive in the universe. Should it be possible? Luo Tian made a wish. I think it should not be a big problem. After all, the Shenlong of Namek can do it. You should do better than him. Shenlong. Chapter 42 Broly, good dragon, I won't hit you. Have you been to Namek? Shenlong looked at Luo Tian in surprise. Yes. Luo Tian nodded and told the truth, I also achieved the ability to survive in the universe through the Shenlong of Namek. As far as I know, the Shenlong of Namek can realize 3 wishes. Why don't you make a wish to let Mr. Broly have the ability to survive in the universe? Shenlong asked curiously. Are you here to make a wish or to ask questions? Luo Tian rolled his eyes. Shenlong. Is it you? Now you blame me? Okay, I'll help you realize this wish right away. Shenlong nodded. The so-called ability to survive in the universe includes but is not limited to surviving in harsh environments such as the vacuum of the universe and the realm of nothingness. As he spoke, an invisible divine power flashed in Shenlong's eyes and quickly covered Broly's body. Broly looked down at his body, then scratched his head. Good dragon. I won't beat you. Broly gave Shenlong a thumbs up. Shenlong. So if I don't fulfill your wish, are you going to come and beat me up? Beads of sweat rolled down Shenlong's dragon face. Your wish has come true, goodbye. Shenlong said, and his huge body dissipated at once, and the 7 Dragon Balls quickly flew from the ground to the sky. Luo Tian waved his little hand calmly. Suddenly, the angel power in Luo Tian's hand flashed and quickly covered the 7 Dragon Balls that were about to fly away. 7 Dragon Balls that were about to fly in all directions were forcibly changed in direction after sensing Luo Tian's angel power. Pa! In addition to the other 6 Dragon Balls that scattered around the world, one of them drew a parabola in the air and landed outside the warehouse of Bulma's house. The Dragon Ball that turned into stone rolled on the ground for a few times and appeared in an inconspicuous position. Hey! Luo Tian, the Dragon Ball seems to have flown away. Bulma looked at the disappeared Dragon Ball in surprise. Yes, after making a wish, the Dragon Ball will turn into stone and scatter all over the world. The Dragon Ball will be resurrected again after a year. Luo Tian explained. So if you want to make a wish, you have to wait a year later. Bulma asked with her cute big eyes flashing. Yes, that's what I mean. Luo Tian nodded. On the island of Master Kame. Master Kame was doing stretching exercises on the beach, stretching his arms, bending his old waist, and waving his crutches. 3 punches to the left, 3 punches to the right, twist your neck, twist your butt, and get moving in the nightclub life. While exercising, Master Kame hummed a shameless ballad. Swoosh! Just then, Master Kame suddenly felt something rushing towards him. What? Master Kame was slightly stunned, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately raised the cane in his hand high. Bang! The Dragon Ball hit Master Kame's cane at that moment. Master Kame's cane broke on the spot. There was another muffled sound, and the stone that the Dragon Ball turned into hit Master Kame's forehead all of a sudden. Master Kame leaned back and fell to the ground with his legs spread out. The Dragon Ball bounced on Master Kame's head again and rolled into his room. Master Kame! Master Kame rubbed his head that was hit and kept grinning. Why are there stones falling from the sky? Master Kame scratched his head in wonder, and immediately ran back home to take a look. He found the round stone egg in his house. Master Kame was a little confused. What is this? Such a round stone. Master Kame was a little puzzled, why did this stone come to my house, and fly from the sky? Next moment, Master Kame looked at the stone, anger appeared on his face, and he stomped on the stone. I'll crush you! I'll crush you! A minute later, Master Kame limped and threw the stone onto the beach outside. Suburban area of Dongdu. Lapis tied the sandbag again and was about to punch it. Swish! A round stone fell from the air at a high speed and hit the sandbag heavily. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the sandbag broke on the spot and the sand was scattered all over the ground. Lapis was so scared that he cried loudly. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lazuli ran out of the room. A stone fell from the sky. Lazuli pointed to the round stone in the yard. A stone fell from the sky. Lazuli stepped forward to pick up the stone and looked up at the sky in confusion. Yes, it's that stone. Lapis nodded in fear. Is it the alien again? Lazuli pouted and snorted. Damn alien, you only know how to scare me. When I grow up, I will definitely make you pay. Lapis clenched his fists tightly, and his tender face was full of anger. Bayazai Mountain. In old Gohan's home. Old Gohan was sleeping with Kakarot in his arms. Bang! The round stone fell from the sky and hit the door of old Gohan's house, and there was a muffled sound. Old Gohan got up in surprise and looked outside in some surprise. What is it? Kakarot, who was sleeping soundly, was also awakened all of a sudden. He opened his dazed eyes, and after seeing old Gohan across from him clearly, he scratched his face for a long time. Be gentle, it's only been a few hours, and you've scratched me 3 times. Old Gohan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He. Kakarot laughed heartlessly, and he laughed happily. Laughing and laughing, Kakarot dived into the bed and fell asleep. This kid has a really bad temper. Old Gohan was not angry, but had a doting look on his face. Poor child, you were abandoned by your parents at such a young age. Is it because you have a tail behind you? It's really strange. Is it popular to have a long tail recently? That powerful child also has a tail behind him. Old Gohan said to himself, got up and went outside, and saw the round stone that fell on the ground. Where did this stone come from? Old Gohan looked at the stone embedded in the ground strangely, then looked up at the sky and muttered softly, did it fall from the sky? Then, old Gohan shook his head in confusion and returned to the room to continue sleeping. Kakarot moved his body while sleeping, and his head rested on old Gohan's thigh, grinding his teeth constantly in his mouth. Old Gohan suddenly had a bad feeling. Don't chew my thigh as if it were chicken. Old Gohan immediately put on thick pants. Chapter 43 Galactic Patrolman Jack. A few hours passed. Ah! Old Gohan exclaimed, got up and rubbed his thigh. Fortunately, I had been prepared. This kid was really ruthless. Looking at Kakarot, who was sleeping and still grinding his teeth, old Gohan was not angry, but his eyes showed a hint of pampering. West Capital, the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Dr. Briefs received a call and hurried to Luo Tian's side. When Bulma saw her father walking to Luo Tian's side, she ran from a distance with a da-da-da sound. Luo Tian, my daughter called me and said she met an alien. The alien spaceship broke down, and asked me to help fix it. Briefs told Luo Tian the truth. Do you have time? Can you accompany me to take a look? Okay, no problem. Luo Tian nodded. Dr. Brief's daughter? Is it Bulma's sister Tais? It's very possible. So, the alien Tais met should be Galactic Patrolman Jack. As a Dragon Ball fan, Luo Tian has naturally read the comic Galactic Patrolman Jack. Luo Tian even read the books of Bardos and Number 18, not to mention the comics that belong to the Dragon Ball official history. The so-called Dragon Ball official history is actually the plot certified by Uncle Toriyama. And Galactic Patrolman Jack, in addition to appearing in that comic, also played a supporting role in Dragon Ball Super for a long time. In addition, in the Dragon Ball Super comics, there is another very outstanding elite among the Galactic Patrolmen. His name is Mels. Mels is the most outstanding elite warrior among the Galactic Patrol. Another identity of Mels is a trainee angel. Luo Tian even wanted to meet this trainee angel Mels. Perhaps he can meet this trainee angel Mels through the Galactic Patrol Jake. Dad, I want to go too. Bulma said hurriedly, I also want to see what the alien my sister met looks like. Okay, let's go together. Briefs did not object. Da-da-da. Bulma quickly ran into the room and ran out holding an energy gun. Bulma, what are you doing with a gun? Briefs was stunned. If that alien dares to bully my sister, I will shoot him. Bulma tightly grasped the energy gun. Broly, let's go. Luo Tian greeted Broly, who was staring at the stars in a daze. Broly jumped up from the ground and flew towards this side quickly. He nodded obediently and didn't ask where to go. A lonely island. Galactic Patrolman Jack stood on a high platform, looking up at the sky with a serious expression. Bulma's sister Tais was swimming in the sea, like a mermaid. In addition, there was a slightly shabby old man with a white beard, strolling around bored. By the way, I heard that Jack came to Earth for vigilance. Tais showed her head from the sea and looked at the old man. Now that you mention it, I remember that he said a terrifying guy would come to Earth. The old man nodded solemnly. The terrifying guy? What's going on? Tais climbed ashore and wiped her hair and body with a towel. He said that guy was coming to destroy the Earth, and I thought he was joking. The old man replied, I remember he said that the radar over there captured a planet with vicious aliens launching a spaceship, and the destination of the spaceship seemed to be the Earth. I'll go ask. Taisai climbed up the platform and appeared next to Jake, saying hello. What for? Jake asked without turning his head. What's the matter? Taisai asked curiously. Yes, according to calculations, it will indeed land nearby, so I landed here. Jake looked up at the sky and nodded gently. According to calculations, it should fall here like a meteorite. You will definitely destroy him, right? Taisai asked with a smile. It would be okay if it was a little kid, but I can't handle it when I grow up. Jake shook his head. Ah? What should I do then? Taisai was a little scared. You still ask me what to do? Of course I run away and the Earthlings are wiped out. Jake was not surprised, and even said it with some confidence. Tais. So if it was a child who fell, it would be fine. Taisai asked again. About the same, 3 to 5 years old is no problem. Jake nodded, with confidence in his expression. Tais wiped the sweat silently. 3 to 5 years old. Isn't that the same age as my sister? Is it appropriate for you, an alien, to bully 3 to 5-year-old children? Haven't you come yet? Have you left the Earth and gone to another planet? Taisai asked again. If that's the case, you're lucky. Jake replied without looking back. Forget it, forget about it. Taisai shook her head, looked at Jake again, and couldn't help saying, but then again, the material of your suit is very good. That's for sure, but this is not my suit, it's just my upper body armor. Jake answered slowly. Tais stood up from the ground at that time, showing a look of shock, staring at Jake and asked, what do you mean? Have you not worn pants all this time? Is there a problem? Jake was not surprised. So you haven't worn pants all this time? Taisai suddenly felt that Jake was being a hooligan. Don't talk so dirty, it's the same on our planet. Jake snorted. Tais looked carefully at Jake's legs and found that the legs were particularly smooth, the overall color was purple, and there were no special parts. She was a little strange and couldn't help asking, why did you pee? SHH. Jake slowly sprayed 2 balls of liquid from the top of his head. From here. Jack pointed to the 2 small holes on his head. Taisi. Then can you eat and pee at the same time? You won't pee in your mouth, right? Taisai asked with her hands covering her mouth. Jack felt sick at that moment. What do you mean? How can you talk like that? I came to Earth for free to help you solve your problems. Jack gritted his teeth and shouted unhappily. What kind of guy is that dangerous alien you are talking about? Does he pee in your way? He really won't pee in his mouth, right? Taisai suddenly became interested. Jack. I don't want to talk to you. Jack glared at him. Please vote. Chapter 44 Jack, don't come over here. I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk about that alien again. Taisai urged. The aliens I'm talking about, their goal is to occupy other people's planets. The most terrifying thing is that they are a very warlike nation. Even our galactic patrol is no match for them. Jack's expression became more and more serious. Humans like Earth who have no fighting power, they will send a child here, and eventually, little by little, they will destroy all humans on this planet. Ah? So serious. Taisai's expression was moved. From childhood to youth, they will keep their childhood, then they will grow into a combat form, which is the appearance of an adult on your earth, and they will keep this form forever, and they will not seem to age. As for their appearance, they are almost the same as earthlings, except that they have an extra tail. I thought they looked similar to you, but they look the same as us earthlings. Taisai understood and asked again, so which planet are they from? Their planet is called Planet Vegeta, and they are Saiyans. Jaco replied. It doesn't seem to be a big deal to hear the name, but anyway, there should be nothing good about coming to Earth. Taisai sighed. Let's go down, it seems that they won't come today. Jaco shook his head. So they came to Earth to observe that Saiyan. Taisai reacted. What do you think? Jack rolled his eyes. The two walked down from the platform. Actually, I just called my dad, and my dad agreed to come over to help and solve your spaceship problem. Taisai said to Jack. Your dad? How can your dad help? The old man asked curiously. Jack also looked at Taisai curiously. We have known each other for so long, why do you suddenly mention your dad? Is your dad famous? Have you heard of the Universal Capsule Group? Taisai asked the old man. Universal Capsule Group? Of course I know. The old man nodded. Isn't that the company of Dr. Briefs, the most famous genius scientist in Zidu? Why did you suddenly mention this? You can't say you know Dr. Briefs, right? Yes, and very familiar with him. Taisai smiled. Very familiar. The old man was stunned. He is my dad. Taisai said. The old man was stunned and screamed, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Jake on the side also looked confused. There was a long silence. Ah? Miss Taisai, you are the eldest daughter of the Universal Capsule Group. The old man was stunned. I don't really want to say it, Taisai sighed. The old man. In other words, your family is very rich. Jake looked at Taisai and asked. I said it all for you, don't treat me specially because of this. Taisai laughed. No way. Jake shook his head. Taisai. This bullshit is not well pretended. I can't pretend in front of aliens. My father said they will be here soon, and they will be here in the evening. Taisai added. But then again, as the eldest daughter of a wealthy family, and the richest man in the world, why do you leave home to work outside? Why did you come to this shabby island? Jake asked puzzledly. Old man. Whose island? Because I want to be a science fiction writer, so these experiences are necessary. Growing up in a wealthy family, I can't imagine what this kind of life is like. Taisai replied with a smile, the conditions here are actually ideal, and you, an alien, just happened to appear. Also, you, an alien, won't touch a beautiful woman like me, so I feel relieved. Jake was a little depressed. What you said makes sense, I don't know how to refute it. Towards dusk, a luxurious amphibious airship slowly drove over from the seaside. Wait. I want to fly. Broly wanted to fly out of the airship several times. Be honest. Bulma glared at Broly angrily. Broly scratched his head embarrassedly and grinned. The airship stopped at the dock. Brevets, Luotian, Bulma, and Broly got off the airship one by one. Jacob and the other two were already welcoming them on the shore. Thank you, Dr. Briefs, for coming all the way here. The old man hurried forward to shake hands. You are the alien that Taisai said, right? Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses and looked at the old man curiously. The old man. Ahem, I am Dr. Dashan. The old man wiped his sweat. Dad, this is the alien. Taisai pointed to Jacob on the side. However, when Taisai turned her head to look at Jacob, she suddenly found that he was sweating all over and his body was shaking. Ya, what's wrong with you? Jacob? Tais asked curiously. Tais looked more carefully and found that Jack was staring at the two children. The two children came with their father and Bulma. Two children are you Bulma's kindergarten classmates. Taisai stepped forward to greet. No. Luotian answered. Broly scratched his head and grinned. Sister. Bulma ran up quickly and gave her sister a warm hug. Luotian walked towards Jack slowly. Jack's body trembled more violently. Wouldn't he come over? Jack immediately took a fighting stance and pointed to the sea beside him. If you come over again, I will jump down. Swish. As he was talking, Broly came quickly from a distance, pressed Jack's head, and slammed it to the ground. Bang. Jack's head made close contact with the ground. Broly stepped forward and grabbed Jack's arm, throwing his body back and forth. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Luo Tian was speechless. I didn't ask you to do it. No jump. Broly put his foot on Jack's body and shouted with his arms folded. Jack burst into tears. I didn't say I wanted to jump. You jump when Luo Tian is talking. It's impolite. Broly shouted in a not-so-fluent language. Jack sniffed and showed a face full of grievance. It's really a Saiyan. It's really strange. Why are there 2 other Saiyans landing on the earth? And this Saiyan is so strong. Also, why didn't our radar give a signal? Chapter 45. Didn't you say that you can deal with a 5-year-old Saiyan? The moment Luo Tian and Broly walked down from the airship, Jack recognized their identities at a glance. How could Jack not be afraid? The information I received clearly showed that only one Saiyan came to the earth. This is strange. Sister, the alien you know is delicious. Bulma suddenly burst into laughter, holding her sister's hand and said with a smile, my aliens beat them to tears in a few hits. Ties? Aliens? Are they 2 aliens? Taiz was stunned, and immediately looked up and down at Luo Tian and Broly. Then, Taiz noticed the tails behind the 2. Taiz's pupils shrank sharply, and her face turned pale. Aren't they the fighting nation Saiyans that Jake said? How come they are here? Why do they know my father and sister? Sister, let me introduce them to you. They are also aliens that my father and I just met. His name is Luo Tian, and the silly guy is Broly. Bulma introduced immediately. Silly? Taiz was slightly startled, and turned her head to look at Broly. Broly didn't say anything, still stepping on Jack. Jack wanted to die. Taiz took a closer look, and sure enough, this man was a little stupid. After seeing such a terrible scene, the old man couldn't help but tremble with fear. Before this, whether it was the old man or Taisai, they both clearly saw the powerful strength of Jack. Many people with guns were easily knocked down by Jack. As a result, they met the child named Broly, but were beaten to tears by the child. Broly, don't be rude. Luo Tian scolded. Broly grinned, let go of Jack, and returned to Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian stepped forward, extended his hand to Jack in a friendly manner, and asked with concern, are you okay? Just as Jack was about to refuse to shake hands with Luo Tian, he suddenly saw Broly glaring at Luo Tian from behind. Jack was so scared that his whole face turned pale, and the boy's words immediately appeared in his mind. When Luo Tian speaks, others should be polite. Otherwise, he will beat you up. Jack shuddered, and hurriedly stretched out his hand and shook Luo Tian's hand. Luo Tian pulled Jack up, patted the dust off his body, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, my friend was a bit heavy, are you okay? I'm fine after all, I am also an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol, and that level of attack is nothing. Jack smiled bitterly. Luo Tian patted Jack's arm, nodded gently, and smiled, it's good that you're okay. It's okay. Jack wiped his sweat. Luo Tian knew clearly that Broly looked stupid, but he was not stupid at all. Just now, Broly's few blows definitely controlled the strength very well. Otherwise, with Broly's fighting power, even if Jack didn't die, he would be disabled. Bulma, how did you know these 2 aliens? Taisai looked at Bulma strangely. Luo Tian asked my father to help transform the spaceship and landed it at our house. Bulma answered truthfully. Luo Tian? The one who looks more handsome? Taisai asked again. Yes, yes. Bulma nodded. Do you know their identities? Taisai was a little scared and whispered to Bulma in a low voice. Aliens? Do you need to know what their identities are? Bulma asked curiously, blinking her big cute eyes. I heard from Jack that they might be Saiyans, and they are here to destroy all the people on Earth. Taisai's voice was trembling a little. Hey, Luo Tian, my sister said that you and Broly are here to destroy all the people on Earth, right? Bulma asked directly. Taisai. Taiz wanted to cry but had no tears. Why did you ask so directly? You silly sister. What do you think? Luo Tian smiled. I don't think so, you don't look like a bad person. Bulma shook her head, and a light flashed in her big cute eyes. Well, no, I won't do such a thing. Luo Tian nodded. Sister, you are relieved now. Bulma giggled. Taiz stopped talking. A short silence. Hello, Luo Tian, I am Taiya's, Bulma's sister. Taiya stepped forward and extended her hand to Luo Tian in a friendly manner. Luo Tian held Taiya's hands together and looked at her silently. Taiya's looks pretty good, but she may not have developed very well due to her age. She has good looks in all aspects and her hands are relatively tender. Luo Tian, how old are you? Taiya asked. I'm 5 years old. Luo Tian answered. Oh, you are really young and promising. Taiya nodded, looked at Broly again, and continued to ask Luo Tian, what about him? The same age as me. Luo Tian said. Taisai said no more, and then walked to Jack's side, lowered his head and asked in a low voice, didn't you say that you can deal with Saiyans aged 3 to 5? Shut up, Jack wiped his sweat, this is an exception, okay. So what you said about aliens attacking the Earth, is it true or false? I'm confused by you. Taisai asked with a smile, I don't think Luo Tian is a bad guy. Will the word bad guy be written on his face? You don't know how terrible Saiyans are. Jack gritted his teeth, his voice was like a mosquito's hum, for fear that Broly would hear him if he spoke too loudly. Didn't you eat? I can't hear you if you speak softly. Taisai said. Humph, I didn't say anything. Jack hummed. The old man, that is, Dr. Dashan, prepared a sumptuous dinner for Dr. Briefs. However, with Broly, the big eater, there was not enough food on the table. Fortunately, Dr. Briefs had prepared for this and brought a capsule of snacks, so Broly was full. Luo Tian didn't eat much. Saiyans don't eat the amount of food that 40 people eat every meal. Sometimes they only need to eat a little more than normal people. Only after a fierce battle, or when they become giant apes and consume a lot of energy, will they replenish their physical strength by eating a lot of food. By the way, you just said you are the Galactic Patrol. Luo Tian suddenly focused his attention on Jack. Broly stopped eating, turned his head and stared at Jack. Jack swallowed a mouthful of food, looked at Broly with some fear, nodded to Luo Tian, and answered honestly, yes, I am Galactic Patrol Jack. How strong are you among the Galactic Patrol? Luo Tian asked. I am an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol. Jack replied. Bulma. Tais. The two sisters looked at each other. What an elite warrior. Being beaten to tears by a 5-year-old kid in 2 hits. Chapter 46 Apprentice Angel Mels. Speak properly. Luo Tian said. Pa. Broly put the spoon on the plate and stood up suddenly from his seat. Jack. Jack was almost scared to tears at that time. I am really an elite warrior, I didn't lie, Jack answered tremblingly, and looked at Broly warily, his eyes full of fear. Then let me change the question. Luo Tian smiled, who is the strongest among you Galactic Patrol? Think about it before answering. It's Mels. Jack responded quickly, feeling that if he answered too late, he might get beaten again. Mels. Luo Tian's expression was thoughtful, and he touched his chin and repeated the name. Jack didn't dare to say much, and his expression kept changing. Well, after your spaceship is repaired, take Broly and me to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. We plan to visit this Myers. Luo Tian smiled. Jack. This Jack didn't know how to answer this question for a while. Not welcome. Luo Tian looked at Jack with a smile. Welcome, welcome, of course, the Galactic Patrol headquarters welcomes your presence. Jack immediately became timid. Okay, it's a happy decision. Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction. Jack was uneasy in his heart. I dug a hole for Myers to jump into. I will offend Myers to death. This is troublesome. Will Broly beat Myers into a fart? This guy named Broly is too strong. No, I have to find a way to contact Myers and tell him about this first. But my spaceship communicator is broken, and I can't get in touch with the headquarters. Yes. After the spaceship is repaired, I can contact Mels secretly. Thinking of this, Jack's heart was temporarily relieved. Luo Tian, take me too, I want to go too. Bulma raised her hand. Don't go, there will be plenty of opportunities to go out in the future. You are too young to travel to other planets. Luo Tian shook his head. What? You sound like you are much older than me. Bulma was not happy at all. Jack was a little gloating. This little girl was talking back to the Saiyan named Luo Tian. Will that stupid boy hit the little girl? However, what Jack expected did not happen. Broly was indifferent. Jack scratched his head. So you are targeting me alone? After dinner, Dr. Briefs, accompanied by Dr. Dashan, went forward to check Jack's spaceship. The core energy of Jack's spaceship was faulty. To put it bluntly, the battery was broken and out of power. As long as Dr. Briefs provides a new energy source, the spaceship will restart. As for other minor faults, it is easier to eliminate. We have energy components at home, but it is far from our home. It takes 4 hours to go back and forth. Dr. Briefs sighed, tomorrow, let's talk about it tomorrow. Okay, Dr. Briefs, I'm not in a hurry. Dr. Dashan laughed and responded respectfully. Jack. You are not in a hurry, but I am. Let Broly get it. Luo Tian suggested, he flies faster. How long will Broly take? Dr. Briefs asked. In this state, if he flies back at full speed, it will take at most a few minutes. Luo Tian pondered. Can he fly so fast? Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, showing a look of shock, then nodded and said, okay, then I'll trouble Broly to go home. Broly scratched his head, smiled innocently, and nodded again to agree. Broly, when you go home, find a robot and ask him to find you the S35 energy battery. Dr. Briefs explained to Broly. Remember it? Luo Tian asked Broly. Broly nodded. Repeat it. Luo Tian said. S35. Energy. Battery. Broly jumped out 2 words at a time. Go. Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction. Everyone said that Broly was a little stupid, but in fact Luo Tian knew very well that this kid was not stupid at all. On the contrary, Broly was very smart. He was just not very good at expressing himself. Broly turned into a bright stream of light, flew up to the sky quickly, and soon disappeared under the gaze of everyone. Actually, I can completely fix the battery, but I want to hone Broly more. Luo Tian looked at the direction where Broly disappeared, and couldn't help sighing. Dr. Briefs. Dr. Dashan. Both of them looked at Luo Tian immediately. Can we stop bragging? Jack couldn't help saying. Now that Broly is not here, Jack suddenly feels no pressure, and simply lets himself go. Before Broly was nearby, Jack felt as if there was a mountain pressing on him, making him breathless. Now that Broly is gone, he can be unbridled for once. Broly, why are you back so soon? Bulma suddenly shouted. Ah, I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I didn't say anything just now, just treat it as a fart. Jack's face turned pale, and he was extremely ugly in an instant. He knelt on the ground and trembled with fear. Puff. Bulma laughed heartlessly. Jack quietly raised his head. Where was Broly? Jack glared at Bulma in anger. Ha ha ha. Bulma pointed at Jack and laughed even more happily. This is why I don't like children. Jack held his head and shouted angrily. Sister, the alien you know is too cowardly. Bulma turned her head and said to her sister. Don't say the same thing again. Tai-Sai's face turned black. Luo Tian didn't say much, but walked forward, released the angel power in his hand, and let the angel power cover the spacecraft. Suddenly, the not-so-pure angelic power entered the energy area along the spacecraft and repaired the damaged energy. Hey? Luo Tian, what are you doing? Bulma asked curiously. It's okay, just take a look and see if the battery can be repaired. Luo Tian said with a smile. Don't force it. I've checked the energy battery. Although it can be repaired, the process is very complicated. It's more convenient to replace it with a new one. Bulma shook her head and said with her cute big eyes. Luo Tian, do you understand this too? Dr. Briefs was stunned. Chapter 47 Target, Galactic Patrol Headquarters. I don't understand, just take a look. Luo Tian replied. Brevs. What's there to see if you don't understand? Jack couldn't help rolling his eyes, and even wanted to step forward and pull Luo Tian away. If you don't understand, don't touch it there. What if you damage the spacecraft? About 10 seconds later. Buzz buzz buzz. The spaceship's hull suddenly flashed. Everyone present immediately widened their eyes and looked in the direction of the spaceship. Jack was even more surprised and happy, but there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. How did it fix? How did the spaceship fix? Look, it's fixed, right? Luo Tian smiled. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at a monster. It's fixed now? Isn't that battery, is it difficult to repair? Jack ran forward excitedly with an endless smile on his face. Ha ha ha, my spaceship is finally fixed. Jaco danced with joy. But I can't let Broly make a wasted trip, right? So I decided to destroy this battery. Luo Tian said, and the angel power suddenly transformed. Snap! The angel power acted on the energy battery and destroyed one of the components. Sizzle! The component burned and the energy battery was destroyed again. The light emitted by the spaceship dissipated all at once. Done! Luo Tian clapped his hands. Sure enough, destruction is easier than creation. Jaco's smile froze on his face. Everyone present was more confused than the other. There was silence for dozens of seconds. Dr. Briefs, why do I feel that this little guy is a philosopher? Dr. Dashan whispered to Dr. Briefs. No, he is not a philosopher. Dr. Briefs shook his head gently. Dr. Dashan was slightly stunned. I was just talking casually, Dr. Briefs added. He said he wanted to be the greatest god in the universe. Dr. Briefs added. Dr. Dashan. Dr. Dashan simply stopped talking, cold sweat slid down his face. It seems that I underestimated him when I said he was a philosopher. Is he going to become a god? There was another silence. Ha ha, hey, does this world really have gods? Dr. Dashan laughed. Maybe, the end of science is metaphysics. Dr. Briefs pushed his glasses. Dr. Dashan wiped his sweat silently. Did this sentence come from the mouth of a great scientist? 6 minutes later. A bright stream of light flashed in the air and quickly fell from the sky. Broly took a battery energy similar to the one on Iron Man's heart and handed it to Luo Tian. Very good, it took 6 minutes in total. Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, your energy has increased again. Broly smiled innocently and scratched his head. Everyone looked at the two people in a daze again. Under the gaze of everyone, Luo Tian handed the battery to Dr. Briefs. Dr. Briefs took the battery and stepped forward to replace it on the spacecraft. Buzz buzz buzz. A bright light flashed on the hull of the spacecraft, which was particularly eye-catching under the night sky. Fixed. Jack jumped happily and hurriedly stepped forward to hold Dr. Brief's hand. Thank you, doctor, thank you. No need to be polite, you should thank Broly, he helped to get the battery as soon as possible. Dr. Briefs laughed. Jack's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly thanked Broly from a distance. Broly waved his hand and said nothing. Jake took a deep breath, and seeing that Broly had no ill intentions, he was relieved. Jake, when are you going to go back? Taisai asked. I'd better go back early, I've lost contact with my companions for a long time. Jake said, I'm leaving now to return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Jake didn't want to stay here. The Earth is too dangerous. There are 2 Saiyans here. Maybe the people on Earth may be exterminated at any time. You said you would take me to travel to outer space. I want to travel more in outer space and write better novels, by the way. Taisai reminded Jake. Jake. I actually forgot such an important thing. Okay, of course, no problem, then you can go with me. Jake nodded without objection. Jake, did you forget something? Luo Tian looked at Jake with a smile. Jake felt unwell at that time. Yeah, I promised this Saiyan that I would take him to see Mels. Mels is going to be in trouble. But it doesn't matter, who made Mels so arrogant? It's a good thing for me to bring him a strong enemy and let him feel it. I didn't forget, I'm leaving now, are you going with me? Jack replied quickly. Then let's go together. Luo Tian nodded. Sister and Luo Tian have gone on an alien trip, I want to go too. Bulma pouted, looking unhappy. I will come back, my spaceship is still on Earth. Luo Tian pinched Bulma's fair face. I told you, don't pinch my face, it makes me drool easily. Bulma snorted, remember to come back early, I haven't made your storage ring for you yet. Come on. Luo Tian encouraged. Bulma. Is this something that can be done with just a little effort? Doctor, Broly and I are leaving first. Luo Tian waved to Dr. Briefs, thank you for your hospitality these 2 days. I'll leave the spaceship to you. No problem. Dr. Briefs nodded. Doctor. Good man. Broly gave Dr. Briefs a thumbs up. Dr. Briefs. Why do you say I'm a good man? Hey, am I not a good man? Bulma put her hands on her hips and glared at Broly. No, Broly shook his head decisively. What did you say? Say it again. Bulma was angry. Broly was startled and hurriedly hid behind Luo Tian. Jack was dumbfounded. What kind of logic is this? Is Taiza's sister so powerful? I can't feel it at all. Dr. Dashan, thank you for your care during this period. Jack also shook hands with Dr. Dashan to express his gratitude. Come to Earth when you have time. Dr. Dashan smiled. I'm very busy, how can I have time to play around? Jack snorted and turned to enter the spaceship. The hatch of the spaceship slowly closed. Swoosh! The spaceship took off, broke through the atmosphere in an instant, and entered the vast universe. Okay, now we have entered the universe. Jack explained. Ah! We have already entered the universe. Taiz showed a look of surprise. Look, that huge planet over there is Jupiter, the largest planet in your solar system, right? Jake pointed to Jupiter outside the window. Chapter 48 Luotian, come and sleep. That's Jupiter, it looks so big from space. Taisai lay on the window, looking at the solar system in the universe with some excitement. Inexperienced woman. Jake shook his head. Taisai was not angry, but looked at the distant universe and said with emotion, I never thought that one day I would take a spaceship and leave the Earth to travel to the outer space. It will take at least 2 days to return to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Let's take a nap and rest first. Jack said to the people present, it's just that this spaceship is not big, there are only 2 rooms, let's divide the work. As the owner of this spaceship, of course I have to have a separate room. What are you talking about, Jack? I am the only girl in the spaceship, of course I have to have a separate room. Taisai snorted, glared at Jack and scolded. Don't joke, what kind of girl are you? Jack snorted, in our race, there is no such thing as men and women. Taiz. I say. Broly suddenly spoke. Hearing Broly's voice, Taisai and Jack immediately shut up and turned to look at Broly. We almost forgot. There is also this scary little guy on the spaceship. Broly did not speak, but pointed at himself, then at Jack, and then at one of the rooms. Broly's meaning was obvious, that is, he and Jack were in the same room. Jack felt sick at that time. I don't want to be in the same room with you. I don't want to die yet. Then Broly pointed at Luotian and Taisai, and pointed to another room. Ahem, Luotian coughed. Broly, are you pretending to be stupid? Brave you put Taisai and me in the same room? I'm a little embarrassed. Okay, it's a happy decision. Taisai thought about it carefully and felt that there was nothing wrong with this arrangement. Taiz didn't want to be in the same room with Broly, maybe he would beat her to death while she was sleeping. Taiz didn't want to be in the same room with Jack either. What if this guy who pees with his head sprays urine from his head while he sleeps? Taiz didn't dare to think about it anymore. Luotian is the only normal person here. He is just a 5-year-old kid, and it is no big deal to share a room with him. The room allocation was decided. Taisai admired the space for a while and felt a little sleepy. After all, it was time to go to bed on that isolated island. Taisai stretched her body, revealing her not-so-proud curves, and yawned, I'm going to sleep first. Luotian, you can go to the room and sleep with me later. Luotian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sleep with you directly? Is this appropriate? Looking at Taisai stretching, Luotian was a little bit fanciful for a while. But Luotian was also a little helpless. I now have the heart of an adult and the body of a 5-year-old child. At this moment, Luotian urgently hoped that he could grow up quickly. Broly also went straight into another room, locked the door, and fell asleep on the bed. Jake. What do you mean? You took my room. Are you polite? But Jake thought about it carefully. Even if he opened the door, I wouldn't dare sleep with this guy. If he punches me when I sleep, I might die. Forget it, let him occupy the room by himself. I'll just stay in my seat for one night. I'll have a good sleep when I return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Luotian didn't have to be polite and went straight into Taisai's room. The room was not big, with only a single bed about 1 meter long. The layout inside was a bit similar to the new sleeper car in the high-speed rail in the previous life. It was more comfortable than a sleeper car. The bed in the cabin should be slightly bigger. After all, this spaceship is not very big, and it is very difficult to open 2 rooms. After Luotian entered the room, he saw Taisai, who had changed into pajamas at a glance. Taisai was wearing a set of pink pajamas, and she had a fresh scent on her body, so that this scent was floating in the whole room, and it smelled different. Luotian, come and sleep. Taisai moved her body and patted the small bed beside her. Okay. Luo Tian nodded, and there was nothing to be polite about. He got into Taisai's quilt at that time. Taisai's quilt was very warm and fragrant. The unique body fragrance of the girl was fully expressed at this moment. Luo Tian hasn't had this feeling for a long time. This is fucking. I traveled to the Dragon Ball world, but I didn't expect that the first woman I slept with was Bulma's sister. The problem is that I can't do anything now. No. I can't think about it. My ultimate goal is a beautiful angel sister. Although her skin is blue, I don't mind it. My first woman in the Dragon Ball world must be an angel sister with a ponytail. I like women with ponytails. However, just as Luo Tian took off his armor and lay down, Taisai hugged him. Luo Tian. You are too much. Luo Tian simply turned around. A few minutes passed like this. Luo Tian clearly felt that Taisai had fallen asleep. Luo Tian was also a little sleepy at this time, slowly closed his eyes, and gradually fell asleep. Just when Luo Tian was half asleep and half awake, he suddenly felt his tail tighten, and was caught by Taisai's hand. What a fun little puppy! Taisai murmured. Luo Tian. So she thought my tail was a puppy? However, what made Luo Tian speechless was still behind. Taisai's hands were not honest. From her movements, it seemed that she felt that catching a tail was not enough. He little dog, Taisai suddenly laughed. Luo Tian. I'm only 5 years old. I need to stay calm. I'm going to cultivate to become an angel. I'm not angry. I'm not angry at all. Outside. Jack saw that the 3 people were asleep, so he carefully picked up the communicator and started a video call with the headquarters. Hello, I'm Iliku, are you a member of the G8 team? You've been out of touch for a long time. The other party answered immediately. The alien who appeared on G8's screen was a strange-looking alien with a flat head, flat facial features, light green skin, and wearing the unique armor of the Galaxy Patrol. My spaceship had a small problem. It was just repaired today. It is expected to return to the headquarters in 40 hours. G8 responded. Has the Saiyan issue been resolved? Iliku asked. Please give me a monthly ticket and recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 49 Mels, a Saiyan wants to see you. Solved, I have successfully subdued the 2 Saiyans who went to Earth. Gok laughed. Iliku was shocked and looked at Gok with some surprise. Hehe, why don't you say I am an elite? Gok showed a proud expression. As expected of a Gok team member, really amazing. Iliku admired him deeply. How old are the 2 Saiyans? They are only 5 years old. Gok answered truthfully. I see, so they don't have much fighting power. Iliku breathed a sigh of relief. No, one of them is very strong. Gok looked solemn and lowered his voice. It took me a lot of effort to convince him. Convince? Iliku was a little confused and muttered, can Saiyans be convinced? It doesn't matter. Gok waved his hand and changed the subject. Is Mels here? Yes. Iliku replied. Help me take over the communication, I have something to say to Mels. Gok suggested. Okay. Iliku replied and took the communication to Mel's room. Soon, Mel's image appeared on Gok's display. It's Gok, is there something wrong? Mels asked politely. Mels, do you want to go out and hide? Gok lowered his voice to persuade. Go out and hide. Mels was slightly stunned. Yes, just find a reason to go out and hide. Gok whispered. What happened? Jack. Myers asked. A Saiyan wants to see you. Jack looked heavy. Saiyan? Is that the Saiyan from the fighting race? Myers reacted immediately. Yes, that's right. Jack nodded. If he wants to see me, just let him come to see me. Why should I go out and hide? Myers smiled slightly. There are 2 Saiyans on Earth. One of them looks very ordinary, but his follower is very powerful. Although the follower is only 5 years old, Jack's expression became more and more dignified, and fear appeared in his eyes while he was speaking. Did he tell me what he wanted to talk to me about? Mels asked. No, he just wanted to talk to you. Jack replied. That's okay, I'll talk to him. Mels smiled, not every Saiyan is a bad person. Anyway, I've already told you, it's you who didn't go out and hide, don't blame me if you get beaten. Jack snorted. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Myers smiled confidently, and then added, by the way, you probably don't know yet? Planet Vegeta where the Saiyans live has been destroyed. Planet Vegeta is destroyed? This is really God's will, Jack shouted in surprise. It must be their retribution for their evil deeds. By the way, how was it destroyed? It is said that it was hit by a huge meteorite. Myers replied, but in fact it is not the case. Oh? What is the reason? Jack was slightly stunned. According to our investigation, it was Frieza who destroyed planet Vegeta. Myers pondered. Emperor Frieza. Jack's face changed color, he shouted loudly, and immediately turned around to look behind him. Fortunately, the sound insulation of the spacecraft is relatively good. Jack made sure that no one heard it, and then he took a deep breath. Why? Aren't Saiyans Frieza's fighters? Why did Frieza destroy their planet? Jack asked curiously. Because Frieza is afraid of the birth of a Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan god among the Saiyans. Myers told the truth. Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan god? What is that? Jack was even more curious. It is said that Super Saiyans are the most powerful warriors in the universe. Myers smiled. So, Super Saiyans may shake Frieza's position as the Emperor of the universe, so all Saiyans were eliminated, right? Jack nodded thoughtfully. Yes. Myers replied, there are less than 10 Saiyans left now. This is what they deserve. Saiyans have occupied many people's planets and killed many innocent people. Jack snorted, but he didn't sympathize with the Saiyans' experience. After all, the Saiyans have indeed followed Frieza in these years, occupied many people's planets, and caused many people to die. I'm afraid this is the evil of the Saiyans. Myers nodded slightly. Evil? Yes, you are right. The evil of the Saiyans is obvious to all. Jack responded. In my opinion, there are also good people among the Saiyans. Mels pondered. Don't be ridiculous. Where can there be kind Saiyans? Jack shook his head. There is always only evil in their hearts. The two were talking. Suddenly, Iriku's communication suddenly interrupted. Iriku, this guy, why did he suddenly interrupt at this time? Jack smiled slightly and pressed the answer button. Then, Iriku's image also appeared on the other side of the screen. Now it is equivalent to a group video call. Iriku, what's wrong? Is there anything? Jack asked curiously. Jack, something bad has happened. A spaceship of the Frieza army is heading in your direction. If nothing goes wrong, in 2 minutes, your 2 spaceships will meet in space. Iriku said immediately. The spaceship of Frieza's army. Jack was stunned. Did Frieza come in person? Not Frieza. Irik shook his head. It's okay if it's not Frieza. It should be just a scout or something. Jack guessed. Not a scout, but a very scary guy. Irik's expression became more and more serious. Who? Jack was a little scared. Eyes. Irik uttered 2 words. Eyes? Who? Is he famous? Jack was stunned. Frieza's son. Irik said in a deep voice. Yeah, what did you say? Frieza's son? When did that guy have a son? Jack was stunned and cried out. It's been a long time, Ilico explained. Frieza and his family belong to the Frozen Demon clan. His son was frozen on the mother planet after he was born. According to legend, the longer they are frozen, the stronger they are. Frieza seems to have been frozen for 5 years, his brother Gula was frozen for 6 years, and Eyes was only frozen for 3 years, but Eyes may not be able to stand the loneliness and came out early. Chapter 50 Imprisoned in the Galaxy Prison. Even if you came out early, why did you come to find me? Jack felt bad all over. While speaking, Jack's hands quickly operated the buttons on the computer. Sure enough, Jack soon found that a spaceship was flying towards him. Jack was scared and sweated, and hurriedly controlled the spaceship to change its course. I hope it's not coming to find me. Maybe he didn't go there on purpose to find you. Ilico guessed, maybe he just happened to meet you in space. Just happened to meet you in space? The probability is even lower than a meteorite hitting planet Vegeta. Jack didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He immediately clenched his hands together and prayed silently, God, I hope my spaceship won't be discovered by Frieza's son. Jack, hold on. I will go to support you. Myers made a prompt decision. Myers burst into tears, and said in a deep voice, but you have been here for more than a day, right? No, my spaceship is very fast, at least 10 times faster than yours, and it will arrive in no more than half an hour. Myers replied. Jack felt heartbroken at that time. Why is your spaceship faster than mine? And it is so much faster. There was a full 10 seconds of silence. The spaceship can be put aside for now. He is Frieza's son. Even if you can beat him, what if you provoke Frieza? Jack said with some concern. Then catch him and put him in the galaxy prison together. Myers smiled. Jack. Jack didn't want to talk anymore. Why are you so shameless? You want to put Frieza in the galaxy prison? Good luck, Captain Gok. Iliku said with some sympathy, but we, the Galactic Patrol, have always kept our distance from the Frieza Corps. I hope you can avoid this disaster. You are so right. Just shut up. Gok ended the call angrily. Then, Gok looked at Ai's spaceship through the radar again. As a result, Gok tragically discovered that the other party's spaceship was chasing him at a high speed. Gok was not very calm at that time. Space. In a flat round spaceship of the Frieza Corps, Ai stood at the window and looked into the distance. As far as eyes could see, he could just see the Galactic Patrol's spaceship in front of him. Your Highness Eyes, that is the Galactic Patrol's spaceship. A younger brother stepped forward to report. Galactic Patrol. Eyes smiled, his tail wagging gently. Interesting. I've heard of the Galactic Patrol for a long time, but my father's army has rarely come to this area. Your Highness Eyes, are we going to attack the Galactic Patrol base? The younger brother asked respectfully. Let me do what my father doesn't want to do. I smiled proudly. Aren't the Galactic Patrol warriors who maintain peace in the universe? This universe must be maintained by our family. Not the Galactic Patrol. Then Your Highness Eyes, are we going to shoot down that spaceship? The younger brother asked. Catch it alive. Eyes ordered. Yes. The younger brother responded immediately. Swoosh. Ai's spaceship suddenly accelerated and quickly chased in the direction of Jake's spaceship. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the detector on Ai's eye suddenly rang. Ai's pressed the communication button on the detector. Dad. Ai's was stunned. Ai's, why don't you stay frozen on your home planet? Why are you running out now? Frieza's voice came over with some dissatisfaction. Dad, I'm really bored, so I came out to exercise in advance. Ai's laughed. Humph, do you think you are strong now? Frieza snorted coldly. Dad, although I have only been frozen for 3 years, my combat power has reached a height of 30 million. I smiled with some pride. With my current combat power value, I should be able to walk sideways in this universe, right? That's true, but this universe is not as simple as you think. Go back and freeze it for me. Frieza gave the order with a cold face. Don't say that, Dad. I don't want to sleep in such a boring environment. Ai's shook his head and refused. Then tell me, what are you doing in the territory of the Galactic Patrol? Frieza scolded. Dad leads the Western Universe, Uncle Gula leads the Eastern Universe, and Grandpa leads the Southern Universe. Currently, only the Northern Universe is under the charge of the Galactic Patrol, right? I said with a smile, of course I want to unify the Northern Universe, so that our family can rule the entire universe. The Galactic Patrol is the area managed by the King of the Kai, don't mess around. Frieza frowned and shouted with a cold face. King of the Kai. Ai's was amused at the time, with contempt in his words, what's so great about the King of the Kai? If possible, I don't mind destroying the King of the Kai. Ai's, you underestimate the power of God. Frieza scolded. Dad, don't worry, isn't our backer the god of destruction Beerus? I smiled indifferently, even the King of the Kai has to give face to the god of destruction Beerus, right? Frieza was silent. You make a lot of sense. I don't know how to refute it. You can explore, but be careful. If you really encounter the King of the Kai, leave immediately. Frieza thought carefully and gave an order to Ai's. I know, Dad, I know my limits. Ai's nodded in agreement. After ending the call, Ai's spaceship crashed directly into Jack's spaceship. Bang! With a loud bang, Luo Tian in the spaceship felt that he collided with a soft body. Ah! Tai screamed and woke up from her sleep immediately, revealing a face full of panic. Then, Tai Sai looked down and found that Luo Tian was pressing his face firmly against her chest. Tai's. What happened? Tai Sai was not angry, Luo Tian was a child after all. Besides, the violent vibration of the spaceship just now made Taisai feel endless fear. Could it be that the spaceship hit a meteorite? Taisai was pale and immediately lay on the window of the spaceship to look out. The next moment, Taisai was surprised to see a large spaceship appearing at the window. The other party's spaceship appeared in the universe like a behemoth, giving Taisai a feeling of despair. Is this a space pirate? Taisai was stunned and broke into a cold sweat. You are right, it is really a space pirate. Luo Tian also looked in the direction of the spaceship immediately, and couldn't help but wonder.